glorious biscuits with gilded sugar. He rolled his eyes again, this time patting his stomach. Those are the best. I always carry a few in my pocket. He reached into his pocket and extracted a few gilded crumbs. Well, this lot have got rather smashed, but they still taste good. He fished out a crumb and offered it to the lizard on my palm. The lizard took it as daintily as a maiden, licking the air appreciatively after he had eaten it. I mustn't give him too many. He might get fat and sluggish, and then he won't be able to catch his own food. Yes, that would be a problem, I agreed. Robin, I had a mind to walk up to the monastery on the ridge, but I had hoped to avoid going the long way round. Do you know a shortcut? He gave me a look of exaggerated patience. I know every shortcut. Shall I show you? Without waiting for my reply, he turned back and disappeared into the shrubbery. Robin, wait, your lizard, I called, hurrying after. I caught up with him just as he was making his way through a gap in the stone wall of the garden. I passed the lizard to him, and he closed it carefully in a specimen jar he wore round his neck by way of a leather thong. He carried a variety of such jars along with the rest of his scientific equipment, a few empty wickerwork cages, string, clasp knife, magnifying glass, forceps ready at a moment's notice should he come across specimens in his wanderings. He secured the jar, then put out his hand, guiding me with quite lovely manners through the gap, and telling me to mind my footing over the broken stonework. We forged through some overgrown bushes and at last emerged onto a rough path where we could at least walk more easily. I plucked a few leaves from my hair and wiped at my dirty face. "Do you ever call upon the White Raja yourself?" I asked. He shrugged. "I am not supposed to because father doesn't like me to venture so far up on my own, but no one really notices, and I am careful of tigers and snakes. Besides, I quite like him." This last was said with a touch of defensiveness, and I liked him the more for it. "I like him too," I told him, and this won me a smile of approbation. "He tells the most extraordinary stories. Did you know he led an expedition in the highlands of China looking for panda bears? Panda bears, I thought they were mythological like griffins or phoenixes." Robin let out a hoot of laughter. "A panda bear is the most glorious mammal." He gave me an apologetic look. "Do not feel badly, Lady Julia. You see, practically everyone outside China thinks they are a myth. There was a French fellow who claimed to have the skin of one, but no Western scientist has ever studied a live panda, particularly in its natural habitat. So the White Raja was not successful in his quest for panda bears. No, but he did find some rather excellent fisher cats. He promised to bring me one if ever he goes back to China. He gave me a monkey once, but the fellow died when it was bitten by a cobra." "How awful!" He gave me another of his severe looks. "You must not get attached to the specimens. They are not pets, you know. They are study subjects." With that he darted off the path, calling behind him, "Stay the course, I shall return." Within a moment he was back, a rather grubby string stretching high over his head. Tethered to the other end was a fat, droning beetle with the most extraordinary wings I had ever seen and a menacing pair of protrusions at the front of his body. "It is a variety of stag beetle," Robin said. He deftly tied off the loose end of the string around a button. "Quite common in this area, but this one has rather nice coloring." The sunlight gleamed upon the beetle's coppery green wings, and I had to admit he was a very fine specimen. We continued on, with the beetle flying overhead, occasionally dipping quite low to have a look at us. "I think you will make a very fine natural historian," I told him. He flushed with pleasure. "I hope to create an entirely new branch of science." "What sort of branch?" "I want to combine the study of animals in folklore with the scientific observations of those same animals." I stopped in my tracks. "Explain." He hesitated, as if gauging my true interest, and upon seeing my sincerity, launched himself into an explanation. "Every native culture in the world tells stories about its animals, fantastical stories that cannot possibly be true. But why do they tell them? Is there a grain of truth to the stories? They can't have made them up out of whole cloth, so why did they choose those stories? Is it because there is something to them after all? If I can prove the tales are true, it would open an entirely new field of study. I stared goggle-eyed at him. Robin, that's brilliant. No, I am quite serious. That is unspeakably brilliant. He flushed the deep pink of purest pleasure. You think so? I mean to start with peacocks as they are so close at hand. We resumed our walk. What about peacocks? The mountain people of the Himalayas say the tears of the peacock, like the phoenix, have healing powers. And how would you study this? He shrugged. Simple scientific method. I would set up an experiment, provide a control, and the tears of the peacock would be the only variable. If the patient treated with peacock tears improves more quickly, then I can form a hypothesis that peacock tears are healing. But you cannot test the hypothesis on humans, I said suddenly. His expression turned quickly to one of disgust. Of course not. You cannot experiment on people. It's quite unethical. I shall test it on myself. I started. But you are a person, I pointed out. What if the experiment goes awry? What if there is something toxic in the tears of the peacock? He pondered this. I had not thought of that, he conceded. But I expect they will be composed of completely innocuous elements. It is worth trying, he finished brightly. He forged ahead and I followed more slowly, wondering what my responsibility was in the situation. He was a child, for all his vaunted knowledge and precocity. Should he be permitted to experiment upon himself without supervision or permission? But knowing the little I did of Robin Pennyfeather, it was not difficult to imagine he already had conducted an experiment or two, I reflected, and he seemed to have suffered no ill effects. I hastened to follow him, and at length the path delivered us directly to the garden gate of the ruined monastery. No one seemed to be about, but this did not disturb Robin. He strode to the bell in the center of the garden and struck it twice. Within minutes, there came a low murmur of muttered chatter as a small stooped figure emerged. It was the servant, Chang, and she motioned irritably for us to follow her. She left us in the same small room I had seen before, but this time the tea table was set for 3, and in a very short time the White Raja joined us, rubbing his hands together in a child's gesture of delight. Lady Julia and my dear Robin, how kind you are to visit. What have you there, my boy? A stag beetle. A particularly vivid one, Robin acknowledged, passing the string over to his mentor. The White Raja inspected the insect, nodding approvingly. Well done. Quite a handsome fellow. Gently he put the tail of the string onto the floor. We will give him a little rest now, and when you are ready to leave it will be easy enough to retrieve him, the old gentleman promised. He busied with the tea, this time scooping out a handful of blue-green pebbles which he showed to me. Blue tea, he said. Oolong pebbles that have been only half fermented before drying. Beautiful, are they not? Like precious stones not yet cut. He dropped them into the warmed pot and covered them over with hot water. After a few moments, he poured out the steeped tea with a flourish. I sipped, feeling the tension of the past few days unfurl within me. It was a lovely ritual, graceful and delicate, and it embraced all I had come to like best about the East. Robin tells me you once hunted for panda bears. I started. The White Raja looked pleased and slightly embarrassed at Robin's having told tales of his exploits. Yes, I led an expedition on the other side of the Himalayas in the low mountains of Sichuan. We were not successful, alas, but what a beautiful country, the misty mountains, the ruined palaces of long-dead kings. It fostered in me a love for the most remote and untouched places of the earth, he confided. That was why I was so taken with this wreck of a place, he added with a wry smile. I think it suits you, I told him. Suddenly, a sharp, sweet cry pierced the air and Robin nearly dropped his teacup. Careful, dear boy, said his host with a pained look. That is Ming. I am sorry, Robin told him, jumping up. But I think I just heard a Himalayan quail, a Frisia superciliosa. Then go and flush it, boy, quickly, urged the White Raja. Robin hurried out to give chase, and the White Raja and I exchanged smiles. I am glad he has you to encourage him. I think the boy is lonely." "Ah, do not mistake solitude for loneliness," he advised. "A man may be lonely in a crowd, or he can be quite content in the society of the natural world." "An excellent point." He leaned a little nearer, and I caught the sharp scent of bay rum with a note of something more interesting running beneath. "Sandalwood, how do you fare with your investigation?" "Slowly," I confessed. "I have too many suspects with too many motives." He grinned. "An excellent problem to have. Now you have only to eliminate those without opportunity or stomach for murder." I spread my hands. "That is just the trouble. Everyone had the opportunity, and my husband has impressed upon me the notion that anyone can be driven to murder given the proper provocation." "The frog and the scorpion," he guessed. I stared at him in astonishment, and he laughed so hard he fell into a fit of wheezing. When he had recovered himself, he hurried to reassure me. "Oh, dear girl, I have no powers of the occult, I assure you. But I have lived long and learned much. And believe me, when anyone wishes to prove the inherent evil of mankind, they invoke the image of the poor scorpion." "Yes, well, I am not certain I agree. A wife with her own mind, now there is a capital thing," he said, a gleam alighting in his eye. "I'll wager that young fellow has his hands full with you." The gleam was dangerously close to a leer, and I set my mouth primly. "Perhaps, but I did not take a husband with an eye to losing myself." "A wise woman indeed," he said, composing himself. "I might have married again myself if I had ever known a woman such as you." He was pensive then, and melancholy touched him. "I am sorry for your loss." He gave me a purgatorial smile. "You have a kind heart, my dear, but she is so far in my past now, I sometimes wonder if I dreamed of her. Perhaps she is only a fond imagining of a man who walks too much with ghosts." Before I could reply, Robin appeared triumphant. The little wickerwork cage now held a plump dark bird with white spots and a red bill. Its feathers were fluffed, but it cooed a little, and Robin spoke sweetly to it. The White Rajah looked on, and for those few minutes I felt at my ease and forgot the matter of murder. I was very nearly late to dinner at the Peacocks, for my visit to the White Rajah lasted some time. He regaled us with tales of his travels and several conjuring tricks, a bit of legerdemain for our amusement, and Robin and I laughed and clapped when he made a pair of pretty white doves appear on his hands, apparently from thin air. I was astonished that the slight deformity of his hand did not hamper his performance, for his movements were as graceful and beguiling as any professional magician's. Beg as we did, he gave away nothing of his secrets, and in all, the White Rajah was an excellent host, and he pressed us to return as we took our leave of him. Robin made certain I knew my way down the regular path to the Peacocks, and then set off, cross-country, butterfly net and stag beetle waving overhead as he disappeared into the underbrush. I had not questioned him about the valley or its inhabitants, I realized ruefully, but I had established myself as a person in whom he could confide, and I vowed to seek him out again soon to continue our conversation. I was pleased to find Dr. Llewellyn at the Peacocks, emerging from Jane's room with a brisk step and a clear eye. His hair was neatly brushed and his clothes were tidy, and I realized he was a rather good-looking young man now that I could see him properly. "Lady Julia," he said. Emotions warred upon his face, embarrassment, gratitude, but in the end gratitude won out, and he extended his hand to me. "Thank you for your kindness during my indisposition," I supplied. He nodded. "A good enough word for it. I am having a good day today. I cannot speak for tomorrow, but I am well today." "I am glad of it. How does Jane?" His brow furrowed. "Too much at the mercy of her emotions, I fear. I have seen it often enough. Expectant mothers are subject to every whim and fancy, and I know this has been an unspeakably difficult time for Mrs. Cavendish." "She is not in danger?" I asked sharply. He gave me a gentle smile. "No, no. I think she is strong enough, and the child as well. Mary Benevolence was right to put her to bed, and I think it a wise precaution to keep her there until the baby is born. One hopes her fears and fancies will depart then. She will have the child to care for, and most often, that is all that is required to bring a mother to her proper frame of mind. I thanked him for his care of Jane and went to my room to dress for dinner, musing that solving Freddie's murder might also go a long way toward easing Jane's mind, provided she herself had not done the deed. If, like Lady Macbeth, she was tortured by conscience, there was no power on heaven or earth that could save her. Dr. Llewellyn stayed to dinner and proved engaging company. He was a diverting conversationalist when sober, but the air simmered with tension, and I realized the atmosphere of the Peacocks was beginning to thicken. Portia was naturally anxious for Jane, and I saw a new watchfulness in both Miss Cavendish and Harry. They were eager for news of Jane's condition, and it did not escape me that the birth that might threaten both their plans was fast approaching. Poor Miss Cavendish, with her spinster's obsession for the only home she had ever known, and Harry, who might have made an excellent squire under other circumstances. He had a passion for the land and its people, and I had little doubt he had the makings of a gifted and generous landowner. The merest accident of birth had relegated him to waiting in the shadows for an inheritance that might never come, and now another birth threatened to wrest the Peacocks from him forever. Really, I mused, it was a wonder he did not simply go upstairs and smother Jane in her sleep. Plum was quiet, but his reserve seemed pensive rather than sullen, and he and Brisbane seemed to have mended their quarrel. Mended it with clumsy fingers and knotted thread, and the rent would always be there. I reflected as I watched them carefully avoid speaking to one another, but perhaps matters would settle in time. We retired early, as was the custom during the tea-picking, and Brisbane and I finished our game of chess. I did not win. Brisbane never let me win on the grounds that it was patronizing, and I seldom had the skill or the patience to best him. I was preoccupied, pondering the events of the day, and was rather relieved when Brisbane finally seized my queen. I yawned broadly and made a show of retiring, but the truth was, I simply wanted to lie awake and think. I had the oddest sensation of having missed something, of letting something significant brush past me, airy as a cobweb. But however long I lay in the dark, I could not retrieve it, and I was still awake when I heard the soft sound of footfalls outside my window. Brisbane was breathing deeply as I slid from the bed. Harry was proving an ardent suitor, I thought with a smile, but as I peered into the silvery garden, I realized it was not Harry at all. Silhouetted against the lopsided glow of the moon was the unmistakable form of my brother. As quietly as I could, I snatched up my dressing gown and slippers and eased through the French windows and onto the gallery beyond. There was a long staircase at the end of the veranda, and I ran noiselessly to it, descending into the garden. Plum had disappeared beyond the garden gate, but I had a good enough idea where he was bound. I followed, dithering between outrage that my brother should behave so improperly and the knowledge that what he got up to was none of my business. Outrage won out, and I slid through the gate, peering into the gloom beyond. Plum was still silhouetted by the moon, and so long as I kept to the shrubberies, I could follow him as he made his way to the crossroads. "Stupid man," I muttered. It was entirely beneath his dignity to dally with a governess, never mind the destruction it could bring to the poor girl herself, and, I was certain, dalliance was his intention. If his schemes had been honorable, he would have called openly or at least at a more appropriate hour. If Miss Thorne's employers discovered her in a compromising position, she would be turned out at once without references, and then what would become of her? It wasn't as if Plum could marry the girl. Father had been remarkably tolerant of my marriage to Brisbane, but even if he had not, I had money of my own as did my husband. Plum had no such independence. Father gave him a generous allowance as he did all of his younger sons, and when he married, Father would settle a sum upon him to enable Plum to purchase a home. But beyond that, Father would not go, and he certainly would not countenance marriage to a half-caste former governess. Father might be extremely liberal, but he was also a belted earl from an aristocratic family of long standing, and like every other example of his kind, he could be wildly inconsistent upon the point, demonstrating tremendous tolerance at times and raging snobbery at others. I trailed after Plum, stones cutting through the thin silk of my slippers and the occasional thorn snatching at my dressing gown. The wind rose, scudding dark clouds over the face of the moon and obscuring my path. I cursed under my breath and stood still, alert to any sign of Plum, but even as I looked for him, I felt the hairs upon the back of my neck stand. Something in the shrubbery behind me breathed, and I remembered too late the warnings about the tiger that still stalked the valley. I had left in such a rush that I had not even remembered to bring the pistol with me. I thought feverishly, trying to recall if tigers were nocturnal and wondering if Plum would hear me if I screamed. He did not even carry so much as a walking stick. Still, he might be useful in a crisis, I decided, and opened my mouth to scream. Just then a hand clapped painfully over my mouth, silencing me, and I was dragged against a tall, hard body, clasped by unyielding arms I knew only too well. "I am taking my hand away, and you are not to scream," my husband instructed in a harsh whisper, his lips brushing the curve of my ear. I nodded, and as he took away his hand, I drove my elbow sharply into his midsection. He gave a little cough, and I rubbed at my mouth. "Brisbane," I hissed, "were you trying to frighten me to death? I thought you were a tiger." He clasped my hand and began to tow me back up the path toward the peacocks. "By the time I finish with you, you will wish I had been." When we reached our room, he was still in a towering rage, but my initial annoyance had turned to amusement. He did not release me until he had closed the door behind us, and when he did, I chafed at my wrist. "I do wish you and Portia would leave off manhandling me. I shall have to wear my pearl cuffs tomorrow," I chided. He folded his arms over his chest and blinked slowly. "I do not think you comprehend exactly how enraged I am with you." I waved a hand. "Yes, I know. It was very silly of me to follow Plum, but someone has to stop him." "Why, precisely?" "Because he must not be allowed to think he can engage in this sort of activity." The familiar little muscle began to jump in his jaw as he stared down at me. "Why not? He is a man fully grown. What he chooses to do is his own business." I gaped at him. "Are you starting a fever? Because I think you are quite delirious. You are the one who stopped him from approaching Miss Thorne at the puja, if you will remember." "Why is it so much worse for me, his own blood sister? I will remind you to stop him making a fool of himself over her by scarpering off to an assignation with her in the middle of the night." Brisbane considered this a long moment, then exhaled slowly. "I suppose you have a point." It was my turn to blink. "Really? You think so? How extraordinary. I expected we were going to quarrel about this for hours." "I mean that I ought not to have interfered in Plum's affairs," he corrected. "And neither should you." "Brisbane," I said, striving for patience, "we both know that no good can possibly come of Plum's entanglement with Miss Thorne. Father will never agree to a marriage, and any less regular sort of arrangement between them is simply predatory on Plum's part. The girl's entire livelihood depends upon a spotless reputation, and he is endangering it. Someone has to make him aware of his duty." "Not you," he said flatly, and then by way of concession, "and not me. We have made our feelings upon the subject known to him. If he chooses not to behave decently, then that is his affair. And what of poor Miss Thorne? What will become of her when Plum has dragged her good name through the muck? Be reasonable, Brisbane. The girl must have a champion. I suspect Miss Thorne is well accustomed to looking after herself. Besides, are you not the one who is forever preaching to me about the intelligence and competence of the fairer sex?" A palpable hit. Yes, I said with some reluctance. Then leave the intelligent and competent Miss Thorne to manage her own affairs. I sighed heavily. Very well, but if he behaves badly and she requires a character or some money, we will be morally obligated to offer it, I warned him. Agreed. Why are you smiling? Because it is rather like old times, I told him. You apprehended me creeping about in my nightdress, and now we are having a spirited disagreement. It feels just like the time we investigated the murder at Belmont Abbey. In spite of himself, he gave a little smile. It does, except that at Belmont Abbey we each went to our own beds and slept alone. And tonight, I murmured, reaching up to press a kiss to the sharp plane of his jaw. His hands reached out to grip my shoulders firmly. Tonight, you are going to practice picking locks until you can do it properly. The doorknob to Harry Cavendish's office is a disgraceful mess of scratches. He brandished my set of lockpicks and produced a heavy lock and an evil smile. Shall I time you? I snatched them from him and said a very nasty word. Brisbane was still laughing as I bent to work. The 12th chapter days come and ages pass, and it is ever he who moves my heart in many a name, in many a guise, in many a rapture of joy and of sorrow. Innermost one Rabindranath Tagore. I slept late the next morning, having spent the better part of the night working diligently under Brisbane's tutelage to perfect my lockpicking skills. I was thoroughly annoyed that he had discovered my trespass into Harry's office, but even as I felt the rush of irritation, I was conscious of a bone-deep satisfaction that we were once more discussing detection. Naturally, Brisbane demanded to know everything I had discovered, and in the interest of fair play, I told him. He raised his brows when I mentioned the payments to Miss Thorne, and furrowed his brow when I explained about her twin sister Lalita. Curious that they lead such different lives, he mused. Good God, woman, loosen your wrist. You are about to snap the pick in two. I puffed my cheeks in irritation and shook out my wrist, setting to work once more but with a lighter touch. Not so curious, I corrected. They are both in service in respectable domestic positions. Lalita is a skilled cook and very likely has housekeeping skills as well. Miss Thorne may be better schooled, but I suspect Lalita is the more contented of the two, and I think Lalita harbors a tendresse for Dr. Llewellyn. Brisbane narrowed his eyes. The world is not Noah's Ark, my dear. Not everyone requires being paired 2 by 2. But Lalita is fond of him, I insisted. I saw a certain light in her eyes when she spoke of him. My head was bent to my task, but even then I could feel Brisbane's suppressed shudder. Yes, I realize it is frightfully sentimental, but it is the truth. I know you would like to dress it up in some scientific terms, but the girl is attached to him, and attachment means motive. In what way? How would Lalita profit from Freddie Cavendish's death? He demanded. I do not know, I said primly, for I was thinking aloud and had just that moment considered the notion. But I am certain I could find a motive for any person in this valley if I thought long enough. Brisbane stroked his chin, rubbing at the patch of whiskers that darkened his jaw. Money or revenge, the two most common motives, he mused. We have considered money. What of revenge? Your fingers have to be supple, Julia. Have you forgot? Feathers on your fingertips. I stretched the cramp out of my fingers and started again. Feathers on fingertips indeed. It had been the device Brisbane had used to encourage me to remember to keep my fingers light and delicate of movement. Revenge? Are you thinking of Jane again? The wronged wife undone? Possibly. But are there others who might bear a grudge against Freddie? Harry, I supplied. Perhaps a boyhood grievance nursed all these years. The same could be said of Miss Cavendish. The penny feathers only came after Freddie left for school, so that lets them out of it, unless he managed to slight them savagely between his return and his death, and I cannot think of how. Cassandra Pennyfeather is entirely beyond the reach of insult. Oh, I forgot to mention that she wants to photograph you dressed, or rather minimally, as Achilles. I beg your pardon. She wants to know if you would be willing to shave your chest, as she thinks Achilles ought to be more austere." Brisbane said precisely the profane word I had imagined he would, and even as the word fell from his lips, the lock in my hand sprang open. "And without a scratch," I told him triumphantly. He smiled. 22 minutes. He took up the lock and snapped it closed. Again. Dawn was just streaking pinkly across the sky by the time I fell into bed, but I did not mind. The night had been too like our encounters of old for me to regret it. Brisbane, insufferable and bossy, and me, his erstwhile partner in detection. I had even shared with him the few tidbits I had gathered from the White Rajah, but these he dismissed with a wave of his hand as so much useless gossip. He was gone by the time I arose, riding out with Harry to see if they could pick up signs of the tiger, and it occurred to me that he might well be using his daily excursions with Harry to pluck the proper conversational chords to make Harry sing to his tune. I had no idea what men talked of when they were alone together, but it seemed just possible that Harry might be persuaded to reveal much to a sympathetic listener, and Brisbane could make a pretense of sympathy better than anyone I had ever known. Even as I washed and dressed, he could be coaxing confidential information from Harry, I thought with a stab of irritation. If so, I had methods of my own, I decided, and as soon as I was dressed I dispatched a note to Cassandra Pennyfeather inviting her to luncheon. She wrote by return that she was far too engaged with her work to spare the time, but issued a rather half-hearted invitation for me to call upon her. On the way, I stopped at Pine Cottage, a basket looped over my arm. Inducements to conversation, I thought with some satisfaction. I showed Lucy the warm nightcap I had brought for Emma and the volumes of poetry I had finished and meant to pass along. "How wonderful! I do not often read, but Emma enjoys it so," Lucy told me. She looked tired, and I was not surprised. Caring for Emma by day and entertaining Harry by night would exhaust a stronger constitution than hers. She led me to a pretty spot in the garden, and I settled in for a good gossip, watching Lucy attempt to mend a nightdress of Emma's. "I never was very clever with a needle," she said by way of apology. "You sew better than I do," I assured her, and she pinked at the compliment. "Emma fares a little better today," she said. "She is asleep now, but she took an egg for breakfast, a whole egg." "Marvelous," I murmured. "Has Dr. Llewellyn been to see her?" Lucy nodded. "Yesterday. He left some medicines to help her sleep, but who knows when we will see him again." It was unlike Lucy to be sharp, and my surprise must have shown itself. I know I ought to have more compassion. I worry for Lalita, she is so impressionable. "She has feelings for him?" I asked, wishing I had made a wager with Brisbane upon the subject. "She is quite awfully in love with him," Lucy confessed. "And it's hopeless, tragically hopeless. He will never marry again. He was utterly devoted to his wife, and no one, not even Lalita, could replace her." "It is terribly romantic, really," she said, her voice trailing off dreamily. I suppressed the urge to roll my eyes. She might not read much, but Lucy's tastes in literature were clearly the lowest possible. "I hardly see how being mauled to death by a tiger is romantic," I said waspishly. "Oh, but it is. She was so pretty, and it was so very awful. They were very much in love, and he is such a handsome fellow, don't you think? Not when he's drinking, of course," she hastened to add. "Of course," I echoed. "There are those who think Sir Cedric's death was romantic," she went on, "but it was not, I can assure you. It was so hot, and they were afraid the body would go off, so they had to bury him instantly. He was buried at sea, and not with a proper coffin, but in a bag, if you can imagine. Just a great white canvas bag," she said with a shudder. "A sail," I supplied. She blinked at me, her sewing long since forgot. "Pardon. A sail, Lucy. The canvas bag would have been a sail. It is a matter of honor to be sewn into a sail and consigned to the sea." She gave me a suspicious look. "It sounds very nice to hear you say it, but it was not nice to see. They just heaved him into the sea and said a prayer, and it was done just like that." she added with a snap of her fingers. Privately, I thought it a rather good way to be disposed of. My late husband's plot in Highgate Cemetery had cost me a king's ransom. A bit of sale for a shroud and a quick prayer would have been preferable. But there was no way to make the point without offending her, so I fell silent. I reached for the mending in her lap and began to set stitches. "Oh, you are quite good with a needle," she exclaimed. Hardly, but it did not seem to matter. I stitched on, and Lucy plucked a flower and began to twist off the petals, dropping them to the grass like so much confetti. He loves me not," I said softly. Lucy's face blazed with color, and she dropped the rest of the flower to the ground. "Oh, you know," she cried, putting her hands to her flaming cheeks. "Yes, I know," I said with a gentle smile. "If you would like to confide in me, I should be happy to hear it." She hesitated, nibbling her lip. "It would be so lovely to talk about it," she said finally. I gave her another coaxing smile, and she flung herself to the ground, her head upon my lap. I lifted the mending so I would not stab her with the needle, then adopted my most winsome tone. "Tell me all about it, my dear." She lifted her face, and it was rapt. "Oh, Julia, have you ever known a man who made you feel as if everything in the world was possible?" I gave her a knowing look, and she laughed. "Of course you have. You have Brisbane, you know what it is like, but I never imagined. It was not this way with Sir Cedric. He was good to me," she hurried to add. "But I was always so afraid of doing something silly, of having him disapprove. He did disapprove of so much. He would purse his lips and look so displeased, as if I were one of his factory workers who had miscounted a packet of buttons," she added with some indignation. "And now," I prodded. "Now it is bliss," she sighed. "I want to be with him every moment. I cannot, of course, because of Emma, and I do not begrudge her the little time she has left. But I am so glad to know that I will not be alone when she leaves me." "You have an understanding, then?" I asked her. She reached shyly into the bosom of her gown and drew out a long, thin chain. Dangling at the end was a ring set with a rather fine sapphire. "A betrothal ring," she whispered. I turned the ring over in my palm. The setting was old gold, heavy and costly, and the stone was flawless to the naked eye. "Very lovely," I told her, although personally I never liked sapphires. "And he does not wish to announce the engagement either." "Oh, no. He understands completely that I could never do such a thing to Emma," she said, her face quite serious. "He is so kind. He said he knew it would break her heart to think that I delayed my happiness for her, so he agreed we must say nothing until she has passed peacefully. Then we will plan our future." "He sounds a perfect paragon," I said lightly. She kissed the ring and replaced it in her bodice. "I think I shall be happy with him as I never have been before. He wants nothing more than to take care of me. And if ever there was a woman who required being cared for, it was Lucy." Some time later I walked over to the bower, the brisk exercise rousing my appetite. I approached through the garden, realizing as I came near that I had stumbled onto a sort of terre-à-terre. I heard a familiar voice, low and soothing, and a female voice rising above, tense with emotion. I peered cautiously around a bit of shrubbery and ducked back. I counted to 10, then coughed loudly. There was a hasty bit of rustling. I counted to 10 once more and then emerged to see my husband standing secluded in the shrubbery. "Julia," said my husband, his voice slightly strangled. "Hello, dearest. I am invited to luncheon. I expect you have been as well." I kept my tone bright, but through narrowed eyes I saw the lapels of his jacket were moist, and he was tucking a crumpled handkerchief into his pocket. "Yes, Harry and I encountered the Reverend upon our ride, and he invited us." I smiled benignly. "How delightful. Will you go on ahead and tell Mrs. Pennyfeather I will be along directly? I would like to go upstairs before I come in to luncheon," I said, offering the discreet explanation of nature's demands. "Of course," he said hurriedly. He excused himself with a quick dry peck to my cheek, and I waited until he was entirely out of earshot before turning back to the shrubbery. "You may come out now, Miss Thorne." The governess emerged from the nearby bushes. her face scarlet, a frightful look for anyone with an English complexion, but with her dusky skin it was luminous. Even the faint traces of weeping upon her face did not compromise her beauty. It would have been easy to hate her. "Lady Julia, I hardly know," she began. I held up my hand. "My dear girl, you are not the first young woman to seek my husband's company, nor will you be the last." "But it was not like that," she cried. "You mean you were not consulting him upon an investigative matter?" She stared at me, open-mouthed. "I thought you suspected us of an assignation." "If we are to be frank, I might suspect you of an assignation, but never him. My husband's morality is unique, I grant you, but it is absolute." I smiled to show her I bore her no ill will, and she seemed to sag a little in relief. Then she squared her shoulders, resuming her elegant posture. I hardly know what to say. I ought to have approached him in a more conventional fashion, but I could not think how to manage it in such a way as to not excite speculation. "You wish the matter to remain private." "As private as anything can be in this valley," she said bitterly. "Then I will respect your wishes," I said, feigning reluctance to become involved. In truth, I burned to hear what she had confided in Brisbane, but we were already late to luncheon, and it occurred to me that I could just as easily tease the information out of my husband as the overwrought Miss Thorne. She hesitated. "Mr. Brisbane has encouraged me to seek legal counsel in Calcutta, and I mean to do so. I shall not trouble him again," she reassured me. "Miss Thorne, my husband's business matters are no affair of mine," I told her, feeling my tongue twist upon the lie. "There is a certain type of reserved person who will guard their secrets closely until they feel they are not wanted. Then, when they believe you have no interest in prying them loose, they will offer the information with little or no resistance. Unfortunately, Miss Thorne was not one of these. Secure that I would not press her, she merely gave me a look of profound gratitude and guided me into the house. Luncheon was a delicious affair, with proper Bengali cooking and several dishes of great complexity. Lalita had worked her magic well, and the excellence of the cuisine served to smooth over the odd atmosphere that had settled over the house. The Reverend was kindly as ever, his wife as distracted as I had come to expect. The children were permitted to sit at the table, although this was hardly a concession in Primrose's case, as she was nearly fully grown. Only Robin seemed to chafe at the privilege, tugging at his collar and fretting over the state of his new quail, whom he told me had begun to pine. Miss Thorne, not surprisingly, was sunk into her thoughts, and Brisbane was careful not to look once in her direction. Harry ignored her as well, but upon reflection, I realized he had perhaps been too carefully schooled in his aunt's variety of snobbery to appreciate sitting down to luncheon with a servant, albeit an upper one. But the excellent food eased the awkwardness of conversation, and as we repaired to the garden to sample an array of sweet things, Primrose actually engaged me. "I have heard you investigate things," she said abruptly. We fell in step, and she guided me to the far end of the garden where archery butts had been placed. Everyone else was engaged in some sort of leisurely activity. The Reverend was busily attending his orchids. Brisbane and Harry were engaged in an impromptu game of cricket with Robin while Miss Thorne had gone to fetch her knitting, and Cassandra had reclined herself upon a chaise with a glass of elderberry wine. "Yes, I have engaged in a few murder investigations with my husband." Primrose opened her bow box and withdrew a neat yew bow, a glove, and a quiver. I remained silent for several minutes as she prepared her accoutrements and her speech, for I suspected one was forthcoming. "It isn't fair," she burst out at last. "What isn't fair, my dear?" She strode to a point some distance from the butts. "Some people have everything they want. Father has his orchids and his books, Robin has his animals. They could be happy anywhere, but Cassandra and I are stuck here in this provincial place with provincial people." "You call your mother by her Christian name. How extraordinary," I offered, but Primrose merely regarded me with impatience. "I am 17, she said crisply. She reached into the quiver for an arrow. She said I might. 17. I had not thought you so old. No one ever does, she told me, knocking the arrow to the bow. It is because I wear these absurd dresses and haven't put up my hair. But I don't mean to act like a grown woman, not here in this hole. She sketched a grand gesture with her arm encompassing the whole of the lush tea garden, the grand house, and the imposing mountain behind. The valley is not to your taste, I asked politely. We should not be here, she insisted. It is so small and insular. It is like living in a barrel, a small, cold, dark barrel where all of the other fish know everything that goes on. It is stifling. She let the arrow fly and it pierced the target some distance from the bullseye. She frowned. And where would you prefer to live? Greece, she breathed, her eyes alight. Father inherited this property. He thought we could come out and make a great success of it, but he is the only one who is happy here. Cassandra and I want to live where it is warm and the sun shines. And you can bathe with dolphins in a wine-dark sea, I guessed. Yes, oh, you do understand. She let fly another arrow, this one far closer to the mark. But there's no use thinking of it because Father will never agree to leave this place. He says it is the best condition for his orchids and he loves the tea garden. What of Robin? She pulled a face. Robin can play with snakes and mice anywhere. I tipped my head curiously. Oughtn't Robin to be sent to school back in England, I mean? Primrose gave me another of her expressive, disgusted looks. Father won't hear of it. He is far too fond of him. Do not mistake me, she added hastily, perhaps aware of how harshly she had spoken. He is a good father and he is affectionate and generous to a fault, but he lacks imagination like most of the clergy. It was an astute and cynical observation from one so young, and I told her so. She shrugged. Cassandra's philosophies are much simpler. You mustn't tell, but I once caught her lighting a candle and chanting to Athena. She worships pagan gods. Primrose's expression turned impatient. Not really. She simply thinks that all of the old ways have merit and deserve respect. She doesn't hold with all the nonsense about a single god, and neither do I. She is very progressive. Has your mother always embraced unorthodox religions? She shrugged again. I do not know. She was always hanging charms and ringing bells. Then she took up photography, and her interest seemed to shift to capturing images, sometimes as a means of worship, sometimes merely as an artistic endeavor. An interesting woman, your mother. I glanced over to where Cassandra lay languidly in the warmth of the garden, sunning herself like a lizard upon a rock. Percival had poked his head out of her braids and was tasting the air about her face. She is, Primrose said fervently, and that is why she does not belong here. It seems like an exotic place, this valley, but it is not. It is no different than any corner of England. The same morals, the same judgment, the same gossip, the same interference in other people's lives. And the minute I pin up my hair and let down my hems, someone will be arranging a suitable marriage for me. No, Cassandra and I do not belong here, neither of us. A third arrow loosed, this one still nearer the bullseye. You think you would fare better elsewhere? I know Cassandra would. She would thrive in a place where folk understand her and accept her instead of pass judgment upon her and say wicked things. Who says wicked things about your mother? I asked, but the river had run dry, and Primrose applied herself to her archery and shot for several minutes in silence. You have everything, she said finally. Her gaze drifted to where her brother played cricket with my husband and Harry Cavendish. You have the means to live as you please. I would have continued the conversation, but the gentlemen chose that moment to end their cricket game, and the party began to break up. Cassandra roused herself to bid us farewell, and Brisbane offered to let me ride Pillion back to the Peacocks with him. I snorted. Pillion is never the most comfortable of positions, and the Reverend Pennyfeather hastened to speak. I should be most honored if Lady Julia would permit me to escort her back to the Peacocks on foot. I have potted an orchid for Mrs. Cavendish and hope to deliver it in person. Brisbane arched a brow at me, but when he spoke his tone was light. Very well, Reverend. I will consign her to your care. I turned to make certain my back was to the rest of the company before I put my tongue out at him. I walked with Brisbane as far as his horse, and just as he was preparing to mount, he turned suddenly. "Earlier in the garden," he began. "You did not think, not for a moment," I told him truthfully. He stared at me a long moment, a slow smile spreading over his face. Then he kissed me firmly and swung himself into the saddle. "1 woman in 1,000, he murmured. Harry mounted his horse, and the pair of them cantered off whilst I waited for the Reverend Pennyfeather. He bustled up, apologizing for keeping me waiting. He carried a pot with a single slender shaft of blossoms nestled in a spray of glossy green leaves. The petals were white, tinged faintly at the edges with pink, and seemed to glitter in the sun. "How lovely!" I exclaimed. "Oh, do you think so?" He flushed at the praise. "I believe it one of the finest specimens I have grown. Of course, I was attempting to create a red orchid, so this could hardly be considered a true success," he added ruefully. "Why red?" We started down the road toward the peacocks, walking slowly as he launched into an explanation of the intricacies of orchid breeding. The technicalities were far beyond my ability or interest, but after quarter of an hour I realized it all came down to the fact that a true red orchid did not exist. "And that is what makes it so very desirable," he concluded. I made the proper noises of appreciation and hoped he would not ask me to repeat anything he had just said. My mind had been wandering to my conversation with Primrose, and as if the thought of her had conjured it, the Reverend leaned closer, his voice pitched confidentially. "I did not invite myself to accompany you solely because I had business at the Peacocks," he said. "I wanted to thank you for your interest in my children." I felt a thrust of shame at the fact that I had in fact been using his children as informants unaware, but suppressed it. "They are interesting children," I told him, quite sincerely. He made a little moue of deprecation. "I could wish them a trifle more conventional. Of course, it is difficult to observe the proprieties here, but it seems they grow wilder with each passing year. Primrose is so thorny and sulky. At times she seems a child, at others a woman fully grown, and Robin, I do worry for him. Why, he seems a very intelligent, self-possessed boy. That is my fear," he said. "He is so self-possessed, he hardly has need of anyone at all. He taught himself to read when he was 3, can you imagine? Since then, I have let him shift for himself. He is far too energetic and spirited to keep indoors. We tried him with a tutor once, and the poor boy nearly went mad from being made to stay inside. Cassandra persuaded me to let him be. It does not seem to have harmed him," I observed. "Perhaps he might be a trifle more comfortable in company if he had had a more conventional education, but most boys his age do not appreciate constraint." "I suppose," he agreed slowly. "And he does seem to pick up whatever he needs to know to get along. He has an odd habit of attaching himself to the nearest person who can give him the skills or information he lacks. He gathers knowledge like a magpie gathers gewgaws," he said with a fond laugh. "Harry Cavendish taught him his sums by way of account-keeping with tea ledgers. Dr. Llewellyn instructed him on how to care for injured animals by applying the same principles he uses with people. Even Freddie Cavendish managed to teach him the rudiments of drawing so he could record his observations. Freddie liked to draw. If the revered thought my interest in the dead man was strange, he did not betray it. Oh, yes. He was rather skilled, although if I am to be very honest, Cassandra said he lacked the true perception of an artist. He was a capable draftsman, I should say. He was very generous of his time with Robin. I know Robin missed him when he passed," he added with a little sigh of regret. "It is difficult the first time death touches a child. One must explain the eternal mysteries, and in spite of my training, I can tell you I found it most trying." In another man, such flowery language would have seemed pompous, but I rather liked Reverend Pennyfeather's old-fashioned manner of speaking. "Robin took Freddie's death to heart then," I pried gently. "Not precisely. They had reached the end of what Freddie could teach him, and Robin had taken to spending more time alone. He still saw Freddie from time to time, but with the child coming, Freddie was naturally more involved with Mrs. Cavendish, he added with a kindly smile. Naturally, I agreed. Of course, any change to Robin's education would mean crossing Cassandra, a thing I do not like to do. It is not that she is difficult, he hurried on. You must not think such a thing. It is simply that she does not view the world through the same lens as other folk. Literally, I quipped. The Reverend hesitated a moment, then gave a laugh, a dry, rusty sound. Yes, precisely. She is so carefree and natural a creature, so free with expression and emotion. It was so beautiful to see her with the children when they were babies. She never imposed rules or discipline upon them, you see. It was simply not how she was brought up. She was reared to value feelings and the free demonstration of them. It seemed harmless enough when the children were younger, and I always hesitated to use a firm hand. But now, I wonder if I ought to have tightened the reins. I found the metaphor distasteful. Neither the children nor their mother were animals to be controlled, but I understood his dilemma. A man of the church would be less likely than most to indulge his family in artistic license. My father was indulgent about such things, I told him. We were given opportunities to express ourselves, although perhaps not as freely as Mrs. Pennyfeather, I admitted. The Reverend sighed, causing the petals on his orchid to tremble. I hope that it will all come round for the best, he said. At the beginning, I could deny Cassandra nothing. I was a besotted fool, as so many newly married husbands are. He blushed a little and shoved his spectacles farther up his nose. For some reason, the thought of an impassioned Pennyfeather amused me. And you indulged her, I guessed. Yes. I used my first earnings to purchase her photographic equipment, but she hated Norfolk, the isolation of the parish, the loneliness. When I inherited this property, it seemed like such a grand adventure. We told the children we were stamping the dust of England off our shoes and leaving all we knew behind. And when we arrived, it seemed indeed like a new Eden, so beautiful and untouched. He surveyed the land around him, the great looming bulk of Kanchenjunga, the pickers moving slowly between the rows of rich green leaves, filling the air with the scent of tea. I thought we had found paradise, he murmured. After a moment he collected himself. But even paradise had its serpent. If Norfolk was lonely, it was nothing to this. The smallest handful of families for us to call upon, and even then Cassandra found it difficult to meet anyone in sympathy with her artistic ideals. She was quite happy when Freddie brought Mrs. Cavendish here. Her skills as a potter and musician endeared her to Cassandra. I can well imagine it, I said, thinking of how insular and stultifying it would be to live here permanently. I had seen before only the wild beauty and remoteness of the place. I had not thought of the emotional isolation of having no one to truly unburden oneself to. They were just beginning to form a friendship when Mrs. Cavendish discovered she was expecting a child. Naturally, her expectations and then Freddie's death consumed her. And Cassandra has never been very good at facing down reality, he said. She prefers the fantasies in her head to the life in front of her eyes. I know a good number of folk who are just the same, I reassured him, thinking of my family. Yes, well, she is a good woman, he told me, his voice nearly breaking in earnestness. But she is a child in so many ways. She simply does not view things as right and wrong in the way that you or I would. I held my tongue, supposing that the Reverend Pennyfeather would be rightly shocked by what I considered right and wrong. I suppose most artists are the same, he went on. That is why I engaged Miss Thorne to help shape the children. They are still impressionable, and I thought by bringing a more conventional presence into their lives, it might carry some weight with their behavior. A logical decision, I temporized. In fact, it seemed rather backwards to engage a governess to teach one's children morality, but I had known many people who rested their children's education in the hands of professionals rather than troubling themselves to do it. "I hope Miss Thorne has been a success," I finished. The Reverend shrugged, once more upsetting his orchid. "Personally, Miss Thorne is beyond parallel as a governess. Quiet, demure, with a prodigious but not unfeminine intellect. She is punctual and tidy and attentive to detail, all the things one could wish. Of course, the fact that she is half-caste raised a number of eyebrows. Miss Cavendish herself scarcely spoke to us for the first 6 months we engaged her. Really, I knew Miss Cavendish was very orthodox in her views, but surely it is the norm here to hire servants of mixed blood. Oh no, it was not the fact of Miss Thorne's mixed blood that distressed her. She believed that without employment Miss Thorne would have left the valley and gone to teach in a school in Calcutta. It was the embarrassment of meeting her socially she could not endure. I opened my mouth to ask, but before I could form the question, the Reverend saw my look of inquiry. "Oh, did you not know? Miss Thorne is the misbegotten granddaughter of Fitzhugh Cavendish. She is Miss Cavendish's niece." The 13th chapter. No mystery beyond the present, no striving for the impossible, no shadow behind the charm, no groping in the depth of the dark. The gardener Rabindranath Tagore. For the rest of our walk to the peacocks, I seethed with annoyance. I made the proper replies to the Reverend's conversation, but my mind whirled, and the moment I could politely excuse myself to my room, I did so, thinking furiously. Miss Thorne was a Cavendish, born from Fitzhugh Cavendish's indiscretion. There was motive, I told myself fiercely. The payments in the office ledgers had been those of a man determined to buy off his conscience at siring a line of bastards. I would wager if I had gone back far enough, I would have found payments made to the child he had fathered, as well as the woman he had gotten his illegitimate offspring on. I cursed myself for a fool for supposing the beautiful Miss Thorne's only connection could have been through her personal indiscretion. I paced the room, working out what must have happened. Fitzhugh Cavendish had carried on a liaison with a native girl from the valley, that much was obvious. He must have got a daughter on her, as Miss Thorne's surname was English. That half-blooded daughter must have married a Mr. Thorne at some point and borne the twin daughters, Miss Thorne and Lalita. Lalita. My mind spun again, considering the ramifications of a pair of byblow Cavendishes in the Valley of Eden. Either of them might wish to claim a share of the estate. Granted, bastards seldom inherited, but if Fitzhugh Cavendish had paid out some sort of maintenance to his granddaughter, this meant formal acknowledgment of the connection, and such things often weighed heavily within the courts. I thought carefully, considering all I had been told about the position of this area within the Raj. Presuming we were actually in Sikkim, it was a self-administering district, I recalled, a place not subjected to the same strictures of British law as the rest of India. The old kingdom of Sikkim had only been absorbed into India within the last 30 years, and when it had ceased to be an independent country, it had retained some of its autonomy. What effect this might have upon laws of inheritance, I could not say, but even in England, if all legitimate heirs to a property were dead, it was possible for the illegitimate to inherit. The last legitimate heir could designate the devolution of the property by their own will, or it could be part of the original entailment. There had been no copy of the entailment documents in the estate office, and I reflected it was most likely that they were held for safekeeping in the offices of a solicitor in Darjeeling or Calcutta, or perhaps kept with the family banker. Until I saw them, I would have no way of knowing if Miss Thorne or Lalita had any cause to cast covetous eyes at the peacocks, and it seemed highly unlikely I would ever be permitted to see them. But one man could, I thought bitterly. Brisbane could manage it, of that I had no doubt. It would be child's play for him to concoct a scheme by which he could get his hands upon the entailment documents, but I hesitated to give up my inspired hunch so easily. I would sleuth a bit more on my own, I decided, paying close attention to Miss Thorne and Lalita as well as Harry and Lucy. If I saw a call for it, I would share my thoughts with Brisbane regarding Miss Thorne's parentage and the possible claims she and her sister might make upon the peacocks. Besides, it would all prove moot if Jane bore a son, I reminded myself. And as it had been too long since I had seen her, I made my way to Jane's room to look in. Portia was there, sitting placidly by the fire reading to Jane, who shifted uncomfortably in the bed. "May I interrupt?" I asked. Jane huffed an irritable sigh. "You may as well." "The baby certainly is." I offered her a sympathetic smile. "Uncomfortable, my dear. You have no idea," she said. Portia rose and stuffed another pillow behind her back. Jane gave her a grateful little smile. "I do not mean to be cross." Portia dropped a gentle kiss to her brow. "It will not be long now, a matter of days, a few weeks at most. And then you will have nothing to complain about but how beautiful your child is," I added. Jane's smile was a shadow of itself. "I hope so. Mary Benevolence is skilled, but she will tell the most revolting stories of childbirth." I raised a brow in inquiry, and Portia hastened to inform me. Mary Benevolence spent the morning with us explaining the intricacies of childbed. I told her I had seen enough dogs whelp to have a general notion of how it all works, but she seemed quite adamant that we hear the unvarnished truth. "Good Lord," I said faintly. "Couldn't you just take a nice whiff of ether and be done with it?" After all, it was quite good enough for the Queen. Too late I remembered my own musings upon the subject when I had considered the cruelty of Emma's operation. At least poor Emma had been given a bit of morphia. It seemed too awful that laboring mothers had no such alternative. Jane gave me a sour look. "No ether in this God-forsaken spot. Nothing but prayer flags and rosaries here." Mary Benevolence may be Catholic, but she remains enough of a good Hindu to burn a bit of incense for me as well. "Perhaps it will help," I consoled her. "You might put a knife under the bed to cut the pain. I hear Tudor midwives used to do that." At this Jane began to laugh and the gloomy mood was dispelled. "I shall simply be glad when it is all finished and I can go," she said, looking longingly at Portia. My sister returned the look of affection, and I stared at them both. "Go? You mean to leave the peacocks?" "As soon as she is fit to travel," Portia said stoutly. "There is no call for her to live here. We have discussed it, and there is no reason she cannot take the child and go back to England." "But if the child is a boy, I would not keep him from his inheritance," Jane said swiftly. "But most children here are sent back to England to school. I will simply be taking him back a few years early. When the time comes, I will return him here. He will belong to the peacocks, but he is mine first," she finished with a ferocity that surprised me. Gentle Jane was becoming quite the tigress where her child was concerned. "We will both bring him back," Portia corrected. "We will be a family in England. We will not be parted again." She took Jane's hand, and I saw then the beginnings of a real little family. "And of course he must be close enough to see Auntie Julia," I put in lightly. "I always have sweets in my pockets for my nieces and nephews." Jane gave me a grateful look. "I shall not even mind if you rot his teeth. I am glad he will know his Auntie Julia. And his Uncle Brisbane," Portia added. "Heaven only knows what things Brisbane will teach him." The notion of Brisbane dandling an infant upon his knee was sufficiently diverting that we fell silent for a moment. "How soon after the child is born do you plan to leave?" I asked finally. "A matter of weeks," Jane answered firmly. "As soon as I am fit to ride or be carried in a palanquin. We will swaddle him up and take him as far as Darjeeling. It is lovely there in the summer, if a bit rainy. But the air is fresh and the society is pleasant. We will spend a few months, and in September, when the rains end, we will make our way to Calcutta and sail for England. We should be in London by the 1st of November. If you cannot leave Darjeeling until September because of the rains, why not just remain here at the Peacocks?" I asked, She and Portia exchanged glances, then Portia answered, her tone perfectly casual. "Because the peacocks is haunted, dearest." I looked to Jane, but she was nodding emphatically. "Quite," she added. "You are both entirely mad," I told them. "There is no call to be rude," Portia said. "How else do you explain the odd things that go on here?" "What odd things?" I demanded. Portia began to enumerate on her fingers. "The odd noises at night, the creaking doors, the things that go missing." "The odd noises are the peacocks," I explained patiently. "We have discussed this. The peacocks are not inside the house," she corrected. "The noises we have heard are inside the house, odd little shufflings and the creaking of doors as if something walks by night." I thought of Harry and Plum, both abroad on assignations, and bit my tongue. Leave it to Portia and Jane to put a supernatural construct on something as mundane as a pair of men who both crept out in the middle of the night to attempt a little illicit companionship. "What things have gone missing?" I asked. "First it was porcelain, several months ago," Jane told me. "Then an antique box, a lacquered affair from China that was inlaid with rather valuable stones. Then a few pieces of jewelry, Freddie's clasp knife. They simply vanished into thin air, never to be seen again," she said, eyes wide in her pale face. I suppressed a sigh. Once more the most logical explanation had been overlooked. "And you think a ghost was responsible?" "One of the maids saw him," she said. "She said she saw the image of old Fitzhugh Cavendish standing just outside his office door, and while she watched he simply walked through a wall and disappeared with the lacquered box in his hand." I thought for a long moment. "Which maid?" I asked at last. Jane shrugged. "The little one who dusts the ground floor. Why? Was she responsible for dusting the box?" Jane thought a moment. "Yes, it used to sit upon the piano. Aunt Camelia herself is the only one who dusts the dining room porcelains aside from Jolly, but the rest of the things she leaves to the maids." "Why?" "It seems perfectly simple, dearest. She either broke the box or stole it and made up the story of the ghost to explain its absence." I regarded them smugly, and Portia curled a lip. "I do hate to admit it, but Julia has a point. It is the simplest explanation. And if you invoke Occam's razor, I will smother you with this pillow," she warned me, brandishing a cushion. I clamped my mouth shut and turned to Jane. "It is the likeliest explanation," she agreed. "But what of the other things? The maids do not touch my jewelry. You think that could be put down to petty theft as well?" I shrugged. "A better explanation than the supernatural, don't you think? And Freddie may well have misplaced his own clasp knife. Men do all the time." She nodded slowly. "I suppose." She gave us a nervous smile. "I didn't really believe it was Fitzhugh. I wondered if it might have been Freddie playing tricks." Portia kissed her hand while I did a swift mental calculation. "But Freddie has only been dead a few months. If things had gone missing some time ago, how could it have been Freddie?" She looked confused a moment, then rubbed her head. "I think I must have been confused. So much has happened, and I remember seeing Freddie handling the vase in the Peacock dining room shortly before it disappeared. It must have all got quite muddled in my head," she said apologetically. "And why shouldn't it?" Portia said stoutly. "You have been through an ordeal, but it is very nearly over." I sensed she wanted me to leave off the questions, but something new niggled at me. "Jane, did Freddie have access to your jewelry?" "Well, I suppose. He knew where I kept the key to my jewel box." "And no one else did?" I pressed. "Leave it, Julia," Portia said, giving me a stern look. I ignored her. "Jane," she thought, then shook her head. "No, I was always careful. I suppose it comes from living so long in London with all of those ghastly maids we got from Aunt Hermia's refuge. They may have given up prostitution, but at least 3 of them tried to steal the silver. I always kept the key to my jewel box upon my person, except when I slept." "And the only person in the room when you slept was Freddie," I pointed out triumphantly. Portia's expression had taken on Medusa-like properties, and I had no doubt if I looked directly at her, I should be turned to stone. I continued to look only at Jane. "You think Freddie stole from the house from me," she said slowly. "Technically, it would not have been stealing," I pointed out. As the master of the peacocks, everything in it, including your jewelry, would have been his property. She considered this, shaking her head, but even as she did, I saw the conviction lighting her eyes. But why? Was he short of money? No, she broke off. Oh, but he was. I remember now, he had a terrible row with Harry, not long before he died. He had gone into the safe in the estate office and taken out the money meant to pay the workers their wages. Harry had no cash with which to pay them, and he was furious. Freddie told him it was his money to do with as he pleased, and Harry would just have to think of something, but he wouldn't be spoken to as if he were anything less than master in his own house. She collapsed against the pillows, her face white with strain. I cannot believe it. Freddie, a common thief. Worse than that, I mused aloud. You have just given Harry Cavendish the strongest possible motive for murder. We had all come over sober at the mention of Harry's name. He was, after all, an immensely likable fellow. It did not please any of us to think of him as a murderer. And what of Lucy, I wondered. I related swiftly the news of her secret engagement, and Portia covered her face with her hands. Not again, she said, her voice muffled. She lifted her head. Are you quite sure Emma would have been unable to do the deed herself? She might have wanted to secure Lucy's future. What if she knew she were dying, but was still strong enough to call here at the Peacocks and visit with Freddie as he lay in his sickbed? She could have introduced some poison and done away with him on the grounds that his inheritance would most likely go to Harry in due course, enabling him to marry her sister. I gave her a doubtful look. Lucy indicated the engagement was not one of long standing. There would have to be some sort of understanding for such a scheme to be worthwhile. Portia scowled. It is possible, she insisted. Many things are possible, I returned tartly, deliberately not looking at Jane. Catching my meaning, Portia flushed deeply. I do not like the idea of a murderess so close to hand and yet not at all involved, she said finally. I know, it would be very tidy if she were the authoress of Freddie's destruction. We all fell silent again, musing on the suitability of the feeble Emma as a murderess. It's foul, really, Jane observed. Here we sit like some unholy coven, hoping to lay a murder at that poor woman's door when she is dying. All the more reason for her to own her misdeeds, Portia said firmly. If she is going to meet her maker, her eyes flew to mine and I held up a hand. No, I cannot ask him. But if she has made her peace with her past sins, she will have talked to the Reverend Pennyfeather, Portia argued. He is the only clergyman in the valley, the only possible confidant besides Miss Cavendish, and she would hardly tell Camelia if she murdered her nephew. Unless they did it together, I said. I rose and began to pace the room. I am sorry. I cannot seem to look at anyone without imagining they murdered Freddie. Jane put out her hand and I took it. I understand, she said, smiling sweetly. I have done the same these past months. There have been times I could hardly choke down my food. I was so certain it was poisoned. And it was during one of my worst moments that I wrote to Portia and confessed my unease. I am not sorry, for it has brought you here, both of you, all of you, she corrected, and you have been more my family than any blood kin I have ever known, but I begin to wonder if it even matters any more. Portia and I regarded her with outright astonishment. Dearest, Portia told her, of course it matters. Someone killed Freddie and must be brought to justice. Did they? Jane demanded. We have no proof. Yes, we can construct a case that he was murdered. It is possible, it may even be probable, but we do not know for certain and we may never know, and I am beginning to think it may be for the best. I pressed her hand. You are looking to the future. Her hand dropped to her belly and she smiled again. Yes, he kicks and I forget everything else, all my fears and doubts. I had forgot my strength, but you have returned it to me. All will be well, she insisted. And it is enough that Freddie is gone and past whatever demons he wrestled with in life. And if he was murdered, then whoever bears the guilt of it must do just that, bear guilt, and for the rest of their lives. Think of how awful it must be to any right-thinking Christian soul to carry that burden. How terrible and unspeakable it must be to know that you have taken the life of another human being. The fear of being discovered, the pain of knowing that you have done that which must never be done. Jane had always been prone to the occasional philosophical turn of mind, but this new serenity in her could only be attached to her impending motherhood, I decided, and I for one would not think of disturbing her newfound peace. I kissed her on the brow. "As you wish, my dear. All your thoughts must be devoted to this," I said, placing a hand briefly upon her belly. The child kicked then hard against my palm, and I laughed at the feeling of it. "He already loves his Auntie Julia," she told me. "He has an odd manner of demonstrating his affections if he kicks me," I said with a smile. I left her then, and Portia slipped out to follow me. She grasped me by the elbow to face her. "Did you mean what you said? You will abandon the investigation?" I gave her a patient look. "Portia, Jane said she does not wish to pursue the matter any further, and she is quite right. She has a child to get into the world. She should not worry about such things." Her eyes narrowed. "And you?" "I have a murderer to find," I told her. She smiled, a cat's smile full of malicious promise. "Good, because if anyone did murder Freddie, then if Jane bears a son, the child will be in danger, and I will not have that. You have until the baby is born to find whoever killed his father. And if I do not?" Portia's expression turned grim. "Then I will find the villain myself." The 14th chapter. Sullen clouds are gathering fast over the black fringe of the forest. The rainy day. Rabindranath Tagore. "Julia, is that you? What the devil are you doing under that shrub?" demanded my brother. I sighed. It was the fourth interruption of the morning, and if I did not have peace and quiet, I could not hope to catch my prey. "Yes, it is I. Do be quiet, Plum," I ordered softly. Ignoring my wishes, he clamped his hands around my ankles and dragged me bodily from under the shrub. "Explain." I dusted off my hands and gave him a cross look. "I am attempting to catch a lizard, and you have just caused him to scuttle off." "What business do you have with a lizard?" I thought of half a dozen lies, then opted to tell him the truth. "I mean to speak with Robin Pennyfeather about Freddie, and I thought the gift of a lizard might loosen his tongue." His eyes narrowed precisely as Portia's did when she was suspicious of something, and he put his hands to his hips. "I looked in on Jane last night, and she said the investigation was at an end per her request." "Her involvement is at an end," I corrected. "Just because she is about to have a baby and has come over all sentimental does not mean I am prepared to let a murderer walk free." I looked at him a long moment, considering, then decided to divert him with a bit of news that would strike closer to his heart. "Did you know that Miss Thorne is the granddaughter of Fitzhugh Cavendish on the wrong side of the blanket?" He blinked. "Yes, actually, I did." "Really?" I rose and brushed off my skirts. "How?" "I made inquiries, Julia. You are the one who pointed out my interest in the girl. Did you really think that I wouldn't make it my business to find out everything I could about her?" I knocked another arrow to my bow. "Did you know she has a twin sister who serves as cook to the Pennyfeathers?" "Lalita, yes. And did you know that their younger brother is the youth who tends the flower beds for Miss Cavendish?" I thought of the beautiful boy Nairsh and cursed myself. Plum was clearly enjoying himself. "And did you further know that their uncle is jolly?" I stared. "You are not serious." "Well, not an uncle precisely," he amended, "but some sort of relation on their grandmother's side." "What else have I missed?" I muttered. He grinned. "Be of good cheer, my dear sister. I am sure there are plenty of mysteries left for you to winkle out on your own." He broke off and dove under the shrub, emerging a moment later with a fat blue lizard dangling from his grasp. He took up the jar I had brought, popped the fellow in, and clamped the lid down tightly. He gave me a pitying smile and strode off, whistling. "Of all the condescending," I began. I broke off, studying the lizard. "At least he was useful enough to capture you," I told him. And together we went in search of Robin Pennyfeather. To find Robin, I had of necessity to pass the crossroads where the leprous granny was once more installed with her merry grandson. The boy was playing a flute, a series of long, low maudlin notes that rose in the air and descended once more with a sense of sorrow. "Are you well today?" I asked him. He shrugged. "Today I am sad because I do not know how to read, and yet I have this book." He showed me, and it was a volume of boys' adventure stories. I could well imagine Robin passing it along after he had outgrown such things. "Have you no school?" I asked, passing it back. The granny began gabbling then, and the child cocked his head listening. "She is unpleasant today," he told me, rolling his eyes like a reluctant pony. "She has nothing to say to you, but there will be a festival soon, and she will tell the fortunes of those who come. She hopes you will honor her by letting her tell your fortune." I thought of the decaying flesh of those hands touching mine and repressed a shudder. "I do not know if I will be at the festival," I hedged. The child's eyes widened. "Of course you will be, Memsa. Everyone in the valley will be there. It is to celebrate the end of the first picking. It would dishonor the gods who have caused the tea to flourish not to be present," he warned. The granny raised an arm, or something where an arm must once have been, and waved it menacingly. "She says there will be misfortune for you if you do not go." I gave him a hard look. How does she know I said I would not go? I thought she did not understand English. Suddenly, a horrible wheezing, grating sound came from the bundle of rags, so much worse than her attempts to speak Hindu. "I know more than you think, lady," she rasped out. Then she fell into her usual beldame cackles, and I dropped the customary coin in her begging bowl. Her mood changed then, and she sketched a gesture of blessing over me, a faintly Catholic gesture this time, and I wondered how many tricks she had learnt to eke extra coin from her benefactors. I left them then and continued on, reminding myself to ask Robin about the festival. If everyone in the valley planned to gather in one spot, it might make for some very interesting observations, I thought. I looked in at the Pennyfeathers' garden first, wondering if I would find Robin close to home. He was nowhere to be found, but I came across Primrose in the garden, sunning herself in a rather abbreviated costume in spite of the cool air. I noted that the gardeners were not about, and I was glad of it. I had thought Primrose an odd mixture of woman and child, but I was wrong. The childish dresses with their frills and ruffles had hidden a perfectly mature form. I coughed discreetly. "Good morning, Primrose. I do hope I am not disturbing you." "It is a lovely day for taking in the sun," I observed, although I noticed the quickening breeze had raised goose pimples upon her exposed skin. She opened one eye and gave me a sullen stare. "It gets me out of the house when I do not feel like being with people." She did not rise, and I reflected then that the Reverend had good cause to be concerned for her. The girl's manners were atrocious. "I was looking for Robin. Do you know where I might find him?" She shrugged. "Try the lake. He said something about fishing today." I thanked her and turned to leave, then turned back. "Primrose, I wondered if there was a problem in the valley with petty crime, things missing from houses, that sort of thing." She puffed a sigh of impatience and sat up, shielding her eyes from the sun with her hand. "What things?" "I don't know, jewelry perhaps, or small objects dart. Things of value but portable. One or two items have gone missing over the past few months at the Peacocks, and I wondered if the same had happened here." It had occurred to me that if Freddie was not above stealing from his own home, he might not scruple at pocketing treasures from the houses of his friends and neighbors. She gave a short laugh. "If you have to ask, you do not know my parents. They are forever misplacing things, mother's photography albums, father's pipes. Miss Thorne spends half her time searching for things under cushions." "Do not worry, Lady Julia. The valley is a very safe place, aside from the odd tiger, of course. I am sure the things will turn up sooner or later. Jolly probably took something to be mended and forgot to mention it." As a solution, it was a feeble one, but just as likely as any other. I secured more specific directions to Robin's favorite fishing spot, and realized he would be found at the lake we had first seen at the mouth of the valley, thick with water plants and shimmering green. "Thank you, Primrose." She settled herself back onto the grass, clearly finished with me. "And mind you don't stay out for too long. Freckles are unflattering to everyone," I said nastily. She sat up again, sputtering, but I made a hasty exit from the garden. There was an avenue of information now firmly closed to me, I decided, but it had been worth it. The girl was churlish beyond belief, and I had serious doubts about her mother's system of child-rearing if Primrose was the result of it. The lake was almost half an hour's brisk walk, but at the end of it I found Robin lying flat upon his stomach on the bank, dangling the pole into the water and teasing it slowly back and forth. I went to sit beside him. "Good day, Robin. I have brought you something." I brandished the jar with the lizard, now sluggish and out of sorts. I tapped upon the glass and he gave me a resentful look. "Well, the lizard does not seem appreciative, but I hope you will put him to good use." Robin looked at the jar briefly and sighed. "It is a male. I already have a male. One must have a male and a female to breed." "Oh dear," I murmured. I opened the jar and told the lizard to leave, watching idly as he crawled into the grass, casting bitter glances behind him. "But it was kindly done," Robin said hastily. He fell silent, a pensive pall upon him. "Are you quite well today, Robin? You are wool gathering." "My mother calls it building castles in Spain," he told me. "Why Spain?" "The saying is an old one. When it was coined, Spain was very far away and exotic. Now I suppose we ought to say building temples in India," I said with a smile. He did not return the smile, but merely gave a heavy sigh and returned to his fishing pole. "You did not answer my question, Robin. Something ails you. If you want to talk, I am rather a good listener," I said. I reached into my pocket and retrieved a packet of chocolate biscuits. What the lizard could not do, the biscuits accomplished. He sat up and took a handful, crunching them appreciatively. "I was starving," he said. "I forgot to pack anything at all to eat. Usually Lalita makes certain I have some chapatis and cheese, but she was not in the kitchen today," he said, referring to the delicious native flatbreads. "Is she at Pine Cottage?" He nodded, his mouth full. "I am not surprised. My cousins live there, and the elder of the pair is quite ill. I'm afraid she is going to die quite soon," I confided. I hoped that offering a bit of ghoulish news might be just the trick to gain the confidence of a boy with such unsentimental interests. Of course, I was perfectly aware of how loathsome it was to offer up Emma's suffering as fodder for gossip, but that did not deter me for even a moment. His eyes rounded. "I heard she had an operation. Dr. Llewellyn did it." "He did, with no proper anesthetic, only a bit of morphia for the pain." Robin crunched another biscuit. "Then it was really rather pointless," he said at last. "She endured a very painful operation, and now she is going to die anyway." "Yes, well, at the time she hoped the operation would cure her. Unfortunately, her disease was too far advanced for Dr. Llewellyn to be of any real help." Robin rolled his eyes. "Dr. Llewellyn is little help to anyone these days. I feel sorry for him, of course, but he is entirely useless." "He is deeply unhappy," I told him. "He drinks," Robin contradicted flatly. "He drinks because he is unhappy," I corrected. "It is unfortunate, but there it is. Your father tells me you used to see quite a little bit of him." Robin nodded. "He taught me a bit of medical knowledge for my animals, how to apply tourniquets and bandages and set bones, that sort of thing. It was wildly interesting. I thought for a time I should like to be a doctor myself. But then one has to deal with people, and I like animals more than people." "I do not blame you," I told him truthfully. "The more I see of people, the more I like my own pets." I felt a rush of homesickness for Grim, my beloved raven, a souvenir of my first investigation. My butler, the devoted Aquinas, was caring for him in my absence, but no place would seem like home until I heard that familiar quark. "I have a raven, you know," I said suddenly. Robin's eyes rounded. "Do you? I should love to have a raven." "I kept a buzzard once, but the Indians used them for picking the flesh from corpses, and when the staff discovered him in my room, they all left at once and we had nothing to eat and no sweepers. Sweepers, contrary to their title, were not solely occupied with cleaning floors. Their primary task was tending to the removal of non-hygienic wastes. They came from the caste of untouchables, and if they had fled, there really must have been a terrible stigma attached to the buzzard. The talk of the dead had sparked my curiosity. "Is there a burial ground here? A churchyard, I mean," he nodded. "Not far from the crossroads is a plot of land given over to burials of the English. The Indians have their own ways, of course, but the Cavendishes contributed a parcel and paid for things like the fence and gravestones. Father presides when any of the English die, but of course it happens so seldom. Not since Freddie," he said softly. He returned to his fishing pole, twitching the line. "Do you miss him?" "Sometimes," he said, blinking hard. I chose my words carefully, treading with caution upon a slippery path. I was uncertain how much of Freddie's personal life he might have confided to the boy. On the one hand, adults seldom talked of such things before children. On the other, Freddie was a great child himself, and perhaps he had been in some way proud of his little peccadillos. "Robin, there were items taken from the peacocks, taken by Freddie." Now he had a right to take them, I hastened to add. They were his by right of inheritance, but he took them secretly and no one seems to know why. Do you know what he might have done with them? To my astonishment, he rose, scarlet-faced and clearly angry. He jerked the pole from the water. "I do not want to talk about Freddie," he said, his face turning an alarming shade of puce. "He is dead and gone, and he is never coming back. Never," he cried, taking to his heels. I sat back, amazed at the strength of his reaction. Even the gentle prodding into Freddie's activities had been far too much, just as the smallest poke can inflame a sore tooth. He could not bear the slightest pressure where Freddie was concerned, and as I rose and dusted off my hands, I realized I had uncovered a fresh lead. Robin knew something of Freddie's unsavory activities, and I had only to craft the proper approach to learn the extent of Robin's knowledge. I returned to the peacocks to find the place in a flurry of activity. Miss Cavendish was instructing the maids and cooks in preparing an array of food for the festival, and when I saw her, she greeted me with a look of self-reproach. "Lady Julia, you must forgive my neglect of you. I always forget how much work goes into the festival," she explained, wiping her brow with a handkerchief. "It looks as if it will be a wonderful time," I told her, my mouth watering at the tables groaning with bowls and platters, each carefully covered with cheesecloth or muslin that had been weighted at the edges with beads to keep flies from the food. "It always is," she assured me. "Quite different to what you will have been used to in England," she added somewhat stiffly. "But it is very important to the pickers and one likes to keep them happy." I glanced at the lavish display and smiled. This sort of excess would not be simply to keep the pickers happy. It spoke of extravagance and celebration, and the English clearly indulged as much for themselves as their pickers. "Shall we simply eat ourselves into oblivion, or will there be entertainment as well?" I asked. "Plenty of entertainment," she assured me. "The natives will dance and sing, although if you are not accustomed to their harmonies, it sounds like the music of the devil, and there will be conjurers and fortune-tellers, of course." I met with the old woman who sits at the crossroads. She gave me a look of mystification. "What old woman at the crossroads?" "The one with the leper's clapper and the begging bowl. She dresses in veiled white and keeps her grandson with her to interpret, for she has lost her tongue to the disease." Miss Cavendish continued to look puzzled, and I persisted. "She has been there most days when I have passed the crossroads. She is not entirely in her wits, I think. You must know her." Miss Cavendish shook her head. "I dare say she is passing through. This valley is remote, but some travelers prefer it to the other ways into the Himalayas. There are no brigands in the valley proper, only on the road beyond, and if the woman is alone save for a little boy, she would naturally wish to be safe. Perhaps, I said slowly. I had no sense of the traveler about the woman. She had seemed a fixture of the place, content to sit day after day at the crossroads, collecting her alms and dispensing her curious words. "No matter," Miss Cavendish said briskly. "I dare say she will pass on her way soon enough, and if she does not, we will give her money to go. We have no leprosy in the valley, and we do not want it." She hastened off to return to her preparations, and I trailed slowly up to my room, wondering about the mysterious old woman in white, and if she was some odd apparition come to haunt only me during my stay in the valley. I need not have concerned myself that she was an apparition, for as our merry party left the Peacocks the next day for the festival, she was in evidence, sitting at the crossroads with no sign of the little boy. I hoped all was well with him and would have stopped to ask, but the granny merely waved me on my way, turning from me as I passed. She behaved as if I had somehow offended her, but I could not imagine how. I was walking with Portia and Plum, but Portia was far too occupied with fretting over leaving Jane to pay attention, and Plum waved off my concerns when I related quickly the story of the strange old woman. "Julia, she is a poor beggar woman. Leave her in peace," he said flatly. I opened my mouth to remonstrate with him and snapped it shut instead. Nothing about the day was turning out as expected. I had thought to go with my husband, but he had gone ahead to help Harry with some of the preparations, the putting up of booths and such, while Miss Cavendish and most of the staff had hurried on with handcarts full of food and drink. Mary Benevolence remained behind to attend to Jane, and Portia was only reluctantly persuaded to leave her. Plum seemed prickly and out of sorts and rather eager to pick fights, and I made up my mind to get as far away from him as I could at the festival. As we arrived at the appointed site, I realized how easy a feat that would be. All of the pickers in the valley had gathered at the festival ground. The size of a small village green, it was the only truly flat space I had seen in the valley aside from the private gardens. It was bordered on one side by the road and on the other by a thick bit of jungle, overgrown with trees and vines that provided an impenetrable wall of green as a backdrop to the colorful gathering. Prayer flags and bunting had been strung from poles and tall deodar trees and tied with ribbons and bells, while long tables had been covered with vibrant cloths and heaped with platters and bowls of food, both English fare and the traditional foods of the Hindus and Nepalese of the valley. Another table had been set some distance apart and laden with offerings of thanksgiving to the gods, fruits and vegetables, and a tremendous arrangement of tea leaves, as well as bowls of sand stuck with joss sticks scenting the air with jasmine smoke. The whole effect was one of colorful abundance and lively good fortune, and I said as much to Miss Cavendish when I found her arranging plates of plum cakes. "It does look rather nice, doesn't it?" she said, smiling in satisfaction. "Mind yourself when the feasting is finished," she warned with a nod behind her. "That is when they fling great handfuls of colored powder at one another. They do not throw them on the English, but it is quite impossible to avoid it." Just beyond where she stood there were great clay bowls heaped with powders in vibrant colors, a bowl of bright blue, another of the sharpest pink I had ever seen, orange and green and yellow. "For what purpose?" I asked her. She pursed her lips. "Ask a dozen of the natives and you will get 12 different answers. It's something they have always done, and it is quite harmless. They all go to the lake and bathe themselves afterwards, and anything that encourages their cleanliness is to be supported," she finished, stacking the last cake. This last remark seemed a trifle unjust. From what I had seen of the local folk, they were cleaner than most English, preferring to bathe regularly and with great vigor. I wandered off then, lured by the music and the dancing. An impromptu band of sorts had been formed with native instruments, various drums and pipes and flutes, with a few peculiar stringed instruments the like of which I had never seen. The music was odd and quavering, unlike anything I had encountered before, and I was sorry Brisbane was not there to hear it. I looked around suddenly, wondering what had become of him. I spotted Harry Cavendish, laughing with a clutch of his pickers, but Brisbane was not with him. I walked the circumference of the festival ground, peering into each group before I realized I might have saved myself the trouble. Brisbane was easily the tallest man in the valley. Only Plum rivaled him for height, and no one stood head and shoulders above the natives. Just then, Jolly strode in front of the band and raised his gong. "The dinner is served," he announced in English, and from the mad rush to the food tables at his next words, I suspected that was precisely what he said in Hindu and Nepali as well. I made my way to the English table where I joined my siblings, the Pennyfeathers and the Cavendishes. Dr. Llewellyn appeared at the last minute, his color pale and his clothes a trifle unkempt, but his eyes darted around quickly, and his movements were quick as a hummingbird's. I made up my mind to watch him, even as I wondered where Brisbane was. The chair next to me remained empty, and I caught Harry Cavendish's eye at one point and lifted my brows inquiringly. He came to me and knelt beside my chair. "I am so sorry, Lady Julia. Mr. Brisbane asked me to deliver the message to you that he would not be here for the dinner, but hopes to join us for the dancing afterwards. The post just arrived by messenger and he wished to read his letters, some urgent business," he said. Harry finished vaguely, and I smiled tightly. "Thank you, Mr. Cavendish." He had the grace to flush. "I have failed abjectly in my mission. I ought to have found you straight away and told you, but it quite slipped my mind." He left me then, and Plum jogged my elbow. "Penny for your thoughts." "That my husband is an unmitigated bounder," I said through clenched teeth. Plum pulled a face. "You will find no argument from me." "Do shut up, Plum." He spread his hands, his expression mockingly innocent. "I am merely supporting your view of the man. If you say he is a bounder, then I am forced to agree." "Yes, well, he is my bounder and I will not hear a word against him, particularly not from you," I told him. The words were harsh and not entirely deserved. Plum had been remarkably restrained in his attentions toward Miss Thorne. She had been seated at the far end of the table, and I had not seen his gaze travel there more than once or twice during the course of the meal. At length we finished the feast and settled in for a recitation of poetry by the children, most of which escaped me entirely as it was rendered in Hindi or Nepalese, and then the dancing began in earnest. The musicians struck up a lively tune, and the natives all began to dance. The entire valley population seemed to have turned out, save for Jane and the Phipps girls, all kept at home by indisposition. And Brisbane, I thought bitterly, who was doubtless using the time to engage in some investigative sleuthing. The least he could have done was told me, I reflected. I could not have gone with him. It would have been far too obvious if both of us had been absent, but I might have at least enjoyed a discussion of his plans. I fumed and fretted through the beginning of the dancing, although the music was oddly infectious. Everyone joined in the singing or dancing, the workers left their pots and pans aside, and even the leprous old granny crept near, tapping her clapper in time to the music. There was something oddly grotesque about this, but also entirely pathetic, and I found a sudden rush of pity for the woman, a stranger in this valley, sickly and condemned to a terrible, wasting end. It was the first time I had seen her stand, and she was taller than I thought, although she leaned upon a sort of staff, as bent and gnarled as her back. She must have been an imposing woman at one time, and the sight of her ruin was difficult to bear. I turned back to the festival, tapping my toe in time to the music, and determined to enjoy myself. I was lucky, I told myself firmly. I had my health, and a gifted and brilliant husband, difficult as he might be. I had family and wealth, and no right to feel sorry for myself when so many of the people in this valley had so little and still managed to be joyful. Just then, a scream rose high above the music. I thought it was the singing at first, for the music often sounded somewhat primitive to my ears, but the second cry was definitely a scream, pitched high with hysteria. The crowd turned as one to the direction of the cries, and then began to surge. I turned to see what the trouble was, and to my astonishment found myself face to face with a tiger. That it was the same beast that had torn the pretty face from Dr. Llewellyn's wife, I had no doubt. There could not be two such tigers in so small a valley. Its coat was black as pitch, I thought at first, but as it moved, I saw that it bore stripes, shadows upon shadows, creeping from the green darkness of the jungle. These were the things I thought as I watched the tiger advance slowly, with the most graceful movements I had ever seen. It was perhaps 30 feet from me when I first saw it emerging from the jungle, moving ever closer, crouched near to the ground, huge amber eyes fixed upon me. The pickers were crying and sobbing from fear, but I heard them only distantly. It was as if cotton wool had been stuffed into my ears. But suddenly, through the thickness in my head came the voice I knew best of all. "Julia, do not move," Brisbane ordered. I could not see him. The only creatures within my line of vision were the tiger and the old granny, still leaning upon her stick. She was the only one who had not panicked at the sight of the beast, and I applauded her courage even as I felt mine desert me. And then several things happened at once. First, the tiger sprang without warning or preparation. It launched itself into the air, directly at me. Almost simultaneously, the granny flung off her veils and pulled a short club from her belt. Then a single shot rang out, cracking the air like the coming of doom. There was a spray of sparks, and the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder filled the air. The tiger gave a hideous scream and turned once in the air. It fell to the ground, landing hard, with one paw upon my shoe, its ebony claw piercing the soft kid skin. I turned and saw that nothing had been as I had imagined it. The little club was not a club at all. It was a howdah pistol, the largest bore pistol ever made, capable of felling a fully grown tiger with a single shot. And holding it, still draped in the white veils of the leper, was my husband. I stared at him a moment, then felt the earth begin to tilt. "I think I am going to faint," I said in a firm, clear voice. And that is precisely what I did. The 15th chapter. I can see nothing before me. I wonder where lies thy path. Friend Rabindranath Tagore. I was roused to the pungent odor of Miss Thorne's smelling salts. "Do not try to rise," she told me, capping the nasty vial. "You must keep quiet for a moment." I might have expected to have been attended by Dr. Llewellyn, but when I turned my head, I saw him vomiting quietly into the bushes. My head was resting in a lap cushioned by white veils. "The instant we return to London I am divorcing you," I told him. But my rage at his deception evaporated when I looked at his face. I had not seen him so affected since, well, ever, I realized with a start. The naked emotion upon his face was too much for me to bear, and I turned away. Portia was weeping openly. "I thought I was going to lose you," she managed through her tears. She kissed my hand and put it to her cheek. "I am fine," I said, pushing off Brisbane's lap and fighting off a wave of dizziness. "You are not fine," Plum said flatly. "You need rest now, and plenty of it. We must get you back to the peacocks." He helped me up, and I looked back to see Brisbane rising more slowly. His veils and robes were something of a hindrance, I thought nastily. "I will arrange to dispose of the tiger," Harry put in. "Go home now, all of you." He waved his arms to indicate the whole of the valley. The natives were staring at Brisbane with a combination of shock and awe, and several of them clutched their children a little more tightly at the thought that the monstrous tiger that had roamed so close to them was dead. A few raised their hands to Brisbane to bless him, but he did not acknowledge them. He seemed not even to see them, and I noticed as he replaced the Howdah pistol into his belt that his hand shook ever so slightly. When we arrived at the Peacocks, Morag busied herself by tucking me into bed with a hot brick and a glass of whiskey, muttering all the while about heathens and their wicked ways. "It is hardly their fault they have tigers," I murmured as I slid into sleep. "If they were good people, God would not have sent them tigers," Morag retorted, and those were the last words I heard. I rested until the evening when Morag brought a tray with my supper, Portia hard upon her heels. "How are you feeling, dearest?" she asked, shooing Morag from the bed. She had a mind to fuss over me herself and uncovered the dish of blancmange upon the tray. I looked up at her. "Blancmange? I loathe blancmange, you know that." "It is just the thing when you've had a nasty shock," she said, putting the spoon into my hand. Personally, I preferred Morag's approach of a large whiskey and said so. "It is proper invalid food," Portia insisted. I poked the blancmange with a spoon and watched it wobble. I turned to Morag. "What is the rest of the household having for dinner?" "Roasted capon with pommes dauphine," she told me, mangling the French, "petit pois and a nice macaroni cheese after the fish course of trout amandine." "I will have that," I said, thrusting the blancmange at her. "And wine." She bobbed a curtsy and took the offending blancmange away. Portia gave me an offended look. "I do not think you are taking this seriously, Julia. You suffered a tremendous shock today. You must have a care for your health." "Portia, it was terrifying, but it was over almost before it began." "If it had not been for Brisbane," she said with a shudder. She did not finish the sentence, and she did not need to. "Yes, well, Brisbane was there, although why he was wearing that ridiculous disguise is something I intend to take up with him as soon as possible." "Be gentle with him," Portia advised. I folded my arms over my chest. "Be gentle. He has been masquerading as a native woman with leprosy since his arrival, and did not trouble to take me into his confidence." "Do you tell him everything?" she countered. "Ah, I thought not. Your expression betrays you. The pair of you are supposed to be partners. Why do you not work together? Pride, I suppose." I explained swiftly about Brisbane's reluctance to include me in the investigation, and my own conviction that if I could prove my worth, he would accept me fully as a partner in detection. "But Julia, have you never considered how insulting that must be to him?" I stared at her. "I beg your pardon. Do not take that icy tone with me," she reproved. "I merely mean that you have never considered the matter from his perspective. Until you stand upon the ground he stands on and survey matters from his vantage point, you will never be able to fully enter his world. And frankly, if I were a professional and some meddling dilettante thought she could do my job as well as I could, I would be mightily put out." I said nothing, and she went on, her voice gentle and low. "Brisbane is a professional man with an excellent reputation and wide experience. He has built a career for himself using only his wits, and although most of our acquaintance deplore that fact, I esteem him for it. You have seen where he came from, you have met his relations, you have walked through a gypsy camp. When his father abandoned them, Brisbane and his mother had nothing. He ran away and made himself the man he is today with no help from anyone. Whatever he has accomplished, whatever he has achieved, it is a testament to the man himself. He, more than anyone I have ever known, has created himself. He is steel, Julia, forged in fire. I admire him for it, but I have never made the mistake of thinking I could be his equal simply because I am clever and observant." I burned with shame. "I confess I never thought of it in those terms." Her smile was one of absolution. "I know you have not. You only saw a bit of danger and intrigue and thought you would like to have it for yourself. But you must open your eyes to the rest of it, to the tedium and the hard work and the dedication it requires. You cannot play at being a detective, Julia. To do so demeans the work of one who does it seriously." I traced the embroidery on the coverlet with my finger. "I understand what you say, Portia. But I do have talents and advantages to bring to an investigation that Brisbane does not. I can help him." "You can and you should," she agreed. "But never forget that for you it is a game. For Brisbane it is his livelihood, and men are defined by such things. A woman's importance comes from who she is, a man's from what he is. It has always been so, dearest. I do not say that it is right or that it will always be so, but you must be awake to the truth of it now. She departed then, and I was left to stew over what she had said. It rankled to think that my sister could so easily find fault with my behavior and take it upon herself to lecture me, but I realized I had done Brisbane a grave wrong. Morag brought my dinner tray, and I picked over the food, thinking of everything Portia had said. I had played at being a detective. Brisbane himself had warned me against it during our first investigation. He had told me it was a dirty and dangerous business, and I had pressed on, nearly getting myself killed in the process. But it had not deterred me from wanting to involve myself in his cases again. I reflected. I had inserted myself into the matter of murder at my father's country estate, and untangled a misdeed long buried at Brisbane's home in Yorkshire. It had been there that I had met his aunt and discovered the truth about his past. I had heard from her the tale of the beautiful gypsy seeress who had been Brisbane's mother and who had died with a curse on her lips. I had learned too of the aristocratic wastrel who had been his father. It had not been easy for Brisbane to lay the ghosts of such dramatic and useless parents, but he had done so, and he had crafted himself a rich and productive life. Portia was quite right. It was a testament indeed to the character of the man, and I was deeply proud to call him my husband. Such were my reflections when the man himself appeared shortly after I had finished my tray. He appeared in his formal evening clothes of stark black and white, the sharpness of the contrast showing his dark handsomeness to best advantage. I gave him a gentle smile, and he came to sit beside me upon the bed. Feeling better, he took my hand and pressed it to his lips. Yes, I only needed rest and food. I am quite recovered. He said nothing, but his eyes spoke for him, and they were eloquent. I had seen the look upon his face when he killed the tiger, and I knew he would have taken the animal apart with his bare hands to have saved me. "Shall I thank you formally for saving my life?" I said, rather more lightly than I felt. He shuddered. "Do not speak of it, I beg you. I am rather surprised, though," he added with a sharp look. "I expected a haranguing for not confessing my disguise earlier." "I never harangue," I said flatly. "Although I own I am curious. Why the disguise? And where in heaven's name did you acquire the child? Rather an elaborate prop, if you ask me." He began to undress, first untying his neckcloth, then shrugging out of his evening coat and unpinning his collar. "The boy is from a village just outside the valley. I paid his family a handsome wage for his services for a few weeks. I should probably return him tomorrow," he mused, rubbing a hand over the shadow at his jaw. He went into the fields to talk to the pickers for me, gathering information while they gathered tea. He knows a variety of songs and tricks and kept them amused. I knew they would never speak to someone they viewed as an Englishman and an outsider, but a winsome child might loosen their tongues. I was right, as it happens. He discovered quite a few tidbits. Whether they will prove significant I cannot yet say. "And you disguised yourself to ensure his protection," I surmised. "And yours," he said quietly. I blinked. "Mine," he sighed. "Julia, you have the most unnerving habit of doing precisely what you oughtn't. Sitting at the crossroads was a way of keeping track of your movements without relying upon either you or your notebook to find out where you had gone." I felt under the mattress, but he held up a hand. "It is still there. I always replaced it after I read it." I mouthed a profane word, and he shot me a devilish smile. "Later. In any event, I was able to let you go about your business without any interference from me. How stupid I was. I ought to have known you would never permit me to wander about on my own with a potential murderer on the loose," I mused. "Yes, you ought to have. I did it for your own good," he said. "You spied upon me," I protested. "I would have been perfectly happy to apprise you of my whereabouts if you had only asked." He began to unpin his cuffs as he gave me a reproachful look. Very well. I might not have told you everything, I conceded, but it seems a mean trick to put on such a disguise just to keep your beady eyes upon me. Not just you, he corrected. The crossroads is the center of activity in the valley. Sooner or later everyone passes, or at least almost everyone. Not the Phipps girls, I said with a note of triumph. Not the Phipps girls, he conceded. And you would have to admit it was useful of me to call upon them and eventually discover Lucy's liaison with Harry. It may very well prove the pin upon which this entire case hangs. Perhaps, he said slowly. As I said, it is too soon to tell, although I will have to wrap matters up as quickly as possible. Now that my disguise is revealed, there is very little I can do unobtrusively. I shall have to take the opposite course and question people directly. Detection by intimidation, I asked. He stripped off his shirt. Something like that. Do you think that is? I hesitated, and he looked at me curiously. It was unlike me to have difficulty in speaking my mind. Portia pointed out that I may be a trifle overzealous in my eagerness to share your work, but I think I could be helpful here. Do you think with your direction, I might be able to offer you some assistance? By way of reply, he crossed the room and applied himself to the marital affections so thoroughly I could only think afterwards it was an affirmative. I lay, sated and drowsy, one of his heavily muscled arms draped over me, various thoughts passing as lightly as thistledown through my head. "Brisbane," I asked sleepily, "how long have you been here?" His voice was muffled by the pillow. "HRRMM," I poked at one muscular shoulder. "I asked how long you have been here. I first saw the old woman at the crossroads before your actual arrival at the Peacocks. You must have come into the valley shortly after we did. Before, actually." I poked him again, harder this time. "Before how?" He sat up, stretching. "I left Calcutta the day after you did, but I reached Darjeeling several days before you." I thought rapidly. Of course, the little railway that Portia would not countenance. Yes, quite an efficient little system. I finished my business in Darjeeling and struck out on the road into the mountains before you even arrived in the town. What business? Investigation, of course. That much of what I told you was true. I made inquiries both in Calcutta and Darjeeling, but I did not wait for replies. I dropped enough fleas in ears and coins in pockets that I could afford to leave and have the information sent by letter. "Which you received earlier today," I finished. "What did you learn?" He yawned broadly. "The disposition of the Cavendish estate. It is as we suspected. If Jane's child is a boy, it will inherit. There are no provisions for any children other than legitimate sons in the direct line." The thistledown thoughts drifted in my head again, and then one of them caught and snagged, and I sat bolt upright in bed, flinging off his arm. "What is it?" he asked, his voice thick with sleep. Brisbane was always rather slow to wake after such exertions. I sprang out of bed, snatching up my dressing gown and flinging it about myself. "You lied to me. You were not the leprous granny, at least not all of the time. On at least one occasion I saw you directly after I saw her. There was not time for you to have divested yourself of your disguise and reached the Peacocks before me." He yawned again and laced his fingers behind his head, offering me a rather splendid view of his physique. I kept my eyes focused quite deliberately upon his face as he spoke. "Ah, yes. That would be Plum. I used him on one or two occasions when I wanted to make certain there was no chance of anyone, particularly you, connecting me with the unfortunate figure at the crossroads. You do have rather a suspicious mind, and I was not entirely certain you would be diverted by the disguise. Plum, why would Plum oblige you? The pair of you have been at each other's throats since we arrived." Brisbane had the grace to look slightly abashed. "Yes, about that. I ought to have mentioned it, I suppose, but Plum has been doing a bit of work for me." "I do not believe you," I said flatly. Brisbane twitched slightly, and the sheet dropped a little lower on the smooth olive expanse of his belly. "Believe or not as you like. I offered Plum the opportunity to make a few inquiries, and he seized it. Naturally, it had to remain secret, so we chose to give the appearance of being less than fond of one another. Those quarrels then over Miss Thorne, manufactured, he finished. It seemed best to keep up the facade of disliking one another, at least for a time. I felt the rage beginning to rise again, and this time I did not bother to tamp it down. "You asked my brother to do you a favor and did not tell me," I said, my voice dangerously low. He folded his arms over his chest and the sheet slipped farther still. "To be quite precise, I did not ask him to do me a favor. I engaged him. Plum is now an operative in my employ." I covered my face with my hands. "Father will murder the pair of you," I told him in a muffled voice. "It is nothing to do with him nor with you," he replied coolly. "My business is my own, Julia, to run as I see fit. I required Plum's services. He is competent and clever and discreet, and more importantly, he was short enough of money and bored enough to do it." I dropped my hands. "I cannot believe you would hire my brother and fail to tell me," I said. "That is beyond the pale, Brisbane, it really is. We are married. We are not supposed to keep secrets from one another." I snatched a pillow from the bed and flounced to the dressing room to make up the bed for him. "The cot is a trifle narrow, but I do hope you won't mind because you will be sleeping here for a good while to come," I called to him, throwing the pillow onto the narrow bed and giving it a kick for good measure. His only reply was the soft snick of the lock turning behind me. I dropped to the floor and looked through the keyhole just in time to see Brisbane, nude and thoroughly unconcerned, resuming his place in our marital bed. "You cannot seriously believe I will stand for being locked in the dressing room," I called through the keyhole. He picked a book up from his night table and began to read. "Julia, I have no intention of discussing this with you now. It is late and we both have beds. Go to sleep and we will speak in the morning." I fumed and aimed a well-placed kick at the door which left my slipperless foot in agony. "Oh, and Julia," he called. I dropped once more to the floor to peer through the keyhole. "What?" I demanded. He raised his hand, brandishing the slender metal rods he had given me. "As I have told you before, a good detective is never without his lockpicks. Good night." In spite of my rage, I slept, at least until dawn when Brisbane unlocked the door to the dressing room and slid into the narrow bed beside me. "Stop fidgeting, your feet are unbearably cold," he told me. I tucked them between his legs and smiled a little to myself when he winced. "I ought not to be speaking to you," I said with a yawn. He nuzzled his nose into my hair. "You were angry and I did not want to argue. It seemed the simplest solution." "Not that," I said, pushing against his chest with the flat of my hand. "I am still not happy with your decision to employ Plum and not to tell me." He said nothing, and I turned, burrowing my face into the hollow of his neck. "I will concede that it is your business and that you know best how to manage it, and I understand that I cannot always be part of it, but when it concerns my family—" I trailed off and began to trace circles in the hair of his chest with my finger. He sighed. "You are right." My hand stopped. "I beg your pardon. You are right." "It pains me to admit it," he said ruefully, "but Plum is your brother and I ought not to have kept it from you. Your father, and very likely all of your siblings and Aunt Hermia as well, will certainly have something to say about the matter, and I should have taken your feelings into account." I sat up, buoyant in my enthusiasm. "Does this mean we are partners then, fully?" He thrust himself out of bed and began to rummage about for his clothes. "No." I threw the pillow at his backside and slumped back into the narrow bed. "You are the most impossible man." He turned, and to my astonishment I saw he was truly angry. "And you are the most completely selfish woman I have ever known." "Selfish? How dare you? I am not the one clinging to every last shred of independence, keeping everything that is most important entirely to myself." "You are the most important thing in my life, you bloody stupid woman," he said, grinding out the words through clenched teeth. I stared at him, taken aback by the naked emotion on his face. I opened my mouth to speak, but he gave me no chance. Have you ever once considered the dangers I face every day? Do you have the merest notion of what it means to be an inquiry agent? I expose people's nastiest secrets, Julia. Secrets they would kill to keep. I have been shot at, stabbed, poisoned, bludgeoned, and on one memorable occasion, flogged with a bullwhip. There is not a month has gone by since I undertook this business that my life hasn't been in danger. It does not bother me in the slightest, he said, his eyes bright with a ferocious light. I can take care of myself, as I have proven time and again. But you come stumbling in with your enthusiasm and your forthright ways, and it is like trying to protect a newborn deer from a pack of wolves. I am not a newborn deer, I said sullenly. You may as well be. You are completely unskilled and unschooled in the ways of detection or in defending yourself. You cannot shoot or fence or box. You were taught to wield knitting needles and writing pens, not daggers and revolvers. You simply cannot take care of yourself in my world, and I cannot always be there to protect you. Some of the anger seemed to ebb then, although the anguish remained. If anything happened to you, I would cease to exist. Do you know that? His tone was gentler, almost pleading for me to understand, and I hated myself for reducing this proud and dignified man to a supplicant. Before I could respond, a sharp rap sounded at the bedroom door. I rose and took up my dressing gown. I will go. I left him to dress and opened the bedroom door to find Portia standing there, her hair in disarray, still tying the sash of her dressing gown. Portia, it is barely dawn. Is it Jane? No, but you must come with me. Emma Phipps has just died. The 16th chapter. Why do you whisper so faintly in my ears? O death, my death. The gardener Rabindranath Tagore. I did not like to leave Brisbane with so much unsaid between us. But when I explained to him about Emma, he said nothing and simply rang for Morag before kissing me goodbye. I washed and dressed hastily in black. No gentlewoman travels without a black costume, should she have sudden need of mourning clothes, and met Portia in the entry hall. Jolly himself opened the door and bowed us mournfully on our way. As we passed, he said suddenly, Memsa Portia, Memsa Julie, I am sorry for your loss. Thank you, Jolly, you are very kind. Please send word to us if Mrs. Cavendish has need of us. We will be at Pine Cottage, I told him. He bowed again and we hurried from the house. Once we passed the gates of the Peacocks, I put my hand to Portia's arm and made a deliberate effort to slow my steps. We fairly bolted out of the house, and I am not certain I even have my petticoats on. Let us compose ourselves. We will be no use whatsoever to Lucy if we do not have our wits about us. We fell silent a moment, breathing in the crisp morning air of the Himalayas. Kanchenjunga was spreading her snowy skirts of pink and gold and coral in the light of the rising sun, and in spite of our errand, it felt like the most peaceful spot on earth. What were you and Brisbane quarreling about? Portia demanded suddenly. What makes you think we were quarreling? She snorted. I could hear you. Brisbane is not the quietest of fellows when he's angry, and you have a shrill quality. I do not have a shrill quality. You do, she insisted, rather like those obnoxious peacocks. He said I was selfish, I confessed. And so you are. I blinked back sharp tears. Oh, for the love of heaven, Julia, do not blubber about it. I am not blubbering. I have a cinder in my eye. In both of them. As I said, you are selfish. Brisbane was quite right. But then so am I. It would be a rather nice trick if we were not. You really think so? My dearest, we have every possible advantage of birth and wealth in this modern age. The blood of kings flows in our veins, and our father's skill with money makes Croesus look like a beggar man. Our every whim has been attended to all of our lives by a loving family and a staff paid to treat us as if we were minor deities. We are not so bad as all that, I protested weakly. Of course we are. But we do try to think of others, and that is what saves us from being deplorable and weak of character. I do try to think of others, but it is a rather difficult habit to form, I admitted. I never even considered Brisbane's position before I talked to you, And you were right, he does worry for my safety. Aha, Portia said smugly. But I do not know how to reconcile what we both want. I cannot sit at home embroidering slippers and poking up the fire. We have footmen for that. You know what I mean, I told her, my tone sharp with exasperation. I do, she said, attempting to soothe me. You must find a solution that the pair of you can live with, something that takes into consideration his need to protect you and your need for adventure. Perhaps you could take up a hobby, something invigorating but not actually dangerous. How do you feel about gymnastics? You are less than helpful. She shrugged. I could think of a few more if you like. What about beekeeping or philately? Do not trouble yourself. You know, it occurs to me that marriage is rather more difficult than I expected. It always is. We arrived in good time at Pine Cottage to find Lucy most unexpectedly composed. She ushered us into the little sitting room and sent Lalita for tea. It was so good of you both to come. I shall be quite devastated later, but for now I keep thinking of her as I saw her last, so peaceful and composed. She is upstairs if you would like to see her. Perhaps later, I said. Viewing a corpse when I had not even had a proper breakfast seemed a trifle indecent. Lucy put out a hand to Portia. I am so glad to see you. I have heard that Jane does well, and I am exceedingly glad to hear of it. Yes, she does. I will give her your regards. Lalita bustled in with tea things and a stack of bread and fresh butter and damson plum jam. Portia busied herself with the toasting fork, and soon we were settling in with hot buttered toast liberally spread with jam and steaming cups of strong tea. I did not think I could manage a bite, Lucy said apologetically after buttering her third slice of toast. But this may be the best food I have ever eaten. Portia nodded. You have been under a strain, and you are quite right. The sorrow will come later. For now you will have a respite, a period of calm while you put your affairs in order. When everything is attended to, then you will find yourself quite overcome. I shot her a withering look, but Lucy merely smiled. Do not chide her for lacking tact, Julia. She is quite right. I have suffered enough losses to know. Just now it is the quiet interlude. I will see her buried and make my own plans. Later, when I am settled, then I can mourn for her properly. It was on the tip of my tongue to press her about Harry Cavendish, but considering the fact that Emma's body was still cooling upstairs, it hardly seemed the time. We crunched our toast and exchanged cousinly gossip, and Lucy related her plans regarding Emma. It is the custom here to bury quickly. I have already spoken with the Reverend Pennyfeather, and he has kindly agreed to speak the eulogy. We will have the funeral tomorrow. Quickly indeed, Portia murmured. Lucy shrugged. It is a Muslim tradition, and with the heat in India, the English have adopted it as well. The Hindus do all manner of unrighteous things with their dead, I have heard, burning and exposing them to buzzards and floating them down the Ganges. She gave a shudder. Have you given any thoughts to music? I asked. Yes. Dr. Llewellyn has a little harp and a fine tenor voice. I will ask him if he is not indisposed to honor us with a few hymns, and the Pennyfeathers will provide flowers. I know Miss Cavendish will wish to contribute, but I cannot think how. Funeral baked meats, Portia suggested, only slightly facetiously, but Lucy considered it. I had thought to ask Lalita to cut some sandwiches and bake a sponge. Far too small here for everyone to gather, Portia said promptly. You will not want everyone crammed together like a village fair. I will speak to Miss Cavendish, and we will have refreshments at the Peacocks. Lucy murmured her thanks and fell into a reverie. I wondered what she was thinking of then. Was she pondering life without her sister, or was she considering the fact that she would be hosting her friends for the first time under Harry Cavendish's roof? The day of Emma's funeral dawned gray and thick with cloud. Excellent, Portia said with some satisfaction. I always think a funeral should be atmospheric. I told her to shut up, and we proceeded to the tiny graveyard, decked in deepest black and carrying stout umbrellas. I had had no opportunity to conclude my conversation with Brisbane, and the uncertainty between us pricked at me like a thorn. We had seen one another at meals and he escorted me to the funeral, but we had had no intimate conversation, and my heart felt heavy as I took my place beside the open grave. The graveyard was crowded with English and the upper servants of the English households, but beyond the gate stood a large contingent of tea-pickers, respectful in their silence. There were several children among them, which I found odd, but then the Pennyfeathers arrived with their children in tow, and it occurred to me that death was observed rather differently in this place than it had been in England, for all the efforts to bring a bit of home into the Himalayas. Lucy arrived last, on the arm of the Reverend Pennyfeather and shrouded in a thick black veil. I could not see the expression upon her face, but the heaving of her shoulders told me that she wept. I glanced quickly at Harry Cavendish, but he did not look at her. He merely held the umbrella steadily over his aunt's head and stared at the coffin, already lowered into the ground. The Reverend Pennyfeather opened his little book and began to read. "I am the resurrection and the life, saith the Lord. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live, and whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die." His voice was clear and strong as he moved into the 23rd Psalm, the familiar words of comfort falling from his lips like the drops of rain from heaven. He continued on, speaking briefly of Emma and the love and care she had had for her sister, and then, more slowly and solemnly, he returned to his book and read out, "We therefore commit her body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, in the sure and certain hope of the resurrection to eternal life." He nodded to Dr. Llewellyn, who stepped forward with his harp to play, softly at first, and then with growing confidence, a mournful Welsh air as Lucy took up a handful of wet earth. There was a hollow thud as the earth struck the coffin, and Lucy gave a low, animal cry of pain. The Reverend offered his arm again, and she crumpled against him. I glanced once more at Harry, astonished at his sang-froid in the face of his fiancée's distress, but he remained motionless. As cousins of the deceased, Portia and Plum and I each took up a handful of earth and followed Lucy's example. We finished just as the last sad note of Dr. Llewellyn's melody died. A poignant silence fell, and the Reverend Pennyfeather nodded toward Miss Thorne. She stepped forward and turned to the native children. She raised her hand, held it a beat, then began to lead them in "Abide with me," their infant voices carrying high and clear in the mountain air. It was almost more than I could bear. So innocent and angelic were their voices, singing a hymn they could scarcely understand, but with such purity and grace that the angels themselves must have paused to listen. Just then I looked beyond them, and there, in the thick green shadows of the deodars, stood the figure of Chang, the servant of the White Rajah. Unwilling to break his solitude, he had sent his servant as a gesture of respect to a woman he did not know. I reflected sadly. I made up my mind to call upon him later and thank him on behalf of the family. Lucy would not be fit to pay calls for some time if her noisy sobs were any indication, and I had neglected my old friend these past few days. I hoped Chang would tell him about the children, and regretted he could not hear them for himself. We passed from the graveyard as they sang, their voices clinging to us as we left. I leaned heavily upon Brisbane's arm. He held me firmly, and we had no need of words just then. There were times when we communicated rather better without them, and that moment was one of them. The atmosphere lightened after we reached the peacocks, for the clouds broke and the sun shone, almost apologetic for its tardiness. The afternoon was passed in sandwiches and mournful conversation, and after a while I had had my fill of it. I slipped out to the veranda to watch the peacocks. They strolled aimlessly in the garden, preening a little when they saw they had an audience. I fell to musing upon Emma and how little I had really known her, and it was thus that Brisbane found me. "Whatever she has done, she has paid for now," Brisbane said quietly, intuiting my thoughts. "Has she? I wonder." Brisbane said nothing, but gave me a quizzical look. What if she did not murder Cedric Eastley? I went on. We believe she persuaded a man to commit murder, but what if she did not? And what if Aunt Dorcas was wrong and Emma was entirely innocent of her sister's death? 3 deaths we have laid at Emma's door, and she mightn't be guilty of any of them. What if we did her a terrible injustice and she went to her grave with us believing the worst of her? She had not the means to prove her innocence. It was a witch hunt, nothing but gossip and innuendo, I said bitterly. He drew me close and I listened to the deep, slow rhythm of his heartbeat, as steady as the ground upon which I stood. You will never make a detective if you are afraid to believe the worst, he said into my hair. I drew back. According to you, I am not suited to make a detective at all. I believe when last we spoke upon the subject, you called me stupid and selfish, I reminded him. A tiny muscle began to jump in his jaw. I was angry. I stared at him. But you do not deny it, I note. The tips of his nostrils flared slightly, and I knew he was striving for patience. No, I do not. I ought to have phrased it better, but I will not deny that I have thought it. I turned to leave, but he took my arm firmly. We are not finished. We are, I told him coldly. I made no effort to pull my arm away. I knew too well that I would fail, and the attempt to do so would only underscore the weakness of my position. I have nothing further to say upon the subject, and I have no wish to listen to whatever you might say. This conversation is at an end because I say it is. Is that what you imagined when you married me? That you would play the tune and I would dance a merry measure for you? He demanded. For once he wore his anger hotly. His usual cool self-possession had deserted him, and I saw that his gypsy blood, usually held so firmly in check, had got the better of him. His dark complexion was suffused with color, and his eyes glinted ominously as his grip tightened upon my wrist until I thought the bones should break. That was the translation of his name, I remembered suddenly. Brisbane, Old French for breaker of bones, and it suited him then. He could have ground my bones to powder beneath the heel of his boot, so hot was the rage within him, and yet he used no more force upon me than that required to keep me there to listen. I am not your plaything, Julia, he told me, his honeyed voice rasping with emotion. Too often I have indulged you and given way because I did not see the harm in it. You took me as lord and master, and I have been neither to you. By God, it ends now. He turned to leave the peacocks, pulling me behind him. Where are we going? Brisbane, you are frightening me. Good, he said harshly. You need to be frightened. It is past time you understood what you married. He said nothing more, but strode on, neither slackening his pace nor loosening his grip. We proceeded out to the road, and when we came to the crossroads, we struck up the path toward the ridge. I had not realized Brisbane was familiar with the monastery, but he seemed to know his way, picking out his path with no hesitation. When we reached the gates, he walked in without ringing the gong, stopping only when he had crossed the threshold into the entry hall of the monastery itself. The servant Chang appeared, her face set in scolding lines, but Brisbane gave her a harsh command in Chinese, and she stepped sharply backward, muttering something in return. I stared at him in astonishment, but he did not look at me. He had told me once that he had spent time in Canton. I ought to have realized he spoke the language, but I had no time to reflect upon Brisbane's secret talents. He continued on, pushing through rooms until he came to one I had not seen before. It was furnished with a curious assortment of things, west and east greeting each other in a strange sort of collection that was oddly harmonious. Heavy armchairs jostled with porcelain tulip vases and jade statues. A great bearskin stretched atop a turkey carpet of exquisite make, and a pair of enormous bronze chandeliers illuminated the coffered Tibetan ceiling painted with dragons and demons. The White Raja was seated on a great carved chair that looked suspiciously like solid mother-of-pearl, and he was smiling in welcome. You have come at last, children. How happy I am to see you. Brisbane stood next to me, taut as a bowstring and immovable as marble. Spare the pleasantries, old man. You have information regarding the death of Freddie Cavendish. I want it." I stared at the pair of them in astonishment. I had never seen Brisbane so cold, so murderous, and at his words my friend became someone else entirely. The White Raja's expression changed, and his benevolent smile turned hard, his eyes flat and malevolent as a cobra's. "Do not think to order me about boy. I will not have it. Besides, you have not even introduced me properly to the lady. Or would you rather I do it?" he asked with a sly glance at me. But this was a battle Brisbane would not let the old man win. He cut in sharply, and when he spoke it was with a stranger's voice. "Julia, I believe you already know the White Raja, or to give him his proper name, Black Jack Brisbane, my father. The 17th chapter, have you not heard his silent steps? He comes, comes, ever comes." Silent steps, Rabindranath Tagore. I opened my mouth in disbelief. But the old man smiled again, and the chill of it reached to my very marrow. "Yes, my dear girl, it is too true. Come and let me embrace my daughter-in-law." He spread his arms wide, the sleeves of his oriental robe falling back to reveal forearms thick with muscle. Something in the change of his demeanor revealed the extent of the disguise he had adopted before. His hair was still white, his beard still sparse, but the thin and reedy voice had been replaced by one remarkably like his son's, and his movements, so labored before, now betrayed the vigor of a man half his age. I sank down upon a tapestried stool and put my head into my hands. "I thought you were dead," I managed. "Is that what you tell people about me?" he asked Brisbane lightly. "How wounding." "Perhaps if I say it enough it will come true," Brisbane countered. I peeped through my fingers. "Where have you been all these years after you abandoned Maria and her child?" Black Jack sighed and toyed with his ring, the emerald sparking green fire in the dim shadows of the room. "It makes a pretty melodrama, doesn't it? The poor gypsy witch and her starveling half-breed brat. The truth is, Maria Young was the devil's own witch, and that is the truth. I have the scar upon my back to prove it." "And you were the innocent party," I persisted. He slanted me a wicked smile. "I was never an innocent, my dear, not even in the cradle, but I met my match in Maria. She was a beautiful girl, the loveliest I ever saw, I will give her that," he conceded. "But as poorly suited to marriage as I was. I wouldn't have even believed the boy was mine until I saw him in his cradle, and he was the very image of me," he added, nodding toward his son. I stared from father to son, realizing how blind I had been. The coloring was different, for Brisbane bore his mother's black eyes and hair, and his skin carried the dusky olive cast of the true gypsy, but the high cheekbones, the proud brow, the noble nose, all were his father's. Only the mouth was different, for where Brisbane's underlip curved full, his father's was thin and pinched. "You did not answer my question," I told him. "Where have you been?" He smiled at Brisbane, his features twisted with malice and amusement. "I like her. In spite of myself, I like her. She is troublesome, but then she is not my trouble to bear, is she? You will have your hands full with that one." I rose to my full height and looked at him with all the loftiness my birth afforded me. "Do not speak of me as if I were not present." He blinked slowly, a familiar trick of Brisbane's, and gave me a nod of assent. "As you wish, Lady Julia," he said, with deliberate emphasis upon my title. "And as much as I am enjoying this familial visit, I confess, I am rather busy at present." "Your business is with the murder of Freddie Cavendish, you said," he asked, turning to Brisbane. "Why do you think he knows anything about Freddie's death?" I put to Brisbane. Black Jack smiled at his son, doubtless waiting to see how much he knew. Brisbane did not disappoint. He did not look at me as he began his recitation of the facts. "The White Raja has been offering the gentlemen of the valley and the surrounding area a place for diversions, gambling being foremost." I turned to Black Jack and he shrugged. "A fellow must earn his keep," he explained, "and as you will likely have heard, my family have cut me from the honey pot. I make my own way in the world, and I have not done too badly." Brisbane looked at him with an expression of rank distaste. "There is no evil so low you will not stoop to it if there is a profit to be made." Black Jack seemed affronted. Not true. I do not engage in slavery anymore. Too dangerous. I felt my stomach heave a little. Any more? Black Jack shrugged. The Chinese do enjoy their comforts, but the Chinese are tricky devils and one has to tread carefully with them. He has trafficked in opium as well, Brisbane informed me, and doubtless still does. Not beyond what I use for my own pleasure, he said stoutly. He turned to me, his tone conversational. He might have been discussing the weather. The trouble with opium trading is that eventually one's clients all become slaves to the pipe and so indolent they can no longer pay. No, I find a nice solution of cocaine to be much more efficient. It gives the user more vigor than he knows what to do with, and he feels he cannot live without it. He will do anything to get more and frequently does. I stared at him, the pieces assembling quickly in my mind. Dr. Llewellyn. Black Jack lifted an expressive brow. She is too clever by half. Yes, my dear. Poor Dr. Llewellyn is quite devoted to his needle. And the men who owe you money for gambling and intoxicants, how do they pay? Brisbane asked. Black Jack snorted. Cash, boy, what do you take me for, the Bank of England? I do not extend credit. And if they cannot, I asked quietly. Would you accept porcelains, for example, small paintings, jewelry? I glanced about the room, crammed as it was with small and precious objects dart, and I saw it for what it was, a storehouse of ill-gotten gains. He would. And I wager sometimes he will accept information, Brisbane put in softly. Black Jack's ice-blue eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. What sort of information? I asked. The valuable sort, Brisbane supplied. For the victim who cannot pay in coin, he will take information he can use to his advantage, usually by means of blackmail. He fixed his father with his implacable black stare. I want to know what information Freddie Cavendish gave you. What makes you think he gave me information? Let intuition, Brisbane told him. Black Jack burst out laughing. The gypsies still have a hold on you, don't they, boy? You believe all that nonsense of your mother's. She claimed to have the sight and she persuaded you that you had it as well. I don't believe it. The sight is a fairy story meant to coax money from the gullible, and in case you hadn't noticed, boy, I am far from gullible. What you believe is immaterial to me, Brisbane said, never abandoning his calm. But I will have what I came for. Or, the word was low and soft, but the danger was implicit. I had the sense of two lions, one aged but still dangerous, the other younger and stronger, circling over the same bit of prey. I had seen Brisbane's ruthlessness. Like any other weapon in his arsenal, he used it carefully, deliberately. But I wondered for an instant if he would be able to wield it against his own father. I need not have worried. Brisbane matched his savage smile, baring his teeth. Then I will call 7 ravens to pluck out thine eyes, he said, pronouncing each word with such finality that I felt my breath sitting tightly within my chest. I recognized the words. They were the beginning of an old Romany curse, an archaic conjuration of evil upon one's enemy. I had never heard Brisbane speak in such a fashion, but as I looked at Black Jack, I understood precisely why he had done so. For just an instant, something uncertain flickered in the cold blue depths of the old man's eyes, and behind it stood fear. It was gone in an instant, for the old man mastered himself. Black Jack threw back his head and laughed, a deep, throaty sound, but it did not deceive me. The hesitation betrayed him, and I knew then that for all his evil deeds, Black Jack took only calculated risks, and he could not afford to take on his son, at least not in a physical sense, and perhaps something primitive and superstitious within him had been stirred at the ancient gypsy words. He strode to a chinoiserie cabinet and rummaged for a moment, withdrawing a book. He handed it, quite deliberately to me rather than to Brisbane, all the while keeping one hand casually in his pocket. I think you might find this of interest, my dear. It was a gift from Freddie Cavendish. I took it, but he did not release his hold on the other end. I stared into the ice-cold eyes of the devil. How do we know you did not kill him yourself? His upper lip curled. I do not kill for sport any longer, child. I am too old for that. I have been far too close to the noose to court it willingly. Any longer. I felt another surge of nausea and subdued it. Even the scent of him, sandalwood and bay rum, now made me feel ill. I had thought him kindly and benevolent. How could I have been so deceived? As if he sensed my thoughts, he put his head to the side. Do not sulk, child. They have a proverb in this part of the world. When the student is ready, the teacher will come. Now you have learnt the lesson. No one is what they seem. Life is a walking mask, little one, a series of conjuring tricks. Think upon it and remember me well. And with that he turned loose from the end of the book, raised his other hand from his pocket and shot a smile at Brisbane. "No," Brisbane cried, launching himself, but before he could reach me, the room erupted in a shower of sparks and smoke. I ended on the ground, the book clutched to my chest, the wind knocked from my lungs. I rolled over, gasping, to find the carpet where Black Jack had stood beginning to smolder. Through the smoke, something glimmered. I had just a moment to snatch up the emerald ring from where Black Jack had dropped it before Brisbane gathered me up and dashed from the room, carrying me out to the cool of the veranda. Once more I lay on his lap, blinking. "This is becoming an inconvenient habit," I said when I had recovered my voice. "Are you all right?" he demanded, his hands hard upon my shoulders. "I am no rag doll, Brisbane. Stop shaking me." He obeyed, then helped me to rise. "Can you walk back to the peacocks?" "The sooner we get out of here, the better." "But Black Jack," I protested. "Is fine," he supplied curtly. "The explosion," Brisbane gave me another bitter smile. "A parlor trick I learnt when I was 7, a pocketful of specially prepared gunpowder. It self-ignites when subjected to a violent shift." "Such as being thrown to the ground," I said, marveling a little. Brisbane fixed me with a look of disgust. "It is the lowest sort of magic." "He is a conjurer of some skill," he said grudgingly, "but rather than using his arts for entertainment, he works them for more nefarious purposes." He led me out of the gates and onto the road that stretched down into the valley and onward to Darjeeling. He took a great draught of fresh air, as if to clear all of the malign atmosphere of his father's house from his lungs. "The carpet was smoldering," I said finally. "It will have been destroyed." "Good," he cut in viciously. "I hope he chokes upon it." We walked for some time in silence. "How long have you known he was here?" Brisbane stopped, sighed, then seemed to steel himself. "Since Calcutta. I suspected for more than a year that he was in this vicinity, but I did not confirm it until then." I stared at him in mystification. "You knew your father was alive, but more than that, you knew he was in India, and you did not care to share this information." "I never said he was dead, and I did not think it would ever matter where he lived," he protested, and I had to give him the right of it. We had never discussed coming to India, and if I had assumed his father was dead, I had no one but myself to blame. I had heard him speak of Black Jack's abandonment of Maria to take to the sea, and had naturally believed him lost. Little did I ever imagine he had embarked upon a life of crime. Brisbane catalogued Black Jack's sins for me as we walked, and it was a tale to turn the stoutest stomach. His was an evil the likes of which I had never known, and the fact that his path had occasionally crossed Brisbane's made me ache for my husband. "The last time I saw him I was 20, Brisbane told me. "It was in Morocco, and he gave me this," he said, touching the crescent scar upon his cheek. I put my finger to the scar and traced it. I had always loved it, this mark of battle. He smiled suddenly, a cold and vicious smile. "Yes, well, I took the top off one of his fingers, so we were well matched." "And you have not seen him since?" "No, but I kept myself informed of his whereabouts as he did mine. I have no doubt that he ended up here as a result of the Cavendish connection with your family. But we have only been married a matter of months, and he has been here far longer," I pointed out. Brisbane's look was inscrutable. "But we met 3 years ago, and since then our lives have been entwined." "And you think he meant to exploit the connection somehow?" He shrugged. I think one remote place is like any other. Sometimes, when he has overplayed his hand, he will retreat and set up a gambling house of sorts. He used to supply women as well, but I suspect he prefers to deal solely with drugs now. Less complicated in many ways to running an amateur house, and he is always one to simplify a process if it means less danger and greater profit. He presents himself as a kindly old recluse and offers the wives nothing to be suspicious of. To the husbands and bachelors he offers much more, luring them into ruinous debts. Once he has rebuilt his fortunes, he is free to leave to begin again elsewhere. I think this time he liked the connection to your family and settled here to keep it as a sort of gambling marker in his pocket, something tucked away against a rainy day should he have need of it. And what of the disappearing act? Do you think he means to leave now? I think he meant to end the conversation on his terms. It was ever his way, he said bitterly. He paused, and I smelled something withheld. What else is there? He looked like a man emerging from the confessional, all of his secrets and sins drained away. Plum, I told you that I used him as an operative. He has not been pursuing Miss Thorne. It was simply a screen for his real actions. He has been going to the monastery and gambling. I had to make sure that Black Jack was up to his old tricks, and naturally I could not go myself. Did Plum know Black Jack was your father? Yes. The word sliced between us, severing the tenuous bonds of partnership as professionals working together. That he had not told me was something I could have endured. That he had confided in my brother I could not. Something rose up within me then, and the anger and fear of the past hour burned clean away, leaving only bleakness and desolation behind. You were right to bring me here, I told him. I do now see what I married. I put out my hand for the book, and he surrendered it without comment. I turned on my heel and left him, standing alone on the road. I locked myself in my room when I reached the Peacocks, but I need not have bothered. Brisbane did not attempt to seek me out, and I threw myself into a fine fit of sulking that lasted the better part of the day. So enraged was I that I did not even think to look at the book until late in the evening. The gentleman had been engaged to dine with Dr. Llewellyn, whom I now thought of with a mixture of pity and revulsion, and we ladies had been a subdued bunch. Lucy had returned to Pine Cottage, insisting she was ready to face the emptiness of the little house, and Miss Cavendish seemed exhausted by the events of the past few days. She had been a friend to Emma, and the loss, though not unexpected, was painful. She ate her food, but it seemed done with deliberation, as if she managed to eat simply because she must and took no pleasure in it. Portia took her meal on a tray with Jane, and I was Miss Cavendish's only company, and poor company at that. I said little, picking at my fish until Jolly finally carried the plate away. We both of us seemed rather relieved when I excused myself early and retreated to my room, and I hoped the burden of entertaining was not proving too taxing for Miss Cavendish. She was not a young woman, I reminded myself, and 4 house guests might be an encumbrance to her. I dismissed Morag after she undressed me, settling into bed with a novel until I remembered the book Black Jack had given me. I retrieved it and got into bed again. I had finished perusing it and had fallen into reverie when Brisbane arrived. I was rolling the emerald ring in my palm, watching the play of light within the stone itself. He approached the bed, clearly preparing himself for another conversation of some import, but I stayed him with an upraised hand. I brandished the ring. Is it genuine, do you think? He did not touch it. Black Jack never deals in paste jewels. Gems are his preferred means of currency. He always keeps a few shockingly valuable pieces upon his person should he need to fund an escape. It is a curious jewel, I mused. How much do you think it is worth? That particular ring is priceless, he told me coolly. I blinked at him. How can you know? You haven't even touched it, much less inspected it with a loupe. Because that is the Isabella emerald given from Queen Isabella of Spain to the Borgia Pope Alexander Roman VI. He in turn gave it to his daughter Lucrezia upon her marriage. She had it set with a lock of her own hair and returned to him as a pledge of her loyalty. "You are joking," I said, almost dropping the ring. Brisbane shrugged. "Look inside." I turned it over to find the underside of the setting had been fitted with a piece of crystal. Embedded behind it was a lock of silken blonde hair, and around the setting of the crystal was incised a Latin inscription, faint but still legible. "Heavens," I breathed. "Where did he get it?" "I've no idea, although I can promise you he did not buy it from a tidy little jeweler in Bond Street. It was stolen from the Vatican centuries ago. It would be impossible to trace at this point." "But it belongs to the Pope," I clarified. "Do you mean to wrap it in brown paper and return it to His Holiness?" Brisbane asked pointedly. "Besides, the ring was ordered buried with Lucrezia. Technically, it was not Vatican property any longer because the Pope instructed it be interred. One might just as easily argue that it belongs to her descendants. What would happen if I did attempt to return it?" He stroked his jaw thoughtfully. "It would sit in the Italian courts for the next 100 years, most likely with the Vatican, Borgia descendants, and you battling out your claims." "Me?" I stared at him in shock. "Why would I have a claim?" He gave me a wicked smile. "Because possession, my love, is 9 parts out of 10 under the law, and the statutes which govern the return of stolen property are so vague as to be almost indecipherable. Depending upon the jurisdiction and how the piece changed hands, the original owners would have lost all claim to it. In fact, they would have lost claim simply because of how much time has passed. No, if the Vatican wanted it returned, they would have had to make a claim long before now." "So it is mine," I breathed. "If you want it," he said, his voice cool and dispassionate, "consider it a wedding gift from your father-in-law." "A most generous gift," I observed. Brisbane gave a short, sharp laugh, and there was no mirth in it. Doubtless he cursed it at first, make no mistake. The emerald was a gesture of the most theatrical sort, designed to both distract and confuse. "Will you go back to the monastery?" "There would be no purpose to it, I assure you. He did not spend half a minute behind those walls once he vanished. He has a gift for disappearing," he said, his handsome mouth twisted a little with bitterness. I put the jewel aside. "There is something else," I told my husband. I handed him the book wordlessly, and it was a long moment before he spoke. "Good God," he breathed. "Yes, that was rather my reaction. You realize that this is evidence that points to one man as the murderer of Freddie Cavendish." Brisbane passed the book back to me. "We have no proof of it." "What more proof do you require?" I asked, brandishing the book. "Tell me the man who would not kill to protect his family, and this book could destroy those whom he loves." Brisbane hesitated, and I pressed the point. "You do not wish it to be so because the evidence came from Black Jack. What if it did? He did not manufacture what is between the covers. The source does not taint the evidence itself. Freddie gave this to him because it was the means by which Black Jack could make money if he engaged in a little polite blackmail." "I do not like it," he said simply. "There are things neither of us have liked in this investigation," I returned tartly, "but we must learn to live with disappointment." The tiny muscle began to jump in his jaw. "Very well, we will return it tomorrow." "Excellent," I agreed. And then I blew out my lamp, leaving him to undress in darkness. The next day we made a late start owing to a variety of domestic difficulties, not the least of which was Brisbane's reluctance to go. He invented any number of distractions to keep himself busy until I finally pointed out that as I was in possession of the book, I did not require him to accompany me. He fixed me with a black look. "You would go alone, wouldn't you? Even to confront a murderer?" "Well, it would not be the first time," I pointed out helpfully. "We arrived shortly after luncheon, a time when we expected to be received with alacrity, and we were. Lalita showed us into the reverend study, and he rose, smiling welcome through his spectacles. How delightful to see you both. Sit, sit, he urged, lifting piles of sermons and books about orchids from the chairs. He shooed away a pretty gray cat and smiled ruefully at the mess. I am a trifle untidy, but, as I say, a bit of mess helps a man to think. We seated ourselves, and I saw from Brisbane's closed expression that he was as uncomfortable with the errand as I decided to come straight to the heart of the matter. I had wrapped the book in brown paper, but now I unfolded it from the parcel and laid it upon the Reverend Pennyfeather's desk. "This is Cassandra's," he said, touching the cover but not opening the book. "Do you know what the album contains?" I asked softly. His smile was gentle. "I believe I do, if this is the album that has gone missing." "And do you know where it was?" "I have my suspicions," he said, his smile fading, "but they are unchristian, and I do my best to turn loose of them." "It was given to us by the White Rajah," Brisbane put in. He watched the Reverend with the sharp eyes of a predator, but the astonishment writ on the clergyman's face was genuine. "The White Rajah, however did he come by it?" "One of the maids. It was given to him by someone else, someone who gave it to him with the intention of harming your family." The Reverend flushed deeply. "I recognize that the photographs are unorthodox," he began. "They are by most standards improper," I broke in. He looked at the album as if it had grown poisonous fangs. "Cassandra told me they were life studies of Primrose, some classical poses." "Some are," I acknowledged, "but there are others." He pushed the book aside. "I cannot look, I must not." "No, I think it would be best if you did not," I agreed. "But you must know that there are photographs in that album of Primrose engaged in acts that could cause scandal." The flush of a moment before ebbed, leaving his complexion waxy and white. "I cannot believe this," he said, his voice hoarse. "They are beautifully done," I hastened to add. "Cassandra is a talented artist, but one cannot escape the fact that they are still photographs of a young woman in a state of dishabille disporting herself in a very intimate fashion. But why would she do such a thing?" He cried, his anguish thick in the little room. I looked to Brisbane, but he said nothing. It had not been his idea to come, and he clearly did not intend to offer me assistance. The Reverend covered his face with his hands for a long moment, but when he dropped them, he seemed to have recovered himself. "Cassandra has always had such different notions of what is right and proper. She was brought up to believe in a certain freeness of manner that I have never entirely grasped. She sees things that are natural and thinks that if nature made them so, they must be good. She sees God in all things and tells me my holiness is inferior to hers because God cannot be bound by the laws of man. She is like a child in the ways of morality. She simply does not understand. That is why I brought her here," he said mournfully. "She sometimes does things that other people do not understand, but still I love her, and because of that she stays with me." Questions trembled on my lips, but I had learned through experience that it is best to let a person speak without interruption at such times. "I can well imagine her taking these photographs and excusing to herself as art. She would not think it a sin. Primrose, however," his face darkened again. "Primrose knows. She is enough my child to understand the gravity of what she has done, and she is enough Cassandra's child not to care. She hears her mother's stories of freedom and easy manners, and she longs for such a life. She knows I had a mind to see her properly married next year, perhaps to a planter out of Darjeeling. Now it cannot be, and I would not be an honest man if I did not say that I believe she did this deliberately to make that impossible." He looked up suddenly. "But why would giving this to the White Rajah harm my family?" he asked, seizing upon Brisbane's earlier remark. Brisbane stirred himself to answer. "The White Rajah is not all that he seems. He is a deceptive man, a criminal who makes it his habit to ensnare gentlemen into habits they cannot afford. When they cannot pay, he will take whatever they have of value, including information that might prove embarrassing to others." "For blackmail?" the Reverend asked. "I am afraid so. He has not approached you." The Reverend shook his head. "Not for so much as a shilling. I thought him a kindly old man. He even gave me a contribution for the orphans fund I manage. No doubt he was holding on to the album for an auspicious time, perhaps when your daughter's engagement was announced, I put in. When I would be all the more vulnerable and likelier to pay, the Reverend said. It is diabolical. We did not disagree. I exchanged quick glances with Brisbane, realizing the sudden futility of our errand. Black Jack had given us evidence, but clearly not evidence that would aid us in finding Freddie's murderer. The Reverend had no notion those specific photographs even existed, much less that they had been stolen for nefarious purposes, and thus he had no motive for killing Freddie Cavendish. We left shortly afterwards, the Reverend's expressions of kindly gratitude ringing in our ears. I glanced at Brisbane. You were right. Black Jack did us no favors. You needn't look so pleased. He flicked me a glance. I am not pleased, he said slowly. In fact, I would have far preferred it if you had been right. Why? I asked. Because once more the trail of Freddie's murder is winding us back to the Peacocks, he said. We fell into silence then and said no more. The 18th chapter. I have got my leave. Bid me farewell, my brothers. I bow to you all and take my departure. Farewell, Rabindranath Tagore. We returned to the Peacocks in a dispirited mood. Brisbane was well accustomed to the ups and downs of investigations, the blind alleys, the trails that went cold. I, however, was not. I like things to be straightforward and easily solved, and I reflected that my frustration did not bode well for me as a detective. I had just avowed to myself that I would learn to temper my impatience when Brisbane and I entered the Peacocks. Portia flew down the stairs, her eyes wide. Dearest, where have you been? You will never believe it, Lucy Eastley has eloped. I stared at her in astonishment, but upon further reflection I realized I ought not to have been surprised. With Emma's death, Lucy had nothing to hold her to Pine Cottage, and I had seen the expression of devotion upon her face when she spoke of her fiancé, and I had also seen the enormous sapphire that promised his intentions. Harry did not wait long, I commented dryly. I did not wait long for what? Harry asked, emerging into the hall from his study. Mr. Cavendish, I cried. You are here, he gave me a quizzical look. Where should I be? Before I could reply, Portia gave me a shove. What on earth are you talking about? Lucy eloped with that fellow you met. What fellow? I asked, feeling the chill of certainty reach into my bones even as I asked the question. The White Rajah, Portia supplied. Lucy has eloped with the White Rajah. It is not your fault, Portia said, putting another compress to my neck. How were you to know? She never said his name, I said, my voice muffled by my skirts. Seeing my pale face at the mention of the White Rajah's name, Brisbane had bodily removed me to the drawing-room and ordered whiskey. Portia had stood by, chafing my hands and laying compresses upon my neck while Harry built up the fire. She never said his name, and I assumed it was Harry, I moaned again. You thought I was betrothed to Lady Eastley? Harry asked. I sat up, watching the room spin slowly. I took a sip of whiskey and the room righted itself. Lucy and I were discussing you. Then she began to speak of her betrothed, only I did not realize at the time that she changed the subject. Lucy can be so imprecise in her speech, I added peevishly. I thought you were her intended, Mr. Cavendish. I didn't even realize she knew the White Rajah. Their assignations were always conducted in secret, Portia said rather unhelpfully. She was afraid people might gossip about the difference in their ages. It is all in the note she left, she added, brandishing the page at me. I waved it off and watched as Brisbane took it, reading it over. They met on board the ship, he said after a moment. The same passage during which Cedric died. She said she was flattered but aware of the impropriety when he followed her to the Valley of Eden. She made him promise not to tell anyone of their attachment and insisted their visits must be clandestine. How revoltingly sentimental, I said, feeling rather harshly towards Lucy. The truth was I could have throttled her with my bare hands. The stupidity of the girl astonished me. I appealed to Brisbane. "Will you go after them?" He lifted one broad shoulder in a shrug. "On what grounds?" "On the grounds that he is not a very nice person," I said, infusing my words with meaning. I did not want to disclose the White Rajah's true identity without Brisbane's blessing. "I thought you liked him," Portia pointed out. "Why do you want Brisbane to go after them? And why do you say he is not a very nice person?" I looked at Harry. "Harry knows." Harry blinked. "I know he hosts the odd gambling night, but I do not go," he said stoutly. "I have scarcely met the gentleman." "Then why do you leave the peacocks at night?" I asked him bluntly. He gave a sharp intake of breath, then recovered himself. "I will not answer that except to say that my business is my own and it does not touch this matter. You have my word upon it." He set his jaw as if to challenge any contradiction. "Very well," I said, waving my hand. "You say you have no business with the White Rajah. He entices men into gambling and intoxicants." "Intoxicants. Now I am intrigued," Portia said. "A solution of cocaine specifically," Brisbane told her. "He has kept the good doctor rather well supplied." "As a doctor, I should have thought Llewellyn could keep himself supplied. There is no law against that sort of thing," she observed. Harry seemed relieved to have the subject diverted from his nocturnal wanderings. "Opium in its various forms might be a simpler matter," he put in, "but anything more esoteric would be difficult to come by. I cannot imagine how the White Rajah could arrange such things." "I can," Brisbane said grimly. "God help her," Portia said, "but it appears Lucy has chosen even worse the second time than the first. Has he any money or family?" I took a deep draught of my whiskey to avoid explaining to my sister that the White Rajah in fact had family in this very room. Harry answered, "We do not know anything much of him here in this valley, but I dare say he has connections somewhere. We will hope for the best for Lady Easley's happiness. Many a woman has been the making of a man," he added. He lifted his glass to their happiness, and as he drank off his toast, I realized that Lucy Easley had just become my husband's stepmother. "I will go," Brisbane said suddenly. I blinked at him, not entirely certain if the whiskey had sharpened or blurred my vision, but he seemed resolute. "Perhaps there is time yet to stop it. If Lucy is not a good rider, I may be able to catch them up before they reach Darjeeling." I followed him to our room, where I watched as he flung a few necessities into a bundle just small enough to fit into a saddlebag. I flinched as he tucked the Howdah pistol into his belt and slid a knife into his boot. "Precautions only," he said with a froideur I did not like. "There are still a few brigands on the road into Darjeeling, but I do not expect trouble." "I have reconsidered. I do not want you to go," I said suddenly. "Lucy Easley is a stupid girl. If she does not know he is only marrying her for the Easley fortune, she deserves him." He pulled on an oilskin coat. "The weather may turn in a day or so. Mind you watch the sky if you go out," he said. "Will you take Plum?" I asked, knowing well enough what the answer would be. "No, there is still possibly a murderer at large here, and I will have you kept safe," he told me. I did not argue. I merely sat upon the bed, holding my knees. "This is the first time we have been parted," I told him. "You left Calcutta without me," he pointed out. There was no softness in his manner toward me, nothing that I could seize upon to bring him close to me again. I regretted our quarrel deeply, but I could not bring myself to speak first to make it up with him, and with no olive branch from him, matters stayed as they lay between us. "I will return in a few days, a week at most," he informed me. "Be safe." He paused as if he would kiss me. His eyes held my gaze, then dropped to my mouth. And then he was gone, quick as the snap of a conjurer's cape. It was done then, I told myself coolly. He had taken himself off to pursue his father, and I was left to continue the investigation into Freddie's death on my own. Something good and fine that had bound us together had been broken, and such things were seldom mended. I roused myself and took out my notebook and began to write. During my ruminations, it occurred to me that, Although I had not been correct about the object of Lucy's affections, I had certainly plucked a nerve when I had confronted Harry about his late-night activities. Broaching the subject with the man himself had yielded no results, but it occurred to me that with a little deft handling, I might be able to unearth the information I wanted from another source. I went in search of Miss Cavendish and ran her to ground, turning out the linen cupboard. "I am so glad I found you," I told her truthfully. She counted under her breath for a moment, then put a tick mark in her linen book. 39 pillow slips. There ought to be 45, she murmured, and I wondered guiltily where Brisbane had got the linen for his disguise. "I am certain they will turn up," I said rather mendaciously. "May I help? If you count, I can tick things off in the book. It will be so much faster." In truth, it would save her mere seconds, but perhaps she wanted company, for she handed me the linen book and the pencil and began to count washstand covers. I was terribly startled at the news of Lucy's elopement, I told her. Her lips thinned and her hands stopped moving. "I feel somehow responsible," she said shortly. Whatever do you mean?" She held her mouth tightly, as if trying to hold back the words, but they burst forth in a rush. "I introduced them on the ship. He was so kindly and so harmless, I thought, and she was so unhappy. I thought they might amuse one another, innocently, of course. With such a difference in their ages, he is old enough to be her father," she exclaimed, pursing her lips in disapproval. "I am quite certain you have nothing with which to reproach yourself," I told her firmly. She was not mollified. "I would like to believe you, Lady Julia. But it does not escape my attention that Lady Eastleigh was your relation, and a far nearer one to you than I. Perhaps you and Lady Bettiscombe and Mr. March will feel that I have been derelict in my duty at introducing her to a person to whom I myself had not been properly presented. He did not even provide me with a letter of introduction." She finished on a high, strangled note. She reached for a stack of towels, the keys jangling at her belt. "Miss Cavendish, Lucy Eastleigh is quite old enough to make her own decisions about whose acquaintance to cultivate and where to present her affections. Besides, one does not normally rely upon letters of introduction in so informal and confined a setting as a ship. I myself shared a table at dinner with a dentist," I added, hoping to offer her some comfort. Instead, she looked aghast. "A dentist? Oh my! Precisely. But he was a very gentlemanly fellow, and we had the most interesting discussion about stamps one evening. He is an amateur philatelist, and I promised to send him some postage stamps from our more exotic travels. He was thoroughly delightful, and I should never have made his acquaintance were we not thrown together on board the steamer. I suspect it was precisely the same for you." "It was," she replied with some relief. "I was traveling alone, you see. I was feeling very low as I had not been able to persuade Freddie to return with me, and I so hated to disappoint Father. I am afraid I rather seized upon the friendship of anyone who was kind to me." She applied herself assiduously to the counting of tea towels then, and I gave her a moment to compose herself. "And now it transpires that that fellow is a debaucher, providing games of chance and insalubrious drugs to people like poor Dr. Llewellyn. You would think a character so defiled would leave its mark upon the face," she said stoutly. "It does not work that way, unfortunately," I told her, thinking of the most accomplished jewel thief I had once known. She had the face of a chocolate box Madonna and larceny in her heart. "Indeed it does not. I do not mind telling you I was deceived in Lady Eastleigh as well. She gave me no indication that she was betrothed, nor that she intended to leave this valley so soon." "So soon," she sniffed hard, holding back emotion. "Emma's loss has been a difficult time for you," I sympathized. She withdrew a handkerchief from her pocket and blew her nose resoundingly. "Yes, well, we all have trials to bear. And uncertainty can only make the situation worse," I put in gently. "It must be a terrible strain upon the nerves not knowing what will happen." I meant the birth of Jane's child and the infant's affect upon the disposition of the estate, but Miss Cavendish clearly had other matters upon her mind. "It seems as if everything is breaking down," she said, her hands twisting in a bundle of clean antimacassars. "The old ways, the good ways, are being flung aside, and soon the rules will no longer apply, and a man will think he can marry just anyone." There was a sudden brittleness to her movements, and I realized she had been holding in a tremendous amount of worry over more than just the birth of Jane's baby. I said nothing for a moment, my mind working furiously to assemble the pieces. "Harry," I said suddenly, feeling the familiar rush of certainty when a deduction had fallen into place. "He has been courting someone unsuitable." Her lower lip trembled, but she did not weep. She merely blinked hard, holding back the violent emotion within herself. "I suppose you would think her suitable. Your own marriage is so unorthodox," she said, although not as unkindly as she might have. "I do think that sometimes the rules might be bent for exceptional people," I hedged. There were a handful of candidates for Harry's potential bride, and I knocked my arrow towards the likeliest. "It is Miss Thorne, is it not?" "She is a half-caste," Miss Cavendish said sharply. "Her blood is impure, neither fish nor fowl." "Surely that is not her fault," I said gently, thinking of the mesalliance that had resulted in her mother's birth. Miss Cavendish gave me a piercing look. "No, but neither is it something to be spoken of openly. Such things used to be kept quiet within the family as they belonged. But in so small and remote a place, you cannot expect there would not be talk. This valley is no different to any tiny village in England. Everyone here must know everyone else's secrets, or at least a fair few of them. They talk about him," she said, pressing a loving hand to a piece of embroidery at the end of a pillow slip. "Father was a good man, no matter what you might think of him, no matter what others might say. He treated his pickers fairly, and what happened with Miss Thorne's grandmother, well, that was an aberration. It says nothing about the man himself," she told me, lifting her chin defiantly. "Of course not," I soothed. "He paid to support his daughter, and when she died, he gave money to Miss Thorne for her education." "Why not to Lalita as well?" I asked before I could stop myself. "And Nairsh? Nairsh has a gift for growing things. He will rise to be head gardener here in time, and that is an excellent prospect for any young man," she said firmly. "Lalita was brought up to be a cook like her mother. It is all she has ever wanted, and she is content it should be so. She and Nairsh know their places." Miss Thorne was different right from the beginning. She announced when she was 3 that she wanted an English name, so her father told her she could call herself Elizabeth. It came to my father's notice, and he began to take an interest in her. When he discovered she was an unnaturally bright girl, he made arrangements for her to be educated formally. He thought she could teach, perhaps in a good school in Calcutta. "But she could not stay away from this valley," I put in. Miss Cavendish grimaced. "From this valley or from the peacocks? You think she has designs upon the estate?" Miss Cavendish put her head to the shelf, resting it for a moment. When she lifted it, her nose was rimmed in pink, rather like a rabbit's. "I do not know what to think. I only know that she means trouble, and that sooner or later everything here must change. Oh, why must it change?" At that, Miss Cavendish thrust a bundle of linen into my hands and fled the cupboard, a harsh sob breaking from her throat as she left. I sighed and began to count out bedsheets, wondering if I would ever learn to govern my tongue. The 19th chapter, Mother. "I shall weave a chain of pearls for thy neck with my tears of sorrow." Chain of pearls. Rabindranath Tagore. After luncheon I decided to pay a visit to the Pennyfeathers. I longed for a tete-a-tete with Miss Thorne, and I had little doubt I could pry information out of her now that I knew her secret. With the Pennyfeathers themselves excluded from Freddie's murder on the grounds that they had not realized he had taken the incriminating album, I hoped to narrow the field of possible murderers. Harry still held the likeliest position in my mind, and perhaps a visit with his intended bride could winnow some facts that would aid me in my investigation. Lalita opened the door to me, and I greeted her warmly. Lalita, I have not had the chance to compliment you on the delicious food you provided us after Miss Phipps passed. The funeral baked meats had been extraordinary. Miss Cavendish might not approve of native cuisine, but Lucy had had no such scruples, and the result had been a table laden with scrumptious things that managed to be neither entirely British nor entirely Indian, but rather the best parts of both. She bowed her head, smiling. I am pleased to have given pleasure, Memsa. A sudden horrifying thought struck me. Lalita, before Lady Eastleigh departed so hastily, she did pay you, did she not? Oh yes, Memsa. Memsa Eastleigh was quite thorough about such things. Excellent. I wondered if Miss Thorne might be about today. I wanted to speak with her. Alas and alack, she is abed today and quite unwell. I fear she can see no one. Really, I am so sorry to hear that. What ails her? A terrible and ferocious headache, she said promptly. Perhaps I might see Miss Primrose then, I told her. She bowed her head again and asked me to wait. After a moment she returned. Miss Primrose is in the studio with the Memsa. I had hoped to find Primrose alone, but I followed Lalita obediently. Lady Julia, Cassandra cried, I am so glad you have come. I have just today mounted your photograph and must know what you think of it. She had clearly been in the midst of a session, for Primrose was standing, fully draped this time in deepest black robes and holding a papier-mâché sword. "Mamma, are we quite finished?" she asked in a bored voice. "Yes, yes, I have quite enough poses of you as Andromache," she said, flapping a hand. "You may change." Primrose disappeared behind the screen, but not before she had unpinned the shoulder of her robes, permitting them to slip to her waist. Is she not a glorious example of young womanhood? Cassandra asked, smiling at her daughter. Sitting ripely in the first flush of maturity, so nubile, so fresh, she would have enthused a while longer, I feared, so I set a deliberate smile upon my lips. "You said you have my photograph." "Ah, yes." She went to the workbench and returned with a stiff pasteboard frame. Within it was the image of Portia and me, draped in Grecian robes and clinging together, the silk birds dotted artistically. It ought to have been silly and overly sentimental, but it was not. Something about the image was deeply affecting. There was genuine affection there, and a ribbon of grief running through the devotion, as if we had weathered storms together, but had been propped by our affection for one another. Portia was my prop, I reflected. She had supported me through my widowhood, guiding me to become the woman I was, encouraging my relationship with Brisbane when I would have let the affair drift along like a rudderless ship. She was my rock, my bulwark, and as I looked at the beautiful face of my sister, I felt sudden tears prick my eyes. To my horror, Cassandra Pennyfeather saw them as well. She put a long, slender arm about my shoulders. "You feel it, do you not, the soul that I capture in my work? I am an artist, Lady Julia. There is no human emotion I fear." "Including desire?" I asked. The suddenness of the inquiry might have thrown anyone less self-possessed, but Cassandra merely laughed. "Do you mean the photographs I took of Primrose? The album has turned up then, what relief! Those photographs were some of my best work and I was frantic when they went missing." She cocked her head, an amused smile curving her lips. "They were art, Lady Julia. Surely you must appreciate that, a woman of the world, of such experience." "Surely you can appreciate the unorthodoxy of the images," I returned. She shrugged. "What is orthodoxy? What is the norm? What is acceptable? As I say, I am an artist. I reject such things, they are bourgeois, and I have taught my children to reject them as well, as much as I have been able," she added. She gave me a rueful smile. "My husband is a modern man, but even he does not share my ambition to be an iconoclast." "You could hardly expect him to," I pointed out. "He is a clergyman after all. Orthodoxy is their stock in trade." She laughed again. "Too true. Ah, here is Primrose." The girl had emerged from the screen, dressed in her more conventional clothes, but with her hair still unbound. It fell almost to her waist, rippling and lovely. "Primrose understands me," Cassandra said. She knows what it means to feel deeply about things, so deeply that one cannot bury it beneath layers of whalebone and starched taffeta. Primrose gave her mother an indulgent smile. "You are lucky to have one another," I told them truthfully. "My mother died when I was very young." I should have liked to have known her. Cassandra returned the photograph to the bench then, and Primrose turned to me. "You saw the photographs that Mama took. What did you think of them?" she asked, almost challengingly. "They were lovely and shocking, and in the wrong hands they could be very dangerous." She gave a short, sharp laugh. "I am not afraid of that," she said, and I believed her. The young are never afraid of the right things. That is the failing of youth. "I am sorry to have missed your governess." I had hoped to speak with her. Primrose flapped a hand. "I am not. I would far rather pose for Mama than learn sums or improve my conversational French. I am sorry she is unwell, though. I do not like tummy troubles," she added, looking for a moment like the child she almost was. "Tummy, I thought she was abed with a headache." "No," Primrose said, wrinkling her brow. "I am quite certain she said she wanted nothing to eat because she could not keep anything down." I pondered this. "Ah, well, perhaps I misunderstood Lalita. I will bid you farewell then. Thank you, Cassandra, for showing me the photograph. It is exceptional." Cassandra, who had got engrossed in her work, merely waved at me, and Primrose went to lounge upon the sofa in the studio, taking up a French novel the likes of which I was quite certain Miss Thorne would not approve. I left the studio, and was quite happy to find that no one was about. I glanced up and down the corridors, but I was entirely alone, and I lifted my skirts into my hands and hastened up the stairs. I passed the second floor, certain the governess would not be permitted rooms with the family, and did not stop until I had reached the top floor. I surveyed the long corridor and found that all the doors stood open save one. I crept near, pressing my ear to the door. I listened, but the only sound I heard was the beating of the blood in my ears. Just as I was about to knock, the door was jerked open and I fell inside the room. Miss Thorne stood over me, dressed in a wrapper and wearing a sober expression. She reached down and offered me a hand, which I took gratefully. "I am sorry to disturb you whilst you are unwell," I began, but even as I said the words I realized she was not unwell, or at least not physically. There was a tautness to her that I had not seen before, a brittleness to her usually graceful movements. She gave me the only chair and perched herself upon the edge of the narrow bed. It was a symptom of her distress that she spoke first. The Miss Thorne of old would have waited serenely for me to begin the conversation. "Why have you come, my lady?" I paid her the compliment of the truth. "I know Harry Cavendish hopes to make you his wife, and I know you have refused him." With this, she burst into tears, and I went to sit beside her, offering her my handkerchief. A good cry was often the prelude to frank discussion, so I made no attempt to stifle her sobs. I merely waited and occasionally patted her hand, and after a while her weeping subsided to a few gulping breaths. "I am so sorry," she stammered. "I do not know what came over me." "I do," I said coolly, removing myself back to the chair. "You are in love with Harry Cavendish, but you will not marry him because you are afraid he murdered Freddie," she gaped. "How can you know that?" I gave her a patient smile. "Because I am a woman and I recognize the signs. Miss Cavendish thinks you have designs only upon the estate, but she is entirely wrong. Oh, you are a young woman with a very healthy sense of yourself. You would find it deeply satisfying to rise to the challenge of helping to manage the peacocks, I think. But the attraction for you is Harry himself." "I could do much good," she temporized. "The children need a school. I know I could persuade Harry to build one." "A noble ambition," I agreed. "But he cannot give you a school if he is not master of the estate, and he cannot be master so long as Jane Cavendish's child might be a boy." Her shoulders trembled for a moment, but with a great effort of will she mastered her emotion. "Harry's life is in limbo right now, as is the very future of the estate. And you are in a rather delicate position," I reasoned out. "If you agree to marry him now, You risk him never owning a hectare of his own should Jane have a son. You would be entirely dependent upon the whims of another, and let us be frank, as the mother of the heir, Jane could turn the pair of you out whenever she chose. She would not, of course, I added hastily, but there would always be the shadow of possibility over your heads, hardly conducive to a happy marriage. She lowered her eyes and I went on. Of course, if you wait until Jane bears a girl to accept him, you will seem mercenary, as if you cared more about the inheritance than the man himself. And over it all must hang the question of how far Harry would go to bring the peacocks within his grasp. I lie awake at nights thinking of it, she said in a dull, flat voice. Amongst other things, I murmured. She did not blush. Yes, I meet Harry sometimes. I have let him kiss me, but no more. I am not my grandmother. I know what happens to women who do not guard themselves, and I should never have kissed him. It confuses me. And that confusion has clouded your mind and your judgment, I finished. That is why you went to Brisbane to ask him about making inquiries about Harry. I hated myself for it, but I had heard something of Mr. Brisbane's reputation, and I knew he could be discreet. I asked him, but he would not make inquiries for me. He said it would not be proper considering your relationship with the Cavendish family. Brisbane thought quickly on his feet, I reflected. Telling Miss Thorne that he could not investigate Harry on the grounds that he was already investigating Freddie's murder would have been impossible. Claiming consanguinity to the subject by way of marriage was the next best thing. Yes, well, I am sorry he was not able to ease your mind. She spread her hands. I am left with only my doubts, and even if he were to be proved innocent of the deed, how could I accept him, knowing that I thought him capable of such a thing? My dear Miss Thorne, you are far too hard upon yourself. My husband believes most people are capable of murder with the proper motivation. I could work out a case against you, for example. At this she looked aghast. That is not possible, isn't it? Perhaps you wanted to control your grandfather's estate. Perhaps you believe you and your siblings have been cheated of your inheritance. You have great natural beauty. It would not be difficult to inveigle Harry with your charms. The only person who would then stand between the three of you and the estate would be Freddie. And how did Freddie die? By the infected bite of your mistress, Snake. Were you there when Percival bit Freddie? Could you have agitated the little reptile, goading him to bite Freddie? Could you have later offered the weakened Freddie some vicious substance to finish the deed? Of course. And I dare say, as a young woman of spirit and imagination, you could think of a dozen ways to have administered the poison. The look of horror dawning upon her face would have been all the proof required to her innocence. She put a hand to her neck as if feeling the noose tighten. It is wickedness. You cannot believe it. I do not, as it happens, I told her, smoothing my skirts. I believe you are wholly innocent of the deed. Of course, I have been wrong about these things before, I admitted. More than once, in fact, but your excessive worry over Harry tells me your own conscience is clear. And I can only tell you to compose yourself and go about your regular duties. I believe the truth will be revealed soon, and I will hope as fervently as you do that it will be no impediment to your happiness. I rose and went to the door, turning back for a moment. Miss Thorne, are you the only one who suspects Freddie was murdered? She shrugged. I believe so. I have not heard it spoken of. Then you must be very careful not to betray your suspicions. If Freddie was murdered, then his killer has got away with it so far. He will not like to know that you have your doubts. It could be dangerous to be you. With that, I left her, feeling rather sorry for her and regretting I could not offer her some proof of her beloved's innocence. The truth was I rather liked Harry for the murder myself. He had the best motive, perfect opportunity, and the competence that such a murderous scheme would require. Freddie's had not been a murder of flamboyance or extravagance. It had been quietly, methodically ordered, and as such I liked the careful mind of Harry Cavendish for the deed. I only hoped Miss Thorne would not be too shattered if he was proven guilty. I reflected as I scurried silently through the house. I fled through the garden unseen, and breathed a little more easily when I reached the road. If I were discovered there, I could claim I had tarried to take in the Reverend's orchids or some beauty along the path, and my errand in the attics would never be discovered. Just then I spotted the familiar butterfly net waving above the shrubbery, and I felt a pang of guilt. I had not visited with Robin in some time, and I wondered how he was taking the news of his friend the White Rajah's abrupt flight. I followed the bobbing net for a little distance, finally emerging into a clearing where Robin was perched upon a rock. He nodded toward the rock next to him, where he had spread the patterned bandana handkerchief he usually wore tied about his neck. "Here is a place for you to sit, and I will share the cold tea in my flask, although I ought to be very cross with you." "Why?" I asked, heaving myself up onto the perch. I took the cold tea and sipped at it gratefully. I was about to capture a common blue Apollo butterfly, Parnassus hardwickia, but you crashed through the bushes and frightened it away. "You do have a right to be cross," I agreed. "I should learn to walk more quietly." "It is a good skill," he said generously. "Mother says the Red Indians of America are as silent as panthers when they walk." "Are they indeed? Then I should not like to go to America. I do not like to be surprised," I told him. His eyes widened. "Not go to America? Are you entirely mad? It is the most wonderful place in the world. I mean to go there when I am finished with the Himalayas. Very little of the continent has been explored, not properly, you see, and I mean to catalog the species that haven't yet been discovered. And you can write about them in scientific journals and even name one after yourself," I put in. He gave me a patient look. "It is not about the glory," he said severely. "It is about the knowledge, about being the first person ever to say, 'I have seen this, and here is what I have observed.' Observation is the key to scientific accomplishment." "Of course," I murmured. "And with your keenly observant eye, you will have noticed that the White Rajah is gone." His expression turned a bit sullen. He might have said goodbye. I would have thought him past all of that nonsense at his age. "What nonsense? Do you mean marriage?" He nodded. "Lady Eastleigh is nice enough, I suppose, but he is very old, and old men do not need wives." "Perhaps he was lonely," I offered. I could not very well tell the boy the real reason the old villain had eloped with Lucy Eastleigh, but it galled me to no end to defend him. "Perhaps," said Robin slowly, "but he had Chang for company, and he did have callers." "Did he?" I asked softly. "Anyone in particular?" He furrowed his brow. "Dr. Llewellyn went to see him, although I think those were professional calls because Dr. Llewellyn is a medical man," he said seriously, and I bit my tongue against correcting him. "Did Harry Cavendish go to see him?" If Harry had gone, in spite of his protestations, it might lend some credence to my theory of Harry as murderer. "No," he said. "He spends too much time in our garden wooing Miss Thorne," he added, rolling his eyes. "Oh, you know about that." "I am not stupid," he told me with a certain stiffness. I would have to scramble to make up for the affront. "Of course not," I soothed. "I just would have thought romantic matters would have been beneath your notice as a scientist." "You would be shocked if you knew how much carrying on happens in this valley," he told me soberly. "Really? Is it such a hotbed of iniquity?" He leaned forward in a conspiratorial manner. "Mama took photographs of Primrose that were not nice at all, quite disgusting in fact." "You know about the photographs?" I asked. He stared at me. "You know about the photographs?" "I saw them in an album," I told him. "When, how?" he demanded. "It does not matter. They have been returned to your parents before they could do any harm." He rose, scrabbling together his things. "Robin, what is the matter?" When he looked at me, his face was red with anger, his eyes bright with unshed tears. "I have to go." Suddenly, with a flash of clarity, I understood. I put a hand to his wrist. "You took the album, you gave it to Freddie, and after he died you went through his things. That is how you came to have his clasp knife." He wrenched his arm from my grasp. "I did not mean to do it. I did not think he would use them to hurt anyone." "Did he ask you to take the album and give it to him?" He said he just wanted to see the pictures. I did not know he would keep it. I told him it was not his property, but he laughed and said it belonged to him now, and I had to keep quiet or my parents would be in terrible trouble, a laughingstock, and my sister would be ruined. He was weeping openly now. I put out my hand, but he reared back. He did mean to harm your family with the photographs, but he did not have the chance, I told him. It is all right, Robin. Your family are simply happy to have them back. You need have no fear or shame. He hesitated, dashing the tears away from his face with the back of his hand. But I must know, whom did you tell that you gave the album to Freddie? Someone knew and they harmed him, perhaps to prevent him from hurting your family. Who was it? Was it your parents, Primrose herself? You must tell me it was your father, wasn't it? My father would never hurt Freddie, he shouted. Turning, he disappeared into the dense shrubbery. Giving chase would serve no purpose, I realized. The boy was fleeter than I and knew the valley like the back of his own hand. I should simply have to wait and ponder the best way to approach the Pennyfeathers about their misdeeds. That evening, we were a solemn group at the dinner table. The Peacock dining room was still resplendent, but I felt Brisbane's absence keenly. The mood was not lightened by Portia's presence. She had quarreled with Jane, and the pair of them were hardly speaking. You will make it up, I assured her. Breeding women often say things they do not mean. Think of Nerissa, I added. Our third eldest sister was notorious for her foul moods when she was carrying. Portia merely shrugged and the conversation turned to the weather. I noticed quite a bit of wind coming off of Kanchenjunga this afternoon, Plum put in. Will that affect the growth of the tea plants? Harry shrugged. If it carries too much rain it will, but it is early yet for monsoon. We will hope it is merely a passing storm. But the wind rose as we sat over our food, and Jolly came in twice to request permission to secure various shutters and doors against the storm. Is it really so bad? I asked, thinking of my husband. Jolly gave me a solemn bow of the head. It is never peaceful when the 5 brothers of Kanchenjunga quarrel, Memsa Julie. 5 brothers, the peaks of the mountain. There are 5 and they stand together as noble brothers. But sometimes they quarrel, as brothers often do. And when they quarrel, it is the mortal who suffers. He left us then, and I fretted over his words, hating the thought of Brisbane out in the gathering storm and cursing his father and Lucy for a pair of fools. We withdrew to our rooms and I sat over a book, trying in vain to focus on the words as the rising storm shook the casement shutters. Suddenly, above the noise of the wind came a rhythmic pounding, a banging upon the front door. I rose and took up my dressing gown, emerging from my room to find everyone else gathering in the hall. This is most irregular, Miss Cavendish said. Harry, go and answer it. We followed as Harry went to unlock the great door, and when he swung it back upon the hinges, there stood a sodden Miss Thorne, so paralyzed with cold and wet she could hardly speak. I have not yet doused the fire in the drawing-room, Jolly said helpfully, and between them Harry and Plum managed to get Miss Thorne to a chair before the fire and out of her wet things. Jolly took her oilskin coat and her shoes, but she protested. I must go back, she said through chattering teeth. Nonsense, Miss Cavendish said with her customary brusqueness. You are soaked through and will catch your death. You must remain here until you are properly warm and dry. It is our duty, she added, as if to underscore that she would have done as much for anyone abroad on such a night. She signaled Jolly to bring tea and whiskey and warm blankets, and while he was gone, Harry knelt and began to chafe her feet and hands. The warmth relaxed her, but only for a minute. She started forward in her chair. You must find them. They never came back and no one knows what has become of them. Who? Harry asked, his voice low and soothing. The Reverend and Robin, she said, her voice trembling with fear. They left before dinner and never came back. You must find them, she pleaded. Where did they go? Plum asked, his brow furrowed like a proper investigator. I had still not taken up with him the fact that he had gone into my husband's employ without telling me. But I did not need to confront him. I reminded myself smugly. Father would make enough of a fuss for the both of us. They were bound for the ridge. Robin was afraid that the White Raja had left some animals behind and they would be unattended. The Reverend suggested they go and bring them back and promised Robin he could keep them. Robin has always been fond of the White Raja's pets. There were birds and things, and I think a tame mouse, she said, twisting her hands in her damp skirts. She did not look at Harry. Perhaps the closeness of the gentleman, given the twin burdens of affection and suspicion, was proving too much for her composure. They must have taken shelter from the storm, Harry said, attempting to pacify her. Robin is a clever lad. He would know there was a storm brewing on the mountain, and if they were caught out too quickly, he would prepare. I dare say he took food for a week in his notebook, he said with a touch of forced jollity. He took nothing, Miss Thorne corrected. I have already asked Lalita, and she said the Reverend told her they would require nothing. So they did not plan to be caught in the rain, Harry reasoned. They would still take advantage of the shelter of the monastery. And the White Raja left so quickly, Chang most likely left a full store of food in the kitchen. They are probably up there right now, warm and dry and stuffed with chapatis, having a tremendous adventure. But Miss Thorne would not be persuaded. She permitted Harry to hold her hand for a moment, then she threw it off almost angrily. I know something is wrong. I know it, she insisted. He exchanged glances with Plum. Very well. I will go to the monastery. If they are in some distress, I will send back for Mr. March. It would be faster if I came with you, Plum argued. If there is some trouble, then one of us can stay whilst the other returns. Even better, Harry said. He pressed her hands once more. It will be fine, I promise you. Before he could engage in any more demonstrations of his affections, Miss Cavendish rooted Miss Thorne out of her chair and upstairs, putting her to bed in the guest room after promising that she would be roused as soon as there was news of the Pennyfeathers. The rest of us retired to our rooms again, listening to Plum and Harry bashing about for a few minutes in their rooms, kidding themselves out for the beastly weather. They left and the house fell silent again, but not entirely. From Miss Thorne's room I could hear the slow, even sound of footsteps as she paced. I went to her room and knocked softly. She opened the door, her eyes wide in her unusually pale face. May I come in? I heard you pacing and thought you might like some company. She stepped back and said nothing, but gave me a grateful smile. Harry is right, you know. Robin is an extremely capable child. I am quite certain he would take whatever precautions are necessary to secure their safety and comfort. She sank into a low chair. I want to believe that. Mrs. Pennyfeather is not so worried. She thinks like Harry that the boy will take care of them both. The Reverend is so forgetful, she said, but her tone was one of affection, not censure. He thinks of his orchids and his books, and sometimes he forgets there are people in his house. Robin was so excited that his father wanted to go walking with him. There is much love there, but their interests are so different, she said, trailing off. She was becoming pensive again and brooding. I rose and went to the little table where a chessboard stood waiting. Do you play, Miss Thorne? Yes, a little. Good. Then we will play, and it will keep our minds occupied whilst we wait. We drew for colors, and although Miss Thorne was white, she moved poorly, her mind clearly not in the game. We played a second, and I won that as well, although not quite so handily. We played 4 games in all, well into the night, and it was only as I was calling checkmate for the 4th time that we heard the sound of the door opening and rushed downstairs. But one look at the dejected faces told us all we needed to know. The Reverend Pennyfeather and his son, Robin, were not to be found. The 20th chapter. I have no sleep tonight. Ever and again I open my door and look out on the darkness, my friend Rabindranath Tagore. They cannot simply have vanished, Portia said reasonably. It is not possible. I thought of Black Jack's dramatic disappearance from his own room and said nothing. That had been a cheap conjurer's trick, effective but not real. This was something entirely different. A man and boy had stridden out under a lowering sky and never come back. For 2 days the inhabitants of the valley searched for them, but not a trace was to be found. "I wish Brisbane would return," I said for the 40th time that morning. I had heard nothing from him, and although I knew he would come back at the earliest possible moment, having no word from him made me exceedingly anxious as the hours passed. I thought often of the moon-shaped scar high on his cheek, and of the man who had given it to him. Would he raise his hand in violence against Brisbane again? Would he scruple to kill him even? And I thought of the pistol and the knife that Brisbane had taken, and my stomach turned to water. I had not even the consolation of tender last words between us, for our parting had been sharp and bitter, and I remonstrated with myself endlessly as I wondered if those would be the last words we would ever share. I held down no food those few days, only the endless cups of tea that Miss Cavendish proffered in an attempt to fill the empty hours. Harry went out every day looking for the Reverend and Robin, but Plum had a different plan, and it was obvious that he searched for some sign of Brisbane as well. He rode often to the mouth of the valley, where the road to Darjeeling trailed away into the folds of the foothills, using a spyglass to search the horizon for some trace of him before directing his attentions to the search for the Reverend and Robin. And the rest of us sat, our nerves stretched tightly, waiting for news. Even the Pennyfeather women had finally been shaken from their complacency. Cassandra and Primrose came to sit with us, and it was apparent they were both nervy with worry. All of the available men had assembled themselves to search with the pickers, and I was pleased to see Dr. Llewellyn among them. His hands were steady, although he was still pale and far too thin. He searched with Nairsh, taking the road from the monastery and back again, beating the bushes with sticks and calling endlessly for replies that never came. The weather held fair after the first terrible night, and it seemed that all the valley had sprung fully into glorious bloom. The flanks of the hillsides were a riot of color and texture, and even the new growth of the tea plants gleamed glossy and green as the bushes reached for the sun that shed its lambent light over the valley. It was heartbreakingly beautiful, and I knew that wherever I went for the rest of my days, I would never find so enchanted a spot. And finally, on the afternoon of the third day, the searchers began to call excitedly to one another. They came, carrying what they found on a makeshift litter, and even now, so many years after, I can still feel the stillness of my own heart as they came closer, wailing their lamentations. Plum rode at the front. He kept his eyes fixed upon the ground, benumbed it seemed by what he brought with him. They came to the peacocks, chanting their songs of woe as they came, and we stood, watching them wind their way up the narrow road, carrying the litter, and resting upon it was the shrouded form of a man, and the single hand that lay uncovered was pale and lifeless. They carried to us a dead man, and my thoughts came, slowly and apart from the rest of me. I saw them bringing him closer, singing mournful tunes over his body, and suddenly I knew they must carry the body of my husband. I thought of how different it was to be a widow this time, for I had not loved my first husband and Brisbane was everything to me. I thought how strange it was that I could breathe, that the birds still sang and my heart still beat, while he was not in the world. It seemed that something should have stopped for him, whether it was the blowing of the wind or the beating of my own heart. Something should have stopped and marked the moment of his passing. The men rested their burden and the songs continued, more softly now, and Plum came near, his expression now steeled against what he must do. He must make a widow, I thought wildly, and as he walked closer, I wondered if he never said the words, would it never be true? I thought of the moment I had met Brisbane, whilst my first husband lay, curled like a question mark upon the marble floor between us, those cool black inscrutable eyes fixed upon mine as my husband lay dying. 1,000 memories since crowded my mind, the sweet and the bitter, the impossible and the essential, and I wondered if he had known that he was all things to me. Had I made him happy? I wondered. Or had he regretted me? He had fought so hard against loving me. No man could have struggled more to keep his heart untouched, but Brisbane had loved me as no man had ever loved a woman before. Plum came closer, each step of his booted foot a death knell in my ears. I closed my eyes, wanting to cling for as long as possible to the last moment when this thing would not be true. When he spoke the words, then it would be real, and until that moment I could still exist. And when I opened my eyes, he stood there, his handsome face a picture of anguish. But he did not look to me. Instead, his eyes were fixed upon Cassandra Pennyfeather. "I am so sorry," he began. Behind him the bearers drew back the covering, and there lay the lifeless body of the Reverend Pennyfeather. Cassandra crumpled into herself then, giving a low moan, and it was Primrose who supported her. "Where is Robin?" Cassandra demanded. "Where is my son?" A heavy silence fell upon the pickers. They parted, permitting a long figure to come forward. It was Brisbane, and in his arms he carried a still, slight body that did not move. He had taken off his coat and laid it over the boy's face. He lay Robin down gently next to his father and bowed his head toward Cassandra. She subsided into weeping then, and the lamentations of the pickers rose once more into the mountain air. He came to stand beside me, and although I was deeply conscious of Cassandra's twin losses, I put my hand in his. He did not look at me, but he held my hand as tightly as if it were the last tether to life itself. "I came across the searchers on my way back," he murmured. "They had begun to drag the lake. They found the Reverend." "And you found Robin," I guessed, my voice trembling with emotion. He nodded and said nothing more, but he looked 1,000 years older, and I knew that he had felt the weight of the child's death every step he had taken from the lake. It is a merciful thing that there is so much to be attended to at such a time. Funerals had to be arranged, the widow looked after, and the bodies themselves must be washed and dressed and made ready for burial. To everyone's astonishment, Cassandra insisted upon taking her husband and son home immediately. Miss Cavendish accompanied them with the competent Miss Thorne, who had regained her composure. She was sorrowful but dry-eyed and calmer, as if the worst of her fears had come to pass, and now she could attend to the business of helping her mistress through the dark days to come. Primrose wept openly upon Miss Cavendish's shoulder, and I was glad of it. Grief is a thing best turned outward than in, I reflected. Dr. Llewellyn went with them, giving Cassandra his arm, and I was happy to see that he walked with new purpose, as if their need of him had called forth some strength that had long lain dormant. The rest of us filed quietly back into the Peacocks. Portia went to carry the news to Jane, whilst Harry said he wanted to be alone. He went straight for his office, taking up a bottle of whiskey on his way. I turned to Brisbane, who seemed scarcely able to keep to his feet. "You need food and rest," I told him, urging him upstairs. "I need a bath," he corrected, and I quite loathe Harry for taking the best of the whiskey. "Not the best," I said, retrieving a bottle of rather fine single malt from my bedside table. "You should know by now I always travel with whiskey. It is medicinal," I told him, pouring out a hefty measure. I rang for Jolly and ordered a bath, returning just in time to see Brisbane drink off his whiskey in one swallow. He held out his glass for another. I had never seen the merest sign of inebriety upon him, and he sipped the second glass slowly, savoring the peaty warmth of it. "If I had not already married you, I should have done so for that," he said, sitting to remove his boots. "Let me," I said, kneeling to pull them off. There are few pleasures more simple and satisfying than having someone else draw off one's riding boots, and I did not like to call for Morag. I wanted him to myself at present. Father always says whiskey is life's blood to a Scotsman. The only piece of advice he gave me at our wedding was to make certain I always had a good bottle of the best single malt. "A good man, your father," Brisbane said, dropping his head back to rest it upon the chair. We said nothing for a long moment, and I was content merely to study the planes of his face, the sharp cheekbones, the hard jaw shadowed with black, the jetty hair that flowed from his proud brow, and the single lock of hair at his temple that now shone silver. Just when I had begun to think he had fallen asleep, he lifted his head and opened his eyes. "Lucy and my father have quitted the country," he said flatly. I knew the failure of his expedition must rankle, but I could not have cared less. I surmised as much. You have the air of a man who is trying to forget something. He pulled a face and sipped again at the whiskey, rolling the glass in his palms. He had of course made arrangements in advance, passage booked from Calcutta on a steamer that I missed by a quarter of an hour. I winced. It would have been far better to have missed it by a few days. To have come so near would have pricked him all the more. "They are bound for the Mediterranean," he told me. I shrugged. I have ceased to care. He can murder her and throw her overboard like so much soiled laundry for as much as I am interested. She is a stupid, thoughtless girl, and I wash my hands of her. Brisbane quirked a heavy brow at me. If I had known that, I might have saved myself the trouble of herring after them. "I am entirely serious," I said heatedly. "Lucy entered into an elopement with a man she scarcely knows. She may have made his acquaintance some time ago, I will grant you, but she knows nothing of the man's character. She does not know his family, she has not presented him to hers, although she had the perfect opportunity when we arrived. Plum is her nearest male relation in this place. She ought to have introduced them, for her own protection. And now she is adrift on some ship of horrors, sailing toward her own doom because she was too stupid to have a care for herself. And not just herself, her money. She is worth a substantial fortune. She ought to have had a consideration for her inheritance at least, but she is not even clever enough to think of that. No, she would go off with the first gentleman who is wily enough to make her believe he cares nothing for her money and everything for her. She was never going to be more than tempting prey for the most ruthless fortune hunters, and she was a fool not to see it. I left off my harangue then to answer the door. "Memsa Julie, the bath has been prepared for Sahib Nikki," Jolly told me, bowing. "I have taken the liberty of ordering a tray of hot food for the Sahib, and one for the Memsa as well, to be taken in the privacy of your room." He withdrew, and I closed the door, nodding after him. This may be the most remote and God-forsaken spot on earth, but I will say this for the Cavendishes: they have better staff than you or I could find if we searched the breadth of England. "I heard that," Morag snapped as she bustled in from the dressing-room. "Backstairs is full of gossip about the nice Reverend. Is it true he is dead? And the boy as well?" I did not bother to remonstrate with Morag. For all her sins, she had a tender heart, and she seemed upset at the news of the deaths. "I am afraid so, Morag. It seems they went on a nature excursion and were caught out by the storm. They were drowned in the lake." She pressed a hand to her mouth, shaking her head. "A terrible way to die," she whispered. "That is why you will never find me learning to swim," she added with an air of satisfaction. She went to collect Brisbane's muddy boots, and as she bent, we exchanged puzzled glances over her back. Brisbane regarded her thoughtfully. "Morag, the point of learning to swim is rather to prevent drowning," she sniffed. "Ha, my father was a sailor, he was, and he always said them that learnt to swim died the worst. They flailed around and waited to be saved while the sharks circled and took them a piece at a time, prolonging the agony. But them that drowned quick were spared the pain of it." Brisbane looked at me and shrugged. "The logic is faultless," he said. She bobbed a ridiculous curtsy at the door. "I shall return later for Sahib Nikki's clothing," she said with an air of exaggerated pomp. I sighed. "Morag, I would not really prefer to have an Indian servant. I was merely observing that they seem to be singularly excellent staff." She sniffed again and withdrew, banging the door closed behind her. "We will pay for that remark for quite some time," I told Brisbane. "You might. She just took my boots to polish, he pointed out. He lapsed into silence again and stared into the depths of his whiskey glass. I took it from him and knelt before him, taking his face in my hands. I said nothing, but we had no need of words then. Living together was difficult and treacherous and terrifying, but living apart was unthinkable. I knew that he felt the same, for he put his hands into my hair, twisting lightly until I rose and followed him to the bed. "I really do not mind that you were not able to save Lucy from her folly," I assured him a long while after. "I know you would love nothing better than to thwart your father's machinations, but it simply was not to be." He shook his head. "I do not care what becomes of Lucy Eastley," he told me bluntly. "I only went after her because you wanted me to. I was wrong to ask it," I admitted. "I did not think it through properly." He waved his hand and I stroked the hair back from his temple. "What is it then, if not Lucy and your father?" He fixed me with a bleak stare. "I told you some days ago that there are dangers in my work that you cannot possibly comprehend. Well, there are moral dilemmas as well, thickets of conflicting demands that keep any decent man awake at night, walking the floor as the thorns twist in his side. There are no right answers, only degrees of pain to be inflicted upon others, and you must decide whom to hurt and how deeply." I regarded him with mystification. "What has happened?" He said nothing at first, then rose and went to retrieve his waistcoat from the floor. He reached into his pocket and withdrew a length of material. I recognized it at once. It was the familiar bandana-patterned handkerchief that Robin had used for his neckcloth. I took it into my hands. It was damp still and smelled of lake water. "I do not understand. Why should Robin's neckcloth cause you so much trouble?" "Because of how I found it." He poured another deep draught of whiskey, draining the glass. "It wasn't tied loosely. It was knotted about his throat, deliberately." I dropped the fabric to the floor as if it was venomous. It lay, dark and slimy, against the polished wooden boards. I could not bring myself to retrieve it. "An accident," I said, trying desperately to believe it. To his credit, Brisbane did not chide me. He merely slipped back into bed and kept silent until I could reason it out for myself. "Of course it was not an accident," I said dully. "Miss Thorne told me that it was the Reverend's idea that he take Robin out that night. He knotted the cloth about the boy's throat. It is unthinkable, unspeakable," I whispered. I said nothing for a long moment. "Then, how did you come to find him?" It was a cruel question, but Brisbane did not flinch from it. "They had just found the Reverend. I knew the waters were a little higher because of the rain. It seemed likely that the boy's body might be nearby, but caught in some of the lake plants. I found a patch of water hyacinth nearby, and there he was, his face just a foot below the surface. The Reverend did not choose his place well." "But why?" I whispered. "To murder his own child, deliberately and with such cool planning. What possible reason?" Brisbane sighed. "Robin must have known that his father was culpable in Freddie's death, in spite of his rather convincing show to the contrary. Robin represented a threat to his father, and he was dealt with accordingly." "But for a father to kill his own child," I said, "it is impossible." "You really think so?" he asked, tipping his head. The light caught the crescent scar upon his cheekbone, and I felt the lash of embarrassment. It was not so very far a journey from striking one's child with a bullwhip to snuffing out his life altogether, I reflected. Brisbane sensed my chagrin. "You have been handicapped by the burden of a loving father," he said with a gentle smile. "It has limited your imagination." "Remind me to thank him," I returned. "But what is your moral dilemma in this case? How much do I tell Cassandra Pennyfeather?" "You tell her nothing," I cried, sitting up. "You must not. It will be difficult enough for her to bear the loss of her only son, but if she knew that it was at the hands of her own husband, she would go stark staring mad." He shrugged and rubbed a hand absently along my arm. "Perhaps, but it will mean concealing the truth." I ignored the caress and pressed my point. "You began such concealment the minute you took the cloth from the boy's neck," I argued. "You have no moral dilemma. You already knew what you were going to do." "That does not mean I will not question it until my dying day," he told me. I pressed a kiss to his brow. "You are doing the right thing," I assured him. "You are saving a grieving woman from a burden so terrible I think the weight of it would crush her, and Primrose as well," I added. "Think of the damage it could inflict upon that girl to know her father committed such a ghastly act." He gave me a look that told me he could be persuaded. "Come," I said, pulling at his hands. "Your bath is probably stone cold by now, and we must ring again for food. You will see I am right in the end." But of course, I was not right at all. Just before dawn the next morning, something awoke me, some small animal sound of pain. I swam up from sleep, thinking dully that perhaps Fewley had hurt himself, when I realized the sound was coming from inside my room. I bolted up, peering into the gloom, and could just make out a form hunched into the corner. I threw back the covers and ran to him. "Brisbane, what is it?" His face was turned to the wall, and even the touch of my hands upon his shoulders seemed torture to him. He flinched and turned farther away, his fists knotted into his eyes. "The migraine," I whispered. He did not nod, it would have killed him, but he raised his forefinger in assent, and I felt my throat go dry. I had seen him once before in the throes of an attack, and it had been thoroughly unpleasant. He dosed himself with various substances, licit and otherwise, to dull the pain, but I did not know what he had brought with him. "What do you have for the pain? Do you want the hookah?" "No," he rasped. "Too late for that." He lifted his head with a groan and motioned for the basin. He was sick, comprehensively so, and I had hoped it would ease him a little, but the pain seemed to worsen, and he put out a hand to the skirts of my nightdress, clutching it as if to anchor himself somehow to reality. "What can I do?" I begged. "Llewellyn," he managed finally. "Morphia." "You cannot," I told him flatly. I knew he had once been a slave to the drug, weaned from it solely by his own will and the efforts of his devoted monk. I could not bear to think of him once more ensnared. "Do it," he ordered. I did not go. I crouched next to him, holding the fouled basin, torn between my opposing duties as his wife. Should I look to the moment, to alleviating his pain, or should I look to the rest of his life, and what might become of him if he failed to put the drug away once he no longer had need of it? I might have stood there forever had he not raised his head again, and as the morning light fell across his face, I saw what he had been reduced to. He was a proud and handsome man, and yet he huddled in the corner like the lowest of creatures, his eyes dull with pain and his features twisted with suffering. As the light touched his eyes, he gave a low groan of misery and tightened his hand upon my skirts. I would not make him beg. "I will send Jolly," I promised. "He will go now." "No, you," he commanded. "I will not leave you," I told him, but he thrust out a hand, cupping the back of my head and drawing me near to him. "Do you want everyone to know what I am?" he demanded in a voice that was not his own. He released me and dropped his head into his hands once more, and I knew full well what he meant by the question. He did not want everyone to know his vulnerability. A man tormented by the second sight he refused to acknowledge, reduced to agony, something less than human when the migraines were upon him, begging for any succor in his hour of need. "Very well," I told him quietly. "I will go." I dressed as quickly as I could manage and made certain the shutters were closed fast so as to admit nothing of the searing morning light. I covered him with a blanket and told him I would return as quickly as I could. I moved away and he clutched at my hand. "Forgive," he began, but I twisted from his grasp before he could finish. I slipped out of the house and hurried to Dr. Llewellyn's little house, passing the vacant crossroads and the empty pine cottage on my way. Much had happened since our arrival, I reflected, and little of it good. I prayed, every step as deliberate as the telling of a rosary bead, as I made my way to Dr. Llewellyn's. I prayed he would be home and that I could rouse him. I prayed that he would have everything required to make my husband whole again. I hammered upon the door, calling loudly between knocks, and after a shorter time than I could have dared to hope, Dr. Llewellyn appeared, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "Lady Julia, is it Mrs. Cavendish? Is it her time?" "No, it is my husband. You must be quick. Bring with you everything you have that is for the dulling of pain, morphia if you have it." He stared for the briefest of moments before recovering himself. "Of course. I will be but a moment to gather my things." I did not enter, and he did not invite me to. Instead, I paced the garden, thick as it was with weeds and heavy with dew, waiting an eternity it seemed, although it could not have been more than a minute or two. As we hurried back to the peacocks, I explained about Brisbane's rather unique condition, and Dr. Llewellyn put to me all the relevant questions, only some of which I could answer. "He does well enough if he can keep the headaches at bay," I explained. "For that he has a hookah for smoking hashish. As good a means as any other of encouraging relaxation," Dr. Llewellyn agreed. "But once in a great while, if he has suppressed the visions for too long, a migraine will erupt, half blinding him with the pain. He cannot bear light or sound, and he becomes sick. Very common with migraine," he assured me. "What methods of treatment has he employed when the migraine is upon him?" "Rest and quiet and some less wholesome things as well." I catalogued for him the various drugs and herbal preparations Brisbane had used, from the poppy elixirs of his gypsy aunt to the vile glasses of absinthe that drove him half out of his head. I told him of Brisbane's encounters with opiates, most of which I had pieced together from various bits of information I had gleaned over the years. I had never seen him use the stronger opiates, and the thought of it unnerved me. "I will do everything I can for him," Dr. Llewellyn promised, and we lapsed into silence then as we had reached the garden gate of the peacocks. Brisbane was precisely as I had left him save for the state of the basin, which told me he had been sick again. I stood back as Dr. Llewellyn knelt and murmured gentle questions to him. I could not hear the conversation that ensued, but after a moment Dr. Llewellyn rose and opened his bag, extracting packets of various drugs and a syringe kit. "Should he not be in bed?" I asked quietly. Dr. Llewellyn shook his head. "He is in too much pain to move at present. If you would light the lamp and shield it with your body to protect his eyes, I will prepare the injection." I did as he bade me, and he set to work. He took a little water to dissolve the drugs, then heated the lot in a spoon over the flame of the lamp, turning it carefully so as not to scorch it before drawing the concoction into the syringe. "What are you giving him?" "A mixture of my own development," he told me. "It is based in morphia, but with a few other substances as well. Morphia alone can induce nausea, and he is already unwell in that regard from the migraine. I am mixing the opiate with something to settle his stomach. He will feel better when he wakes, but he will sleep very deeply until then. It is called coma, the sleep of death," he warned me. "But he will come back." With that he turned to kneel again at Brisbane's side. Brisbane wore no nightshirt, only his trousers from the night before and the blanket I had wrapped around him. Dr. Llewellyn pulled the blanket aside, exposing Brisbane's arm, but the doctor did not plunge the needle into his arm straight away. Instead, he used a stout piece of fabric to make a sort of ligature, tightening it around Brisbane's arm until the veins showed in relief against his skin. The doctor traced one with a fingertip, then slid the needle into it, administering the dose slowly. Brisbane gave another low moan, but almost instantly seemed to relax a little, and when Dr. Llewellyn rose and attempted to lift Brisbane, he offered no resistance. I put down the lamp and hurried to help him, and between the pair of us we managed to get Brisbane into bed. By the time we had accomplished this and covered him warmly, Brisbane was entirely unconscious. The lines of pain began to smooth from his face, and he had ceased to moan. "Thank you," I murmured, hot tears pricking my eyelids. I blinked them away as Dr. Llewellyn reached to pat my hand. "I will do all that I can for him. And you must not worry about the difficulty he has had in the past with opiates. I have worked with such patients before, and it is possible to stay free of the grasp of them, provided they are used only for palliative care. Once he wakens, I will offer him less extreme methods to manage the pain if it is necessary, but I will hope it is not. I nodded and listened as he gave me the rest of the instructions for care that Brisbane should require. First among them was that Brisbane must not be left alone, and that I was to send for Dr. Llewellyn the moment he awakened or there was any change in his demeanor or pallor. I nodded and had just turned to thank him again, when suddenly Brisbane rose up, his eyes open and blazing with pain and determination. "My God!" Dr. Llewellyn exclaimed, scrabbling in his bag. "I will prepare another syringe." "It is too much," I argued, but he shook his head. "He is a large man and he can have more, he requires more," he told me, but I noticed his hands were trembling a little and I moved to help him. But Brisbane caught my wrist, the fingers clamping painfully upon my arm. "Brisbane, you are hurting me," I told him softly. He could not hear me. The pain or the morphia had taken hold of him and he was not conscious of what he did or said in that moment. He turned to me, but his eyes did not meet mine, and I knew he did not see me. "A letter, there must be a letter," he said. His hand tightened further upon my wrist and I gave a cry of pain. The sound of it recalled him and he saw me then, truly saw me, but the thought that drove him would permit no other to enter his mind, and he did not loose his grip. "The letter, find the letter," he said, forcing each syllable between teeth gritted tightly against the agony. Just then Dr. Llewellyn tied the ligature about his arm for the second time and found a blue vein into which to plunge the needle. After a moment, Brisbane's eyes rolled backwards, his grip loosened, and he fell heavily onto the bed. The room was silent for a long moment, broken only by the sound of Brisbane's steady breathing and the doctor's quicker, more nervous inhalations. "Are you quite all right?" he asked me. "Let me see to your wrist." He pulled back my sleeve and the skin was already purpling. Dr. Llewellyn rummaged in his bag for a clean roll of bandages. He tore off a long strip, then dipped it into cold water and began to wrap my wrist. "Leave that on for a quarter of an hour, then we will rub the area with some arnica salve." I nodded, feeling the relief of the cool compress on the bruised flesh. "It is not his fault. It is simply who he is," he told me as he finished the wrapping. I said nothing, but the doctor's words struck a chord with me. Brisbane would sooner have cut off his own arm than hurt me. I knew the affliction he bore was simply a part of who he was, but it was a part I was helpless to aid. It was my place as his wife to offer him support and help, particularly in such a time of need, but I felt somewhat less than useless. Or was I? I asked myself suddenly. I looked at the bandage wrapped neatly upon my wrist, and I knew exactly what I must do for Brisbane, exactly what Brisbane himself would have done in the circumstances were he able. "Dr. Llewellyn, I must go out. Will you sit with him?" If he thought me odd for leaving Brisbane in his current state, he did not betray it. He merely nodded and assured me he would care for him in my absence. I slipped out once more, but this time I was not alone. Portia emerged from her room, yawning sleepily. "What was the noise I heard from your room? And why are you abroad so early?" "I cannot stop now," I told her, tugging on my gloves. "Brisbane is unwell and Dr. Llewellyn is sitting with him. I shall be back directly." She stared after me, but I hurried down the stairs and out of the house before she could collect her wits enough to follow me. I made my way to the bower, moving quietly through the garden of the penny-feather house to the kitchen where Lalita was already up and preparing the family breakfast. I startled her when I appeared in the doorway, for I did not knock, preferring to catch her unawares. "Lady, you have frightened me," she scolded as she bent to sweep up the pan of kedgeree she had dropped. "I want the letter," I told her, advancing into the room. The air was thick with the good smells of her cooking, and my stomach growled a little in response. I should have to learn to eat before embarking on spontaneous adventures, I told myself. "What letter?" she asked, but her eyes slid from mine, and I knew I had her. I want the letter that the Reverend Pennyfeather entrusted to you." I said no more. I was not certain if the letter was addressed to Brisbane or to me or the both of us together, and I wanted Lalita to be properly awed by the fact that I knew about the letter at all. To hesitate would be to lose the advantage I had over her. She continued to scrape the bits of fish and rice into a bowl, and when she had finished, she rose and went to the shelf that held her stores of dry goods. She reached behind a bag of lentils and brought out a letter and a square parcel wrapped in plain brown paper and tied with string, holding both out to me. In spite of my conviction that she had something for me, I nearly forgot to take it in my surprise. I might so easily have been wrong, and in the course of investigations, I frequently was. But not this time, I thought triumphantly as my fingers closed over the envelope. I turned it to read the script neatly penned upon the front. For Lady Julia Brisbane, to be delivered after my funeral in the event of my death. It was signed by the Reverend Pennyfeather, and I put it into my pocket and fixed Lalita with a reproachful look as I took the parcel from her. "I was not supposed to give you those until his funeral," Lalita said by way of defense. "It was his wish." "Did you know what he meant to do, the Reverend?" I asked her. She gave me a gesture I had seen often enough amongst the natives. It might mean yes, it might mean no. What it definitely meant was that the conversation would go no further. Lalita had given up what had been entrusted to her care. Whatever else she knew, she meant to keep to herself. "I suppose I should thank you for giving me these now," I told her. "But I cannot help but think if you had given them over as soon as you had them, 2 lives might have been saved." She gave me a pitying look. "No, lady. Once a man sets his feet upon the path of destruction, no power on earth can save him." I turned and left her then, still messing with her bits of fish and rice, taking solace in her kitchen. The 21st chapter say of him what you please, but I know my child's failings. The judge Rabindranath Tagore. I did not return to my room at the Peacocks to read the letter. Dr. Llewellyn still sat with Brisbane, and according to the doctor, he would sleep for many hours yet. I went instead to the garden, well wrapped against the heavy dewfall, and sat upon the bench while Fewley and his pale consort strolled past. "My dearest Lady Julia," it began, and I realized as I read that my hands were trembling. "I hope you will forgive my presumption, both in writing this letter and in begging your silence upon the matters contained herein. I have no right to burden you with my troubles, and yet I feel I must tell someone. You struck me from the first as a lady of great understanding and compassion, and I believe that if I plead to unburden myself here, you will not refuse me. I have thought often of late on the subject of confession. Folks say it is good for the soul, and I have no one to whom I can confess my sins. But confess them I must, for I will die tonight, and although I will die unshriven, I must know that the truth lives, albeit only within these few pages. Now that the time has come to speak frankly, I find my pen falters and the words fail me. I can only think of how he was as an infant, that cap of dark hair and those little elfin ears. How could I know then what he would become, what he would force me to do? For now we come to the heart of it, my lady. I must kill my son tonight. The words stare back at me in stark black upon the white of the page. I wrote them. I can trace the outline of them with my pen, but they seem unreal to me. How can any loving father contemplate violence against his only son? And yet the only virtue I have ever placed above love is duty, and I know well enough what my duty is. I fear my resolve will fail me, that I will come to the sticking point and my courage will desert me. I shall pray for the strength of Abraham to stiffen my resolve, to offer up to God the sacrifice of my son, both as expiation for his sins and as a safeguard against his future. How can I know he will not do this terrible thing again? You must realize by now that Robin killed Freddie Cavendish. It was no accident, of that I have made quite certain. It was an act of malice, thought out carefully and planned for some time. It was constructed within a cool and cunning brain and carried out by a vicious will. The motive was no trifling thing, for my son felt the sting of betrayal from his friend. Theirs had been an innocent friendship of many months' duration, and in the course of this friendship, confidences were exchanged. You might think it odd that a grown man should befriend a boy, but Robin has always carried an air of solemnity belying his years, and Freddie, it does not profit me to whitewash his memory now, was childlike in his enthusiasms. Having taken on the burdens of inheritance, wife, and unborn child, Freddie was eager to escape them whenever possible. I am told such was ever his character. Freddie Cavendish was not a wicked man, but he was very much a boy, a child who never fully grew to manhood. And when the vices he indulged at the White Rajah's hands demanded more of him than he could give, he found himself in desperate straits. At this point, Robin, in that ill-advised and time-honored manner of boys, confided that he had seen photographs of his sister engaged in unseemly acts. Freddie, I regret to say, did not resist the opportunity to seize upon this information. He persuaded Robin to take the album from the house and bring it to him. Only later did he make it apparent to Robin that he had no intention, indeed had never intended, to return it. Robin became angry in the way that only a child can be angered. He pleaded with Freddie for the sake of their friendship, and here it was that Freddie made the fatal step that ensured his doom, for he laughed at the boy and bade him leave. Pride is Robin's besetting sin, and I fault myself for this. He showed such promise as a young child, such awareness and perspicacity, I made too much of him, and for this I must bear the blame. By failing to root out this flaw, I corrupted him as surely as if I had sold him to Lucifer. It was my duty to perfect him, to improve his character. I failed him, as father and as a servant of God. I shall not distress you further with thoughts of my own inadequacies. I have many failures as a father for which to atone, and I shall. But you will want to know how it was done. Have you not yet guessed? Dr. Llewellyn taught Robin the rudiments of care for his animals, and Robin had been bandaging the wounded leg of Fewley the peacock. He simply took one of the soiled bandages from the bird's leg and used it to dress Freddie's wound. So horribly simple, do you not think? And so horribly effective. The bite from Percival was a lucky thing, if I may be permitted to use such a phrase. Robin was still pondering the best method for inducing a wound when Percival bit Freddie, quite by chance. Or rather, he bit him because Freddie teased him, and in this respect, one might almost see the hand of the divine at work in the matter. Robin did. Any doubts he might have harbored about the correctness of his actions were allayed when the matter was taken from his hands, and Freddie was injured without his efforts. And so, he resolved to finish the business. It was simple enough for him to mend his quarrel with Freddie, for Freddie was always eager to get along with everyone. He was very happy to win Robin's forgiveness, so happy in fact that he made him a promise that when he purchased a new clasp knife, Robin should have his old one. It was this promise that Robin recalled when Freddie lay dead, and he took it upon himself to take the knife even as he searched for the photographs. But the album had already been delivered to the White Rajah, and Robin soon forgot the matter, believing that Freddie's death had put an end to it. And so it would have been, I think, had you never come to the Valley of Eden. The White Rajah had kept the secret of the photographs close for many months before your arrival, and perhaps he would never have turned them to vicious purpose. Perhaps he meant to take pity upon us and destroy them. Who can say? I only know that death had drawn a veil over these misfortunes until you began to ask questions, to raise doubts. And when you came to me, I realized there was much I did not know, and so I purloined my son's notebook and began to read. I have enclosed Robin's notebook so that you will see the truth in what I am telling you. It is there, in his own hand, and I offer it to you because I am a coward. I know that when you read this letter you will think it is fantastical, and you will doubt me. And I want one person to know the truth when I am dead. I cannot tell my wife or my daughter, for the weight of these secrets would crush them. So I am come to you, my lady confessor, and I bear my soul to show you my sins and those of my son, and I hope that God will forgive us both. I have made my confession and I have prayed for absolution. My fear now is not of damnation, but of failure, for mine is not the stoutest heart. But God will strengthen my hand, for he knows why I must do this, for Robin's sake. To let him live would mean putting him into the hands of doctors who would lock him into an asylum and pick him apart, like one of his own little specimens. And to have him thus, shut away from everything he loves, would kill him slowly, a far more cruel death than even he deserves. So I will do this for him, both to right the wrongs he has done and to save him from them. It will be my last and greatest act as his father, and I pray God it will redeem the rest. I remain your devoted servant. I could not read the signature through my tears. Whatever I had imagined, it had not been this. I thought of my father, of the tremendous and searing love he felt for all of his children. I thought of Black Jack, who had never given a father's love. I knew which of them would have done precisely the same as the Reverend Pennyfeather under the circumstances. With trembling fingers, I opened the brown paper parcel to find Robin's notebook, stuffed with bits of leaves and pressed insects and drawings. I turned to an entry some months back, and it took me but a moment to find the words, written in his oddly precise scrawl. Today I have decided I must kill Freddie. I will make an experiment of it. I shut the book. There was no need to read more. As I rose, a butterfly's wing floated free, shimmering blue and green in the morning sun. I went to pick it up, but a sudden wind rose, carrying it aloft. It drifted along the grass for a moment, skimming the dewy blades of green, but just then the wind rose higher still, a brisk breeze from the peaks of Kanchenjunga, bearing the wing higher and higher until I could see it no more. I dried the tears upon my cheeks and wrapped the parcel and replaced the letter in my pocket. I made my way slowly to my room. Dr. Llewellyn was there, nodding off in his chair. There was no change in Brisbane. He slept deeply and I hoped dreamlessly. I touched Dr. Llewellyn gently upon the arm. He started, blinking furiously. He looked quickly from me to Brisbane, then rose to palpate Brisbane's pulse. After a moment he nodded. "All is well," he murmured. "You must be very tired," I told him. "I smelled breakfast when I came in. If you go downstairs, I am sure Jolly will find you a plate of something." He gathered up his things. "I thank you. My appetite is finally returning," he added, patting his stomach ruefully. I walked him to the door. "You have been very kind," I told him. He smiled, and the years seemed to fall away from him for a moment. "It is easy to be kind to you, Lady Julia. May I ask you a thoroughly impertinent question? How are you faring since the White Rajah has left? I believe he was the source of some of your troubles," I added. The details were ugly and not worth naming. "Some days I am poorly," he said with a forthright air. "Those are the days that I wish either he or I had never been born. But other days, like today, I am simply happy to be alive, and I know I will not be tempted to destroy myself." He inclined his head toward the bed. "I shall look in on him again later, and I will simply tell the household he has a touch of fever. It will stop them asking questions you would rather not answer. Send for me if you have need of me." He left me then, and I took up his post in the chair by the bed. I do not know how long I sat there, for I must have dozed. The next thing I knew, the smell of food filled the air, and Plum stood at my elbow with a tray. "You ought to eat," he told me. I stretched whilst he arranged the tray, uncovering a plate of eggs and a little dish of porridge. There was a rack of toast and some grilled sausages and a bowl of hot fruit compote with a steaming pot of tea. I began to eat, suddenly ravenous. As I ate, Plum flicked a glance toward the bed. "Is it the migraine?" I nodded, my mouth too full to reply. He told me about them, Plum said softly, drawing a chair near to mine. He wanted me to be prepared should we be alone when it happened. He put out a hand but did not quite touch mine. I am sorry for him, it seems a devilish thing to bear. I shrugged. He endures. Plum lapsed into silence, reaching for a slice of toast and munching absently as I consumed my breakfast. You are a lamb, I told him, pouring out my second cup of tea. I had not thought of food for myself, and I was utterly famished. He put his head to the side, regarding me curiously. You really do love him quite terribly, don't you? Quite, I replied succinctly. I envy you, he told me. His eyes did not meet mine, and I knew his thoughts were far away. Violent. He slid down in the chair, crossing his booted feet at the ankles and lacing his hands behind his head. Did you know they asked me to be godfather to their last child? Hellish. I had to stand at the font and hold that wretched infant as Violante looked at me so adoringly, and all the while I knew she was only thinking of me as her beloved brother-in-law, uncle to her little brats. For an instant I wondered what would happen if I dropped the child into the holy water and walked out. Why didn't you? I thought it might make a terrible mess, he replied with a flash of his old insouciance. It quite simply lacerates one, you know, not being with the person you love. I have looked back on whole months of the last few years, and I cannot remember where I was, what company I kept, how I passed my time. I have paintings and sketches, and I know they came from my hand, but other than that, there is simply a gray cloud of misery that hovers over it all. My God, Plum, this is a depressing conversation. Oh, I know, and that is the worst of it, you see. I am a miserable fellow to be around, but I know it. You at least can walk away. I still have to endure myself. It is agony of the most acute variety. Is that why you wanted to join Brisbane as a private inquiry agent? He shrugged. It was either that or hurl myself off of the nearest Irish cliff. Have they cliffs in Ireland that would do the trick? I spooned up some of the fruit compote. It had been sweetened with honey and flavored with spices, cinnamon and nutmeg and something else, smoky and sweet at the same time. Cardamom. There are some rather high ones in the West. I could have managed a broken leg at least, he told me. I was mightily put out that you took up the investigation with Brisbane, I warned him, but you are far too pitiful for me to rage at. I am, he agreed. After a moment he looked abashed. I am sorry, you know. I did not realize it would make such trouble between the pair of you if I worked with Brisbane. I waved my spoon at him. It is nothing to do with you. It is for the pair of us to puzzle out, I added, nodding toward the recumbent form of my husband. Plum peered at the figure lying so still upon the bed. You don't suppose he is actually dead, is he? I punched him in the arm, leading with my knuckle as I knew it would inflict the most pain. He smothered a cry and rubbed at his arm. That was not funny when we were children, and it is not funny now, he warned. Then don't be so vile, I told him, calmly buttering another piece of toast. Very well, he said. I apologize. I ought not to have said it. I have never been very useful in a sick room. He is not sick, I pointed out. He has been drugged with a rather potent combination of morphia and a few other various things. Plum gave a soundless whistle. Little wonder he sleeps so deeply. Indeed. We fell into silence again, but in spite of the circumstances, I think it was the most comfortable silence I have ever shared with my brother. He must have felt it as well, for before long he said, in a voice quite unlike any I have ever heard, "It saved me, you know, the work. I did not jest about the cliff. There was one at the seaside where I took a cottage in Ireland, and twice each day I walked it, and twice each day I looked over the edge and tried to decide if the fall was far enough to kill a man." I put down my spoon and pushed away the tray. I had my art, of course, but even that grew stale and unfulfilling. I lied to Portia when I told her I was painting at my best, he added, shamefaced. The truth is I hadn't painted anything worth the canvas I wasted to make it. I burned them all. And just when I thought I could not fall any lower, Father's letter came, demanding I accompany Portia to India. and my first thought was that India was as good a place as any to die. The food I had just eaten sat heavy as lead in my stomach as he went on in the same odd, toneless voice. And then Brisbane approached me about working with him. He told me there were places he could not go, asked if I would consent to be his eyes and ears. I do not know why I agreed. I didn't even like the fellow, he said with brutal honesty. But the more I came to know him, the more I realized why I did not like him. It was because he had everything I wanted. A wife, I guessed. A purpose, Plum said firmly. Every morning when he wakes, he knows precisely why he gets out of his bed. And every night he puts his head to the pillow knowing that he has done something worthwhile. Oh, I said, feeling rather annoyed. Plum flashed me a grin. I know he loves you devotedly, he assured me. But he knew what sort of man he was meant to be long before he met you, and he is still that man. If you were to leave him, he would be that man until his dying day. I have never met a person with a clearer sense of purpose and duty than Brisbane. I looked away sharply, feeling rather proud of my husband. And I felt quite annoyed with Father, Plum went on. Father, whatever for? Because he brought us up to be perfectly useless. Oh, I do not suppose it was entirely his fault, Plum acknowledged. But apart from Belmont, who will inherit the entire estate, what point is there to the rest of us? Father has 9 other children, and for what reason? What are we meant to do? What should we do? I will grant you Benedict, for he manages the home farm, and that is good and useful work, but what of the remainder? Valerius will qualify for a doctor, but he has spent years wearing Father down to accept his youngest son's ambitions. The others of us do not even have that. Our sisters are all wives and mothers, save Portia, and he broke off. Portia is rather a force of nature, but even she has no particular purpose. And our brother Lysander dabbles in his music as I have dabbled in art. We are dilettantes but never virtuosos. We have talent, but because of Father's money, we are never forced to use that talent to drive us. We lack purpose, he finished earnestly. I saw only too well the point he was attempting to make. How often had I lamented my own uselessness? How often had I justified my meddling in Brisbane's investigations on the grounds that I was accomplishing some good? I understand, I told him. You do realize your ideas are entirely revolutionary, Plum. They are contrary to everything we have been raised to believe. That is not true, he countered. Father always taught us to engage in our passions, follow our enthusiasm. And now, for the first time in my life, I have found my enthusiasm, and it is to be useful, to help ensure that justice is preserved. It was a pompous little speech, but I could not fault it otherwise. Do you mean to work with Brisbane, then, in some sort of regular capacity? Plum nodded. If he will have me. I have much to learn, but I move in exclusive circles, and I am in demand as a portraitist. I have always spurned such work as lacking in imagination, but just think of what I might learn from a few afternoons spent painting gossipy society ladies or making myself pleasant at a house party. I am uniquely positioned to help Brisbane, the more because no one in society will expect it. Everyone knows we barely tolerate Brisbane. I beg your pardon, I said with some indignation. Plum hastened to explain. You know Belmont, he said with a repressive expression. He is pleasant enough to Brisbane's face, but he does not much care for his sister being married to a fellow who is in trade. He does not say it, of course. He is too loyal to the family to expose you to public ridicule, he assured me. But anyone who knows him can read that tight-lipped smile and those careful silences. He is deeply conscious of being the heir to the earldom and a member of Parliament. He will never be thoroughly happy with your marriage, and it is logical for folk to assume that the rest of us share his opinion. That perception of distance between us could be quite useful, he concluded. I opened my mouth to remonstrate with him, then closed it sharply. If Plum had been despairing enough in Ireland to contemplate ending it all, I could hardly begrudge him whatever happiness he had found in working for my husband. And he had found happiness, of that I was certain. There would always be the air of sadness lingering in his eyes, the unknowing handiwork of our Italian sister-in-law, but there was a rekindled vitality in him that had been sadly lacking for some time, and I was glad to see it. "I hope you will be happy in your work," I told him sincerely, but I did not share with him the letter in my pocket. I might be reconciled to Plum's presence in the business of investigation, but I held the remaining pieces of the puzzle, and I alone would show them to Brisbane. Brisbane slept the better part of the day, and when he finally awakened, his eyes were clear, and he was able to sit up without demanding a basin's significant improvement, I thought. Dr. Llewellyn had been again to see him, and Jolly had sent up delicious things for me to pick over and send down largely untouched. The longer I remained in that room, the less of an appetite I seemed to have, but Brisbane awoke with a monstrous thirst and enough hunger to eat the entire supper tray I had merely toyed with. "I am not at all certain you are meant to eat proper food," I scolded. "You ought to have bland, nourishing things like beef tea and a nice blancmange." Brisbane forked up a succulent piece of duck and waved it at me. "If you ever come at me with a blancmange, I shall send the whole mess out the window and you after it." I lowered my head and pleated the sheet between my fingers. It seemed impossible to me that he should emerge from such an ordeal so unscathed, and it made me feel quite emotional that he should still be the imperious devil I had married. I told him as much and he smiled. "I still find light is troublesome," he admitted. "I shall have to wear the smoked spectacles for a few days." "And you must rest," I insisted. "After I have had a bath and a decent shave," he agreed, rubbing a hand to the black shadow at his jaw. He applied himself to his food again, but after a moment he fixed his attention upon me. "You have learned something." "Yes." I hesitated. I hardly knew how to tell him. It was such a dreadful story, but I took a deep breath and plunged. "When you were slipping into unconsciousness, you told me to find the letter." He furrowed his brow. "What letter?" "I did not know at the time, but you said there would be a letter and I should find it." He put down his fork and rested against the pillows. "I was thinking of Pennyfeather, that he ought to have left a letter." "He did." I drew the letter from my pocket and handed it to him. He squinted at the writing upon the envelope, difficult to make out in such dim light, and I remembered that his eyes were always a little weak after a headache. "This was meant to be given to you after the funeral," he said. "When was it?" "It is tomorrow, actually. I managed to get it from Lalita. He had given it to her for safe keeping, with instructions to deliver it and a parcel to me after he was buried. It is a confession." Brisbane thrust it back into my hands. "Read it." He closed his eyes and I read slowly, feeling the pain that laced each tortured word. When I had finished, Brisbane opened his eyes, shaking his head slowly. "He needn't have done it," he said, his voice thick with anger. "To his mind he had no choice," I returned, tucking the pages into the envelope. "Do try that orange cake. It looks quite lovely and moist," I said, nodding toward the plump slice of cake still upon the tray. Brisbane shoved the tray aside, almost upsetting the entire affair. I rose and tidied away the tray, returning to sit upon the bed. "I know you are angry that he should have taken such steps," I began. "Yes, I am bloody well angry," he burst out. "He might have come to me for help. We could have found a solution that would have satisfied both justice and the boy's need for supervision." "What solution?" I asked gently. "Brisbane, there is nowhere in the world that you can confine a child with murderous tendencies that will not warp him further." "We might have found him a place," Brisbane insisted. "He need not have died. But would he ever have really lived? Robin was devoted to nature, to animals, to the out-of-doors. To have locked him away and watched him like a caged specimen would have been a far worse fate than the one his father inflicted upon him." He gave me a withering stare. "You cannot possibly believe that his father acted for the best." "I do not believe there was a best to be had," I argued. To that boy there would have been little difference between an asylum and death itself. And you have been in those places, I went on. You have seen for yourself how the mad are treated. He would have been an animal to them, something less than human. They do not care for reform in such places. They care only to keep the insane from harming the rest of us. So they lock the doors and bar the windows and stop their ears to the screams. But Robin would have heard them every day for the rest of his life. He was a child and he had already committed murder, Brisbane. He was not a china plate to be mended. You do not know that, he contradicted, but something of the fight had gone out of him, either because he saw a glimmer of sense in my argument or because he was still too exhausted from his ordeal. No, I do not know it, but I believe it, and what's more, so do you. I have heard you hold forth rather eloquently on the subject of asylums and how barbaric they are. You even said you would not want a dog kept in such conditions. How then could they be suitable for a boy who might have to spend 50 or 60 years in such a place? He said nothing, and I pressed my advantage, too far as it turned out. I think you are simply angry with the Reverend because you are the one who had to take Robin from the lake and carry him to his mother. That must have been ghastly, I said gently. But Brisbane wanted none of my tenderness. He punched his pillow viciously. I am in no mood for visitors, he said icily. Leave me be. He rolled away with his back to me and I obliged him. I had had my fill of him as well. I went to the door and paused, my hand upon the knob. I will leave you to rest now, but make no mistake, Brisbane. I am no visitor. I am your wife. The 22nd chapter, the river runs swift with a song, breaking through all barriers. But the mountain stays and remembers and follows her with his love. The gift Rabindranath Tagore I left him then, and decided a walk in the garden might soothe my ruffled temper. I knew better than to prick Brisbane when he was in such a mood, but I had not guarded my tongue. The truth was he bitterly resented the fact that the Reverend had left it to others to attend to the clearing up, and although I had seen Brisbane rise to the occasion in circumstances just as demanding, carrying the dead child must have affected him in ways I had not imagined. I was lost in my thoughts when I gained the pretty little rose arbor and did not hear footsteps approaching. It was only when a low voice called my name that I looked up. Miss Thorne, my apologies. I was wool-gathering. No matter. I merely wanted to speak with you if you do not mind. I patted the seat next to me, and although she hesitated a moment, she seated herself, giving me a grateful look. Just then Feuilly swept by, trailing his tail flirtatiously in front of the austere and unimpressed Madame Feuilly. She is a terrible coquette, I observed. She actually adores him and cannot bear him out of her sight, but if he attempts to impress her, she scorns him. It is quite diverting to watch. Miss Thorne merely nodded, then burst out. I know about the letter. Lalita told me of its existence. She does not know what it held, and neither do I, but I can guess. I began to explain that I could not break the confidences within, but she held up a hand. I do not ask anything of you except that you confirm what I already believe. She paused, gathering up her courage. I believe the Reverend drowned his son, and I believe he took his own life to atone for taking his child's. I stared at her in astonishment, and she gave me a bitter smile. You need say nothing, my lady. I see that I was right. I merely wanted to confirm it for my own peace of mind. How did you know? She shrugged. I cannot say. I have always been observant, sensitive to people and their little ways. That is how I was able to go so much further than Lalita in school. I was always able to see the little nuances of how the English behaved and to ape them. Lalita saw few differences, of course, but I saw everything. I saw how ladies held their spoons and how they walked and how they gestured. And when I wanted to please the headmistress and teachers at school, I learned to look for signs that I might approach them. The headmistress was a quarrelsome woman, and I saw that if her knuckles were white and her mouth prim, it meant I should never persuade her to give me what I asked, no matter how just. But if I waited until her lips were parted and her arms swung loosely when she walked, she would always grant me a boon, regardless of whether I deserved it. And when I went into service as a governess, I learned which masters could be trusted and which must be avoided, simply by paying careful attention to how the gentleman introduced his wife. A hand to the small of the back, a moment's lingering glance, and I had a man who loved his wife and would not seek to meddle with me. But if he merely waved to her brusquely, he thought of her as a possession and would think the same of me. The first time I met the Reverend Pennyfeather, it was entirely apparent that he had eyes to see his wife and no one else. I thought him kindly and a little naive, she admitted. He was, I told her, and I suspected they would not interfere with me, the Pennyfeathers. I wanted to come home to the Valley of Eden, and so I took the position. But all was not as it seemed at first, she confessed. I saw that the children were odd, perhaps dangerously so in Robin's case. Primrose was entirely under her mother's influence, always with her head in the clouds, thinking of some new and outrageous thing. But Robin's purpose was singular. He wanted only to understand the natural world and how it worked. A noble enough pursuit, I observed. I believe that depends upon one's methods, she corrected. And Robins were sometimes cruel. Boys are often cruel, I know this. They pull wings off flies and burn ants through the lens of a magnifying glass. But once I went to Robin's room and saw that he had taken the legs from a lizard to observe if the creature would learn to move as a snake moves and adapt to its new situation. How ghastly, I murmured. Exactly. I told the Reverend Pennyfeather, but he dismissed it with a pat on my arm, saying Robin was a budding scientist and must not be discouraged. I knew then I could not say to him that I had seen something malicious in his son's eyes. He would think me a fool, and so I simply watched. And she spread her hands. I saw nothing. Robin had seen my look of horror, and he was careful to keep his door locked after that. His parents would never force the issue, and I had no authority of my own. I could only watch and keep my suspicions to myself. I was glad when he befriended Freddie Cavendish, she said with a faraway look. I thought Mr. Cavendish might be a settling influence upon Robin. The boy had no friends of his own age, and Freddie Cavendish, she broke off, was a bit of a child himself, I supplied. Precisely, she said. I do not like to speak ill of the man. I thought with his enthusiasm and insouciance, perhaps he could become friends with Robin and help to bring him along. But I was wrong. He was so easily led by others. I do not think he wanted to be here, burdened with the responsibilities of a grown man. He left Harry to manage the tea garden and his aunt to manage the household. And I fear he was not always kind to Mrs. Cavendish, although it is not my place to say it. This is the picture of the man Freddie Cavendish was. She paused, and I thought of my first husband, Sir Edward Grey. He had had much in common with Freddie Cavendish. And so I saw very quickly that this relationship would not bring the stability that I hoped it would to Robin's life. Freddie seemed to tire of him as he tired of all his enthusiasms. Sometimes he would be rather brusque with the child and put him off, but other times he was kindly and jovial, and soon Robin began to look for those times as a starveling pup will look for food. You see, for all their intelligence and their kindness, the Pennyfeathers lacked basic affection towards their children. They were so busy engaging in their own pursuits, they thought the best they could do for Primrose and Robin was leave them to their own devices, confine them as little as possible and let them develop as nature intended. This was Mrs. Pennyfeather's belief, she hastened to add. I do not think the Reverend always agreed, else I do not think I should have been engaged. But their whole manner of bringing up their children seems so peculiar to me, the most curious mix of neglect and indulgence. And the result is two children who I suspect have been damaged by the lack of proper structure and rules, tempered with simple affection. You think Primrose was damaged as well. How could she fail to be? Her perception of the world has been colored by her mother's rose-tinted spectacles. To be sure, Primrose is far more practical than Mrs. Pennyfeather, but I have already seen examples of her disregard for convention, she said, primming her mouth. The Pennyfeathers do not observe propriety when it does not suit them, she added, but although the words were harsh, they were said without anger. Pity seemed her only emotion. What will become of you now? I asked her. Will the Pennyfeathers keep you on now that Robin is? I did not like to say the word. I do not know. Primrose never liked having a governess, but Mrs. Pennyfeather does seem rather dependent upon me as General Dogsbody, so perhaps there will be a place for me, she said with a weary smile. We rose then, and I put out my hand. I am sorry for your loss, Miss Thorne. She looked at me startled. My loss? I think you cared for Robin, and I think you bear the guilt of knowing that the boy's mind was twisted, and there was nothing you could have done to prevent it. I ask myself that over and again, she said. Could it have been prevented? Could I have done more to save him? No, I put my hand to her sleeve. You did all that you could, and you must content yourself with that. I want to believe you, but I believe it is a question I shall ask of myself until the end of my days. I paused. If you were so convinced that Robin had something to do with Freddie's death, why did you fear Harry's involvement? Emotion suffused her face. Because if I could admit even the smallest doubt of his character, I knew I could never marry him. So long as there was even a shadow of possibility hanging over him, I could not love him. I understand. Perhaps now she held up a hand. It is too soon to think of such things. There is mourning to be done first, and all things must be done in their time. She looked to the far-off peaks of the Himalayas, her expression serene, a mystic nun contemplating medieval mysteries. This place was not always called the Valley of Eden. That is the name my grandfather gave to it. When he came, the valley had long been abandoned by those who built the temple on the ridge. It had fallen into disrepair, and the whole of the valley was carpeted with the most beautiful flowers, a river of violet as far as the eye could see. But the flowers were deadly nightshade, and no native would come to this place, for just to breathe the air was to inhale the poison of the blossoms. My people called it the Valley of Death. And though the English tore out the flowers by their poisonous roots and planted tea and made it safe to live here once more, there are those who say the shadow of death has not left this place. We parted then, for both of us had much to think on and little left to say. The funeral of Robin Pennyfeather and his father was conducted the following day, and it was so strange an event that I have never seen its like. The native children of the valley sang, but no hymns, for Cassandra insisted they sing their own songs of mourning, the same songs that had been chanted when the bodies of Robin and his father were carried out of the lake. Cassandra draped herself in flowing black robes with a long black veil, but her face was composed, and she did not weep. Primrose, too, was dry-eyed, dressed in a more conventional mourning costume, and carrying an armful of orchids from her father's garden. They were purple, the color of royal mourning, I remembered, and the same color as the deadly nightshade that had once poisoned the valley. Brisbane was up and about, although he wore smoked spectacles and spoke little. Harry Cavendish stood close to Miss Thorne, I saw, and further I saw the gimlet eye of Miss Cavendish fall thoughtfully upon the pair. I had little doubt that the midnight conversation I had overheard between Miss Cavendish and Harry touched upon Miss Thorne. She had feared Miss Thorne would attempt to acquire the tea garden by legal means, but Harry had known all along that a far simpler solution was at hand if only he could persuade her to accept his proposal of marriage. There had been nothing more sinister than a private family quarrel in that encounter, and I was glad of it, for I had become rather fond of the Cavendishes. Dr. Llewellyn read out the order of service, but although he was not ordained, something about the sweet Welsh lilt of his voice made the words more poignant. Unwilling to wait for a clergyman to be fetched from Darjeeling, Cassandra had prevailed upon him to perform the service as a favor to her, and more than once I noticed a certain softness about her when her gaze fell upon him. When the service was concluded, we made our way to the bower for the obligatory food and drink, and I pondered Cassandra and what might become of her now. I need not have worried. I had no sooner filled my plate with an assortment of Lalita's most mouth-watering delicacies when Primrose appeared at my elbow. "Cassandra would like to see you in the studio," she murmured. I raised a brow, but put aside my plate with a pang of regret and followed her. Packing crates stood open, spilling excelsior over the floor, and the shelves had been stripped of their bottled chemicals and photographic equipment. "You are packing away your studio," I said stupidly. Cassandra rose from where she was filling a crate with photographic plates. She was wearing black but filmy stuff, unsuited to mourning, and about her wrist Percival was coiled half a dozen times, a sort of living bracelet. "I am leaving the valley and I wanted to see you." I found I could not bear the crush out there any longer, she added as an apology. "I need to do something with my hands." "I understand perfectly," I told her, although I had rather expected that receiving condolences and holding court as the grief-stricken mother and widow would have appealed to her sense of the theatrical. It was an unworthy thought, and I regretted it instantly. "Primrose and I are bound for Greece," she said, rolling the word on her tongue as if tasting it. "Greece. That will make quite a change," I managed. Primrose stepped forward. "Cassandra, the crate is already quite packed and you do not want to damage the plates. Begin a new crate and I will mark this one full," she instructed, moving forward to take charge of the packing. I looked at her with fresh eyes and realized what I ought to have seen before. Primrose had put her hair up, literally and figuratively, I decided, as she moved about the studio, making brisk decisions about what would accompany them to Greece. "We ought to take the draperies," she offered. "There is quite a lot of fabric here and we might want them for curtains in our new house." Cassandra smiled at her indulgently, then turned to me. "You see, our circumstances have turned her into a little martinet." But her expression was warm and she extended her hand to her daughter. Primrose came to her and they embraced. "She will take care of me," Cassandra said, and Primrose petted her with a satisfied air. The loss they had suffered, a loss that might have devastated a different sort of family, might just be the making of them. Cassandra would never lose her indolence, her refusal to take up the burdens of adulthood. But Primrose was only too eager to shoulder them, and I began to see that she had absorbed more of Miss Thorne's careful good sense than I had previously suspected. Primrose withdrew from her mother's embrace with a fond kiss. "I shall go and see that Lalita has replenished the food and drink. Would you like a plate of something?" "No, dearest," her mother answered. "I do not think I could manage it." Primrose adopted an expression of mock severity I had not seen before. "You must eat. Think of Dr. Llewellyn's good advice. I will bring you a plate and you will eat at least half of it," she instructed. She left and Cassandra turned to me. "She will be my salvation," she said fervently. "A new Persephone, consolation to my mournful Demeter," she pronounced. And I knew then that Cassandra had already cast herself as the wintry goddess whose great solace was the devotion of her daughter. She had already drawn a veil over the terrible loss of Robin and the Reverend, and this new chapter of her life would be writ without them. She would be defined by her fantasies, rather than by the grief she bore, and in a strange way I admired her. "I hope you will be very happy in Greece," I told her with complete sincerity. She took my hands, and I was deeply conscious of the little green snake that flicked its tongue toward my pulse. "Thank you, Lady Julia. I feel we are kindred spirits, you and I." She looked deeply into my eyes, and I cleared my throat. "How very kind of you," I murmured. "No, I am quite forthright when I say this," she insisted. "And that is why I know you will not judge me but will understand when I say that Primrose and I will be accompanied by a gentleman upon our travels." "Dr. Llewellyn," I hazarded. She gave a little cry. I knew you were sympathetic to me. How like you to know without a word falling from my lips. Yes, he will come with us. We will be a merry band of comrades together, pilgrims on a quest, she said, mixing her metaphors dreadfully. There is nothing to hold him here, and it would be just as well for Primrose and I to have a man with us. He will offer us a strong and manly arm when we have need of him, and Primrose and I will keep him from falling into his melancholia. The Welsh are terribly given to it, you know, she said conspiratorially. It is the national disease. Is it really? How singular, I said. Oh yes, I blame the weather. How could anyone be cheerful with so much rain? But Greece will suit him, I have no doubt. The sunshine, the heat, it will infuse his bones with life, she proclaimed, and who was I to say she was wrong? She turned away and retrieved something from one of the crates. Here, I packed this, but I think you ought to have it. It did not come out as I wished. I wanted something far more mythological, and he simply would not put on fancy dress, she said with a rueful smile. Still, I think I captured something rather extraordinary. She put a photograph into my hands. It was mounted on stiff black pasteboard, and the severity of the frame suited the composition. I swallowed hard. Extraordinary indeed, I murmured, for it was. Brisbane was dressed as he ever was, in perfectly tailored, perfectly English clothes, but she need not have minded about what he wore. It was the expression that mattered. It was arresting. Somehow she had caught him just as he had looked up, expectant, quizzical, his lips slightly parted as if he were on the verge of speaking. It was an expression I had seen 1,000 times before, but never had the opportunity to study at length. It was the very essence of the man himself, confident and intelligent and curious. When did he pose for you? I asked after a long moment. The day you lunched with us. I wanted him to pose in costume, but he would have none of it, and I finally persuaded him to let me make a study of his face. He has excellent bones, she added. Yes, he does. Thank you for this. She bowed her head. You were very kind to my son, and I believe my husband looked upon you as a sort of confidant. I began to protest, but she covered my hands with her own. My dear, I am glad of it. I have never believed that one's partner could answer one's every need. Tell me though, I beg you, you spoke often with Robin in these past weeks. Sometimes I worried for him. There was something quite unreachable about him, and I used to fret that I had not brought him up in the way he ought to have been reared. I do not know how else I might have handled him, she added, spreading her hands, her brow knit with concern. But I wonder if I did the best for him or if I failed him. He was so withdrawn, you understand, so quiet at times, so different from Primrose. She holds nothing back, no emotion is secret, no impulse concealed. She is the sun, and poor Robin was the moon. But tell me, Lady Julia, did he strike you as a happy child? The lie fell easily from my lips. Of course he was, I said promptly. He was devoted to his animals, and I think if he had lived, Robin would have been a very important scientist. The furrowed brow relaxed and the lovely mouth curved into a smile. He was happy, wasn't he? This sort of natural upbringing was for the best. I always thought it, she went on. I smiled in agreement but said nothing more. I had given her as much assurance as I was able, and I felt suddenly exhausted by the penny feathers and their unbridled emotions. I longed for repressive English company then, and I excused myself as soon as politeness would permit, still holding my photograph. I emerged from the studio to find Portia, wild-eyed and darting about. There you are, she exclaimed, taking me firmly by the hand. We must leave at once. Why, has the drink run out? No, Jolly just came from the Peacocks to find us. Jane's time has come. We hurried back to the Peacocks and to Jane, not even pausing to change out of our morning clothes. Mary Benevolence was with her, sponging her brow and murmuring words of encouragement. Oh, my dearest, is it very awful? Portia asked, taking her hand. Jane smiled. Not yet. My waters broke and then the pains started. I have only had half a dozen and Mary Benevolence says it will be quite some time yet. Portia looked anxiously to Mary Benevolence, who nodded sagely. A day, perhaps longer. A day, Portia drew herself up. That simply will not do. She cannot suffer for a day or more with labor pains. Do something, make it come faster. Mary Benevolence gave her a pitying look. It is the way of women, she said, shrugging. The babe will come when it is ready and no sooner. She left then to attend to other preparations for the birth, and Portia turned to Jane. Do you want Dr. Llewellyn? We just left him and he seems in full possession of his senses. She turned to me for confirmation and I nodded. He appears to have left off the drink and other intoxicants. I do not think he was completely sunk into depravity, I mused, but merely deeply unhappy over the loss of his wife. He had fallen into the habit of numbing his pain. This is hardly the time, Julia, Portia cut in sharply. Jane, do you want him? Jane shook her head. No, I am comfortable with Mary Benevolence, and I should like to have women around me now. All will be well, she said by way of reassurance. But Portia would have none of it. She paced the room, snapping and snarling at whoever was unfortunate enough to come near, and as the hours passed and Jane's pains got worse, I threatened to have her bodily removed from the room. You would not dare, Portia said to me. Try me, I beg you, I countered coolly. Now take a deep breath and get hold of yourself, and thank God it isn't either one of us in that bed, I muttered. She leaned close. I was thinking precisely the same. I simply couldn't, she returned, darting a quick look at Jane's miserable, contorted face. I cannot believe Mother did this 10 times, I murmured. Father has a lot to answer for, she said. But she was calmer, and for the rest of the labor she held her temper, offering Jane nothing but strong support as she sponged her face and arms. She sang to Jane and plumped her pillows and held her in her arms. Anything that Jane asked of her she did, and with such a sweetness of temper I hardly knew her. Miss Cavendish looked in from time to time, and I stayed to be dispatched for whatever they might require, but Mary Benevolence was mistress of the room, ordering the rest of us about like so many slaves. We obeyed her willingly, adjusting the light or the temperature of the room, for she insisted it must be dim and warm at all times. Finally, as the evening crept on in the second day, it was time for Jane to push at last. I am so tired, she moaned. I know, Mary Benevolence soothed, but it will be finished soon, little mother. She crooned endearments to Jane and to the coming child, rubbing her hands with sweetly scented oils as she bent to her task. What came next I did not like to watch. I moved to the head of Jane's bed, dipping a cloth in a cool basin of water to wipe her brow. She took no notice of me, so intent was she upon Mary Benevolence and her gentle instructions. Portia held tightly to Jane's hand, urging her on, and although it seemed to go on forever, the clock had scarcely struck midnight when the child was born. It was astonishingly quiet in the room, for the chaos and pain was finished for a moment, and Mary Benevolence received the infant in perfect silence. She took the baby and wrapped it at once in a linen cloth. It is a girl, little mother. A fine girl, she said, holding the baby aloft. The child looked at us with Jane's wide, dark eyes and finally began to cry, a tiny, pitiful mewing sound like a newborn kitten. Oh, give her to me, Jane said, although she was so exhausted from the ordeal of birth she could scarce lift her arms. Portia took the child and held her close to Jane. She is beautiful, Portia managed, and then tears began to pour down her cheeks. She even has your red hair. She is ours, Jane murmured, dropping a kiss to her infant's head. Jane was free now, I realized exultantly. There was no need for her to remain in India. She could return with us to England with the baby. And as I watched Portia's arms encircle them both, I realized I was witness to the beginnings of a family. At Mary Benevolence's instruction, Portia took the infant to the basin of warm water to bath her and swaddle her. Portia was not the nurturing sort, and watching her tend the child with such gentle reverence plucked at my heartstrings. I turned away for a moment to wipe away my own tears, and as I did so, I heard a noise, not an exclamation or a cry, but rather a sigh of surrender. I turned round to see Jane, her expression one of perfect peace and contentment, and at the foot of the bed stood Mary Benevolence, her skirts awash in a crimson pool as Jane's lifeblood ebbed away. "What is it?" I demanded. "What is happening to her?" Portia whirled and nearly dropped the baby. She shoved the child into my arms and flew to Jane. Mary Benevolence bent to work upon Jane, but after a small eternity she rose. "It is a hemorrhage," Mary Benevolence said, shaking her head. "There is nothing to be done." Portia stared at her in disbelief. "There must be something to be done, and you must do it now," she ordered. "Jane is dying. You must save her. You will save her. I cannot lose her. Do you understand me? Whatever you must do, do it now and save her for me, please." She was begging now, and it was the begging of a child. Mary Benevolence shook her head again. "It is the way sometimes. The womb tears and there is nothing to be done. I am sorry." "Sorry? I do not want your sorries. I want you to make her whole again," Portia countered savagely. She flew at Mary Benevolence and struck the old woman hard upon the cheek. Mary Benevolence rocked backward but did not fall. She raised her hand, but not to her own face. Instead, she took Portia's face in her hands and spoke slowly. "It is finished. She is with God now," she said, infusing each word with such simple finality that not even Portia could fail to understand that there was nothing more to be done. Portia crumpled then, with such a keening howl of grief as I hoped never again to hear in my life. She collapsed into Mary Benevolence's arms, and the old woman crooned softly to her in Bengali. After a moment she motioned to me. "I will attend to the child. She must have a wet nurse," she said softly. I handed the infant over. The baby had made no sound, no protest, and as I gave her up, I wondered what would become of her. Mary Benevolence took her away, and Portia slid to the floor, kneeling in Jane's blood. I gathered her into my arms, and she wept upon my shoulder for a very long time, until her tears were spent and she could weep no more. "How shall I live without her?" she asked me over and over again, and I could give her no answer. I merely held her as she grieved, and I knew there would be many more such times to come. We buried Jane on a beautiful spring morning, just as the sun rose to touch the flanks of Kanchenjunga, spreading a pearly pink light over the entire valley. The fruit trees had just opened their blossoms, and as we stood in the little graveyard upon the side of the hill, a fresh wind rose and blew them from their limbs, scattering the confetti of petals over the graves and the mourners and spangling the coffin below. Brisbane and Plum, along with Dr. Llewellyn and Harry, had carried the coffin to the graveyard, their last service to the woman we had come to love as a sister. The Pennyfeathers had delayed their departure to pay their respects, and Dr. Llewellyn played his harp, the celestial sound of it rising on the air to bid her farewell. I could not speak for the grief that sat thick and hot in my throat, choking me, but neither could I weep. I had shed too many tears for Jane and for Portia, and all that remained was a dull gray cloud of misery. But something in that morning, that beautiful pink morning, eased the ache in my heart. The pain of losing Jane would not leave me for a long while, if ever, but that morning I saw that in time it would be easier to bear. I stood next to my sister and held her hand, and when the moment came for her to gather up a clod of earth to drop onto the coffin, I went with her, holding a palmful of dirt in my gloved hand as we stepped together to the edge of the grave. But Portia did not scatter the earth. Instead, she drew herself up and took a deep breath, closing her eyes against the morning sun. Then she opened them and began to sing. It was soft and hesitant at first, but then she gathered strength as the words rose within her. "Sleep on, beloved, sleep and take thy rest," she sang. "We love thee well, good night." She faltered a little at the last verse, but I held fast to her hand and stood next to her, lifting my voice with hers. "Only good night, beloved, not farewell." As the last notes died away, we reached out and let the dirt fall from our hands, striking the coffin with a note of finality. "Good night, beloved," Portia murmured. We left the graveside then, making our way slowly back to the peacocks. The others fell in behind us, giving us privacy for our pain. Portia turned to me and I slipped an arm about her. I should not have been able to finish the hymn without you, she told me. I know. I am only sorry I have not a better voice, I said modestly. So am I, she said, and she gave a little laugh which turned to weeping. How shall I ever live the rest of my life without her? She demanded. I felt my knees give way at the naked misery in her face, but I knew she deserved a reply and the best I could give her. You do not have to, I told her. You only have to live today without her, just this minute without her. That is all you have to endure, just this minute, and it will pass. I want to believe that. I want to believe that there will come a time when I can breathe again without the weight of the world crushing down upon me. You will, I promised her. We stood in the middle of the road, hands linked. When the wind is right and the cloud is gone, you can see down this road as far as Darjeeling, I told her. But it is a long and difficult road, full of perils, and if a traveler on foot were to look at the length of it, his spirit would be overcome and he would sit down and refuse to go any farther. You must not look to the end of the road, Portia. Look only to the step in front of you. That you can do, just one step. And you will not make the journey alone. I tucked her hand under my arm and we stepped forward together, down the winding and long road to Darjeeling. And as we walked, Plum came to hold her other hand, and Brisbane moved to my side, taking my arm. We walked 4 abreast into the morning sun. There were shadows still, dark and forbidding, that fell upon the road, but every step carried us closer to the light and to home. The 23rd chapter, through birth and death, in this world or in others, wherever thou leadest me it is thou, the same, the one companion of my endless life. Old and new Rabindranath Tagore, there is little more to tell. We left India a few weeks after we buried Jane. There would not have been such a delay save that Portia insisted upon bringing a wet nurse who would be happy to remain in England for some time, and it was a challenge to find her. For Portia decided to take the child and raise her as her own. If I had expected some resistance from the Cavendishes, there was none to be had. Miss Cavendish and Harry conceded that they were not suited to raising an infant. What they did not say was that it would be a relief not to be burdened with her, for as a girl, she would be entirely dependent upon them for her upbringing and dowry. No provision had been made for a daughter, and the child was penniless and orphaned until Portia swooped in and declared she would have her. She was prepared to fight the Cavendishes, but they assented at once and even deferred to Portia on the choice of name. She shall be called Jane, Portia declared stoutly, as if defying anyone to gainsay the choice. Jane is a good name, solid and English, and it will remind her of her mother. It will remind everyone of her mother, I pointed out. How do you mean to avoid confusion? Portia looked at the infant cradled in her arms. It was a peculiar child. It seldom cried. Instead, it merely looked serenely at the world with wide, patient eyes. Jane's eyes, as I had observed on the night of her birth. I shall call her Jane the Younger, Portia decided. How biblical, I murmured. It will set her apart, Portia corrected. You have the makings of a true parent, I told her. You have already given her something to hate you for. But in spite of my reservations, Jane the Younger she became, and to my astonishment, her most ardent companion was Morag. Poor little motherless mite, she crooned over the baby. But never you mind, Lady B will bring you up proper, she would always add. And as the weeks passed and my sister settled into the role of mother, I realized Morag was right. This small orphan child with the wise dark eyes called forth qualities I had not known Portia possessed. She was solemn in her grief, but with Jane the Younger she was frequently content. Organizing the infant's wardrobe and various needs occupied much of her time, and I reflected more than once that the child would be her salvation. I did not like to think what might have become of Portia had she not had the distraction of sudden motherhood. I was keenly aware of Jane the Younger's role in preserving my beloved sister's sanity, and that made the child doubly precious to me. We lingered for her sake, and for the wedding of Miss Thorne to Harry Cavendish. It was a small and quiet affair, by Indian or English standards. Harry beamed with pride and pleasure, and it was at the wedding feast, when the new Mrs. Cavendish announced that her husband would be opening a school for the children of the valley, that I decided they would suit one another very well. Harry would always look to the future, toward progress and industry, whilst his bride remembered that their livelihood might be enhanced by such improvements, but it depended upon people. Miss Cavendish said little, although her primmed mouth was eloquent, yet I saw how easily her niece deferred to her on household matters. It would make for a little awkwardness for the new mistress to be the niece of the butler, but Miss Thorne was nothing if not tactful, and it soon became apparent that she intended to leave the running of the household to her aunt by marriage. So long as she had her school, she would be content. Her uncle stood by, solemn but clearly delighted, and even Nairsh gained new dignity with his neatly wound turban and air of stateliness. The next day we left, amid a chorus of farewells, leaving all the darkness of the Valley of Eden behind us as we made our way down the sunlit road to Darjeeling. It was not until our third evening at sea that Brisbane and I fully relaxed enough to talk about the investigation. We each of us had a sense of freedom and exhilaration now that the affair at the Peacocks was entirely behind us. Well, perhaps not entirely behind us, I reflected. From the dressing room came an occasional shriek that we did our best to ignore. Finally, Brisbane sat up in bed, the bedclothes at his waist, his hands fisted at his temples. "If they do not cease that infernal noise, I will fling them overboard, I mean it," he warned me. "You cannot." "They were a gift from Harry and his bride," I reminded him. "He still believes we influenced her to accept him, and he was grateful to us. They are quite valuable." "They are a bloody nuisance," he contradicted, "and we have peacocks in England." "These are Indian peacocks," I reminded him, "and the white one is rather rare. So if I drown her, the other white peacocks in the world will be worth even more," he countered. I pushed him back against the pillows and nestled my head into the hollow of his shoulder. "They will settle soon enough," I soothed, although it was a lie. The peacocks had screeched the better part of the journey. They did not like to travel by donkey, by buffalo-hide raft, by horse, by train, or, it seemed now, by ship. "Distract me then," he ordered. I complied for some time to our mutual satisfaction before propping myself on one elbow and studying him. His eyes were closed. He was fully sated with the pleasures of the marriage bed. He was physically exhausted and emotionally contented. In short, there was no better time to broach the subject. "Brisbane," I began. I traced the scar on his shoulder with my fingertip. It marked where a bullet had torn through his flesh, a bullet that would otherwise have struck my father. There is one point of the investigation that troubles me still. If the Reverend meant everyone to believe his death and Robin's were accidental, then why did he leave the boy's handkerchief knotted about his throat? If anyone besides you had seen it, they would know the child had been murdered." Brisbane was silent a long moment, and I knew he was revisiting the terrible day when he pulled Robin's body from the lake. Perhaps he could not bring himself to touch the boy after the deed was done. Perhaps he lost his nerve. "Perhaps he simply forgot," Brisbane said, opening his eyes again. "Such loose ends are the mark of the amateur murderer, my dear, all the better to find them with." He nodded toward the emerald upon my hand. I had taken it from my jewel box that morning. To my surprise, it had fitted me perfectly upon my forefinger. Had Queen Isabella worn it thus? And had it indeed been taken from the cold, dead hand of Lucrezia Borgia? The questions intrigued me. "It is a strikingly beautiful jewel," Brisbane commented. "It is," I agreed, "but that is not why I wear it." He quirked a brow at me. It was precisely the same look that Cassandra Pennyfeather had captured in her photograph of him, although in the flesh it was even more arresting. It is a reminder to me of the lesson I learned from Black Jack, to look beyond the facade and to remember that there is some lesson to be learned from every investigation, even from the unlikeliest of teachers. I paused and cleared my throat, and whilst we are on the subject, I think I did rather well in this investigation, I told him. I did manage to discover the truth of what happened to Freddie Cavendish. His mouth curved ever so slightly, as if he were trying to suppress a smile. Accidentally, and you neglected to disclose your activities to me and force me to spy upon you to learn of your whereabouts. Yes, that was rather bad form, I admitted. Although I could point out that you did not share all of your endeavors with me. He scowled and I hurried on. But that is neither here nor there. The point is I think I bring something fresh and quite unique to your work. I know I cannot be involved in all your cases, but I rather think I might have a place in some of them. I paused to let the words work upon him for a moment as I prepared my next argument, but before I could open my mouth he grunted at me. Agreed. I sat up. Do you mean that? I poked at his chest. Brisbane, open your eyes and say that again, he complied. He opened his eyes very wide and said, I agree. I believe you can be useful to me during some investigations. You are curious and quick, you have a deft mind, and for some unaccountable reason, people tell you useful things. I sat very still, basking in his praise like a contented cat sitting in the sun. But you are woefully unskilled. You have the attention span of one of the more vigorous varieties of monkey, and you have no sense whatsoever of personal danger. Well, it was lovely while it lasted, I said dryly. What was? Your enthusiasm for my talents. He sat up, the bedclothes sliding perilously low. Julia, if you will put aside your own feelings for a moment, you will see that I am right. You rush headlong into dangerous situations with no regard for your own safety. You take ridiculous chances and you court catastrophe at every turn. I may court catastrophe, but I married you, I said with a winsome smile. He reached out and clasped my wrists. I am deadly serious. There is no possibility whatsoever of you involving yourself in one of my investigations ever again. He paused, and the chill of his words penetrated to my very bones. Never again to sleuth at his side. Never again to puzzle over some thorny problem. Never again to unravel a Gordian knot. Unless, he said, and I threw myself at him, knocking him backwards onto the pillow and smothering him with kisses. I haven't finished, he reminded me, his words muffled by my lips. I do not care, you said unless. That means you will let me work with you. No, it means I will let you work with me conditionally, he corrected. I flapped a hand. Whatever the condition is, I will meet it, I promised. His eyes glinted dangerously. Very well. You will be permitted to join my investigations at my discretion, and upon the completion of a course of study, which will only be concluded with your mastery of a specific set of skills which I feel are necessary for your own safety. I blinked at him. I do beg your pardon, he smiled, a smile of purely feline satisfaction. You are going to be my pupil. I am going to teach you everything you need to know to be a private inquiry agent. I will teach you how to handle weapons and how to defend yourself with only your bare hands. I will teach you the basics of chemistry as it applies to detection, and the same with botany. There will be lessons in phrenology, graphology, mesmerism, and psychology, as well as the more practical skills such as picking locks, artful disguise, and cheating at cards. Cheating at cards? I asked numbly. You would be surprised how often one finds a use for it, he advised me. It is particularly helpful if one requires ready money and is a trifle short. I sat back, unable to take it all in. You expect me to learn all of the skills you have mastered before I can detect with you, he shrugged. Some of them are less essential than others. It took you 40 years to master them, I pointed out icily. Is that what you mean to do? Keep me locked away with books and chemistry experiments until you deem me fit to send out into the world a few decades from now? He affected a wounded expression. You doubt me, but I would remark that you will have the benefit of my instruction. I learned all that I know by trial and error. You will have the advantage as I will already know what to teach you. It should shorten the process by some years at least. I reached behind me for a pillow to throw at him, regretting it was not heavier. You are the most impossible man I have ever known, I told him through gritted teeth. Perhaps, he conceded, but I am also your teacher. And the lessons begin now. He produced a length of chain and a sturdy lock. Before I knew what he was about, he had slipped the chain around my ankle and the post of the bed and clasped it with the lock, snapping it neatly into place. Brisbane, I said, my voice dangerously low, you cannot lock me to the bed. It is unseemly. What will the cabin steward think? No one will know so long as you get yourself free, he returned cordially. He placed my lockpicks next to me on the bed. Now that lock is a trifle more challenging than the ones you have been accustomed to, so I am giving you a bit of an advantage by putting the lockpicks nearby. I ought to have hidden them somewhere in the room and made you hunt for them, he told me. He rose from the bed and slipped into his evening clothes. Where are you going? You are not leaving me here like this, I demanded. He shot his cuffs neatly. I am doing more for you than any villain would. He dropped a kiss to the top of my head. I am going for a stroll on the deck in the moonlight. Join me if you can. He left me then, and I sat fuming and muttering mild obscenities under my breath. I turned the lock over in my hands, and then I saw it. The tiny button on the underside that would spring the lock if pressed. I touched it and was free. I took a moment to make a proper toilette, then made my way onto the deck, carrying the lock. Brisbane's look of surprise when I joined him on the deck was worth every moment of aggravation. I dangled the lock in front of him. I recognized it. It is the same sort of trick lock my brother Benedict once used to imprison Belmont inside the barn. When Benedict showed Father that Belmont could have easily freed himself if only he had stopped his fussing and fuming long enough to look calmly about and assess the situation, Father let him go without so much as a lecture. Brisbane puffed out a sigh. That's the trouble with you. Far too clever for your own good. Or too clever for yours. I asked. I reached up on tiptoe to kiss him. That is why you need me, I told him. My experience may be different to yours, but it is no less valuable. But my experience is necessary to keep you safe, he warned. Agreed. And I will apply myself to my lessons diligently. But you must let me work with you as soon as a case comes to your notice that is suited to my talents. We shook hands upon it, each of us doubtless hoping to find a way to turn the situation to our advantage. Brisbane, I was quite certain, would love nothing more than to keep me from the merest hint of danger until I was fully trained as a detective. Of course, I had no such intentions, and it was the purest bad luck for him that one of the first cases to cross his desk when we arrived back in England involved my own family. But that is a tale yet to be told.